It increases the employability of the workforce and the competitiveness of the economy put together. And there has been some studies which show that if we give for upskilling, it would lead as a factor of production a tremendous increase in our GDP. Next, please. And as we all know, and this has been said quite often, that we have a window of opportunity as India because of our demographics. And we have around 62% of working age population between 15 to 59 years. And 28 years is our median age. And for a considerable period of time, this window is open, during which time we need not only to educate our young people, but also to give them skill and make them employable so that they add to the productivity of the economy. Next. When we talk about the skill and education integration, we find that, and since we are talking about basically about the higher education, I will just briefly say that from class 6 onwards, we have a sizable number of people. We also have the school dropouts, which are from class 8 onwards. We have some people who are neither in employment, neither in training, neither in education, and that makes a very considerable chunk of our population. And we have around 4 crores or so in the higher education. So the total estimated population which needs to be looked into is the around 23.6 crore, which is a huge number. And in addition, we also need to upskill them, give them lifelong learning needs of almost 50 crore in employment workforce as well. Next, please. Next. As you all know, the economy has changed, especially after the COVID, and the often term which is being used is the future of work. And the way we are living, our future of the climate change and green economy is also taking place. So we have to talk about semiconductors, we talk about the green hydrogen, as well as piped water supply. We have the care economy is also growing because a lot of population in the world is aging. And we have the technology and digitalization whereby all of us are connected through our mobiles with the technology, and the information dissemination has never been faster. Next. If you look into the education side, I'm just giving an example. I'm not a professor, but just to give an example to emphasize the skilling part. When we had education, started with education, it was more of the lectures and memorization. Then it went to internet-enabled education. Then it became knowledge-based education, and now it is the time for innovation and skill-based education. And it is here that our national education policy assumes salience. Next, please. So what are the challenges in the conventional higher education system? As I'm not saying from my side, but it is a general, it is oft spoken and commented upon, that our higher education, or indeed our education system, has been more of the learning and less on the practical and hands-on skills. There is a limited mobility between vocational and higher education. Our students, we have around 20 lakh students every year in the government and other ITIs, and they find it difficult to integrate with the higher education system. There has been a less than required investment in the infrastructure and faculty for the state government higher education institutions. And there is a great disconnect between what we teach in the higher educations and what the industry needs. And of course, the higher education institutions in general are in the low skill and productivity equilibrium, where there is a need to reform the curriculum, reform the teaching pedagogy, and add on the work-related skills. So when we are talking about the education system and skilling and making India during this Amrit Kal, we need to look into our education and skilling afresh. This slide will try to show you that if we see the data, we find that the unemployment rate is higher for persons with graduate degrees, which means that there is a lack of work skills. And we also find on this right-hand side, you will see that there is a trend towards the undergrad level students to pursue upskilling so as to make them more employable. And as our Honorable Prime Minister has also gone on to state, that there is a time has come where there is a greater reliance on the skills and honor rather than the degrees. And for that reason, we need to see for the skill integration with the education. Now, how does the NEP talk about the education and skill integration? It says very clearly that by 2025, there will be vocational exposure across all levels, school, colleges, to be raised to 50%. There has to be a credit assignment and accumulation and transfer through academic bank of credits. There has to be a flexibility in choice of subjects, and there should not be any hard separation between the educational streams, science and arts and commerce and literature. There should be a comprehensive credit-based academic and skill qualification framework. We have a national skill qualification framework as well. And as far as possible, we should be able to use the infrastructure which is there in education and skilling together. And there should be a place for short-term skill programs and work-based programs in the higher education institutions as part of their curriculum. Next. So what are the enablers which will allow this integration to take place? I'm very happy and proud to say that because of national education policy and also because our Honorable Minister, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, is also the Education and Skill Minister, we have been able to do quite a lot together and in this direction. So first thing that has happened is the National Credit Framework, which allows credits to be given in a number of hours for all types of learning, which is academics, which is vocational, which is experiential. I request all the teachers here to have a look at the National Credit Framework and the table therein how this credit has been devised. We also have, because the economy is changing, we also have the future skill courses also ready, which is around 50+ sectors, and these are ready to be adopted in the public domain. We have adopted a blended learning guidelines, which is also addresses the evolution of pedagogy, how we can use AR and VR and digital skilling also. We have as part of our skilling part, we have included the employability skills in all types of skills, which includes digital financial literacy, inclusion, communication, customer service, entrepreneurship as part of the education so that the students are made aware of the different employability skills which are required. We also have the NSQF aligned higher skilling as certificate diploma programs. In that also UGC and our NCVT have issued guidelines. And we are also working quite a lot about how we do the mutual recognition of qualifications to enable international mobility, which is also a very important part of the whole story. Next, please. This shows the creditization of all kind of learning, as I had said earlier. It can be a classroom teaching, it can be a technical vocational education, online, it can be internship or apprenticeship, it can be social work, it can be sports and games, it can be examination. So there is a combination by which the credit can be assigned, and how the credits will enable the person is the mutual entry and mutual exit and mutual the people can have a skill courses, earn some credit, have education institution, earn some credit, put them together, go for employment, go again after some work for the skilling or higher educations. So multiple entry and multiple exit point has been very well devised, and we have been working with the UGC and AICT and NCVT who have given detailed guidelines. So when we are designing our curriculum, we need to take this factor also into account. Having said that, how do we go ahead and do the integration of skilling with the higher education, which is my theme, which is the objective of the NEP, and that is what I work for. As I said, that there is a credit-based framework, so we will have to implement the National Credit Framework, which has happened, which is already out. We have to bring a harmonization between National Skill Qualification Framework and National Higher Education Qualification Framework. For that also work is going on. And there has to be a flexible norms for faculty for teaching skill-based courses. So it may be a professor of practice or getting industry people working there, designing our faculty system so that we are able to get the experienced persons with a lot of lot of skills, etc., industry background, also to come and teach in higher education and skilling institutions. We have to embed the skilling in higher education curriculum. This is the most important part I would like to say. We have to map the ITI diploma with higher education so there is a lateral entry. We have to creditize, which has already been done for short-term skilling programs, which can be taken as part of the curriculum. We have to design a structure so that the industry is also a very important part of the whole exercise. And for that, we need to have a flexible curricular structure, and we need to embed internship, on-the-job training, project work, research programs, etc. So the students, while having education, they can go around in the field, understand the requirements, and also get sufficient skills and awareness so that they are employable later. And we have also devised a Skill India digital platform, for which I will talk very briefly later, which allows all these things to come together on a platform where it allows for the skills to be given on choice, place where you want, how you can go higher skilling. It is also linked to the jobs, so you can able to see where are the jobs required in the sector, and you can pursue your educational skill qualification in that line. Next. As I said earlier, that we have to use the education institutions, higher education, schools, etc., for skilling as well as general education. Under the Prime Minister Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, we have already had a round of the Skill Hub program in which we had these skilling programs in education. This year also, we have so many colleges and universities and schools coming forward, sharing their infrastructure so that they can give skill training for the students of their school, colleges, as well as the people from outside. Their future skill centers also needs to be prioritized. And as I said, there are many higher education institutions. For example, our Honorable Minister, Mr. Pradhanji, had a meeting with the Delhi University Vice Chancellor, and they have already laid down plans that how they can start higher education institutions, skill centers in around 20 such institutions. And the very important part is that the apprenticeship-based learning, which is, what is apprenticeship? Apprenticeship is that you work on the job, you earn skill and learn. That needs to be brought in as a part of the curriculum. There are many private institutions, higher education institutions in the country who have adopted these things in tune with the industry requirements, and that needs to be integrated along with practical training and employable skills in the education institutions. And finally, I would like to just say that there is Skill India Digital, which we would like to popularize, and we like it to be used by all of you, the students and the teachers here, so that we are able, next slide, so that we are able to bring the education and skilling and regulation and the jobs and what have you together. So this is all I would like to say. And finally, talking about the Gagi College, I would request ma'am, the principal ma'am, that we have there is a scope for having skill-based courses here also in your college, ma'am. It may be a graphic designing courses, it may be a digital marketing, it may be business and management, it may be programming, creative arts and design, cosmetology, and such other courses which can also be brought into your college, so that it enables the students, while they are pursuing their degrees, to also become employable. And I'm here, I will be very keenly listening to all the professors, Professor Anand Prakash, Professor Shashi Tyagi, Professor Vimal Ra, Professor Manisha Priyam, and Professor Avinash Pandey, to see their point of view, and I'm willing to offer any kind of support which is required to bring skilling into higher education institutions. Thank you very much for listening to very patiently.
Thank you, Shri Atulji. You have put your point so nicely. I would like to invite now Professor Anand Prakash for the next talk.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Especially I am thankful to psychology department colleague, Dr. Shabin, who persuaded me to come and share my thoughts on new education policy and pedagogical challenges. I have a very different kind of association with Gargi College. There was a time I was, for some time I was chairman of the governing body. So I thought that this is also an opportunity for me to relive the moments of nostalgia. I think Shri Atulji has already set the context of looking into the idea of making new education policy 2020 relevant for higher education, and for making relevant, it's important that we emphasize on skilling. The agenda before me that I wish to share with you is that what are the pedagogical challenges of translating the ideals of new education policy into practice. And the first challenge is the pedagogical devices, the way we teach, the way we instruct and educate our students. I think the dominant metaphor which is being used in the teacher community is covering the course. If you remember, all teachers, we have intermittent meetings to take stock of the thing that how much of course has been covered. I think that metaphor needs to be changed. I think the courses need to be uncovered with the help of students. Covering the course is a metaphor which has a very limited relevance in the context of new education policy. Because you look into the policy framework, the broad contours of the new education policy, you will find that it is bringing major shift in education, and particularly I will be focusing more on the higher education, is that rather than from syllabus-centric, knowledge-centric to student-centric teaching and learning. When we say that, and look at all the details, I looked at, scanned through all the framework of the policy, and in that said that each student should be identified for the special potential that the student has got. How do we identify that special potential? So the first major challenge for pedagogical effectiveness in higher education is to think of a tool by which we would be able to identify the potential, the grand potential within the student. I remember in 2015, a task force was created by the Ministry of HRD, and I was asked to chair that task force to develop a national aptitude test to help us identify right from the class 11th and 12th, and if possible from the high school, class 10th, that what are the aptitude capabilities, potential capabilities in a student for him to choose a trajectory of further education or a trajectory of a job which be more in tune with the psychological characteristics, right? Because most of us feel after taking the job, was it really designed to do the job that I was doing? Am I trying to find my true calling by doing this kind of a job? And often find a kind of a mismatch. And this was felt at the national level. And in 2015, the task force was created, and I was asked to chair that task force. We developed a tool, a test, which now need to be digitized and made online kind of a thing. It is still lying with the NCERT. And that can be used along with the manual. And I think few identified dedicated team of psychometrician, people who are good in psychological assessment should be employed to continuously improve and develop. And what I am visualizing, that finally you will have a game-based tool, which I am helping another organization to develop a game-based tool to identify the psychological dispositions, personality types, learning capabilities, right? And also the major challenge which has not been talked about is the adaptive intelligence. I have the concept, but do I have the ability to translate the concept into the challenge of a situation? And that's being labeled in 2006 by one scholar called Sternberg, that this is the capacity of adaptive intelligence that need to be taken it up. So identifying each student for their special potential, for their special capacities. Second, giving them a chance to do the job and do the further education in the same direction, which is in tune with the dispositions, right? And third, also to fulfill the national agenda of skilling in order to improve the GDP, as Shri Atulji has already established very clearly. What needs to be done in the area of higher education? That's the point that I bring to forth. And what we are doing currently as a teacher, what need to be done? First of all, I would like to suggest that the term skill should be replaced, particularly in the context of higher education, with the term called competence. Because competence is a combination of knowledge, skill, and attitude. So if I have the right kind of values, with the right kind of skill set, with the right kind of background knowledge, because the objective of higher education is not only to impart education, if we have an added responsibility of creating knowledge. Generating knowledge and disseminating knowledge, these are the twofold. And if you are focusing too much only on the skill development, somewhere the knowledge component do not find that much of importance which it deserves. So therefore the competence building, the combination of the knowledge, the background, the cognitive repository related to a particular skill should also be created within that, in the higher education particularly, and the tremendous amount of critical thinking, what needs to be done. So based on my experience and looking into the research, what are the pedagogical challenges for teachers? So my focus for this talk would be teachers, that what teachers should be doing in the classroom, the faculty. And for this, there are different kind of images, and the new education policy document has thrown that these are the things teachers should be doing in order to translate the dreams of new education policy. Syllabus making and policy making are always like dreaming. So we often bring things into those we could not live in reality. So at least we try to live in policies and try to live in syllabuses and courses. So having framing that courses, we often bring a lot of dreamy things into it. But if the dreamy things need to be translated, right, in reasonable amount of reality, and therefore certain kind of a role faculty members will have to take it up in their day-to-day teaching. As Professor Shashi Tyagi mentioned, that teachers have to be learner all through their life. I will add one more point to that, ma'am. Teachers also have to develop the skill of unlearning, which is very difficult. How do we forget, how do we unlearn what I have learned in the last 20 years in order to, because we don't create a space within our own schema, mental schema for the newer things to do. So how do I develop the capacity of unlearning and forgetting? That would be very important for the new education policy to be effective in the time and days to come. Now the images that comes to me, what teachers should be doing, and I see different kind of roles for the teacher. And it all depends that what kind of pedagogical identity we inculcate in ourselves. It's a question of creating a pedagogical identity. The pedagogical identity, do as educator, we are bringing critical perspective in the classroom teaching or outside classroom teaching. Critical perspective where we are not only accepting things the way they are given in the books and the knowledge system, but we are also questioning for its relevance, for its meaning, and for its future implications, all 3 dimensions. So can we bring that critical or our job, because we have to move from rote memorization to creating a more vibrant mind, right? Believe me or not, students are not empty vessels. We cannot put in everything whatever we want to do them. They have their own mind, because the new education policy visualizes that there has to be equal sharing of power between the teachers and the taught. New education policy, this is the very, very remarkable shift from the educational perspective. What does it mean? Are we willing to share our power with the students that come, join me and become a co-creator of a knowledge? And this requires a very different kind of pedagogical devices, though it was the dream and objective of the new education policy, and particularly the semesterization process, that the learning responsibility would be equally divided between the teachers and the students. It is not only the teacher who is solely responsible for teaching, but also a student will take 50% of the burden in learning and sharing. These days, sir, students are not coming to get education. They are coming to get learning and earn the recognition for that learning, which we call certificate or degree or other. But what missing from our part as a teachers is that we are not helping them learn. We are still feeling very contented by educating them. And education by following certain kind of steps, which we call education. So can teachers bring the critical perspective? Second, are teachers willing to take the role of psychodiagnosticians? It doesn't mean that I'm trying to sell psychology. It's as simple as that. Do I have the profile of the students in my head? Of course, this will not be possible when the teacher-student ratio is very high. If I'm handling a class of 150 students, I cannot have the psychological profile in which the preferred learning style of the students, the medium of instruction, the natural potential in the students, and what would be the most appropriate way of the content that I can give to the student, whether a student prefer learning. And learning styles for each student is very different. Someone prefers learning by listening. Someone prefers learning by reading. Someone by audiovisual material. And someone by action. These are the 4 learning styles which are being talked about. We hardly have created in a higher education system or repository of the data that will tell that the students coming here, this would be much easier national archive or the national data repository that we can create at the national level. So you need a workforce of this kind of profile. Colleges and educational institutions or this data center would be able to give you that kind of a detail that we have this many students. Psychodiagnostician, where I am able to do a profile, understand the capabilities, and accordingly position my learning inputs to cater and to suit the requirement of that particular student. Just a personal experience, I was visiting a US university last year, and I met Indian students, couple of Indian students. So I asked them, they were Delhi University students, I have taught them, they were doing their PhD. So they were very happy. So we were having, a good time with them. So I asked them, how do you differentiate between teaching here and there? It is not to say that the superiority, inferiority, I'm not putting into any kind of hierarchy. But there are certain beautiful things the students said. Sir, आप लोग पढ़ाने में बहुत मेहनत करते हैं. यहाँ पर हमसे मेहनत बहुत करवाई जाती है. That's the difference. इससे आप लोग बहुत मेहनत करते हैं क्लास में, बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ाते हैं, बोलते हैं, एनर्जी खर्च करते हैं, तैयारी करते हैं, पर यहाँ पे the same thing is shifted on us, the onus of learning and onus of responsibilities on us. So unless I am prepared to sit and attend into the class, right, and this requires for all the teachers to change the metaphor the students. So ask the student whose class is this, rather than they are telling that this is the AP sir's class or this is the SB ma'am class, they should learn to say this is my class with a particular teacher. But by and large, the student still say कि ये फलाने मैम की क्लास है, ये फलाने टीचर की क्लास है. मैं उनसे पूछता हूँ कि बच्चों तुम्हारी क्लास कब होगी? हमारी तो पिछले 4.5 साल से चल रही है. The psychologically speaking, mental metaphors also give information about the mindset, and therefore it's very important that the mindset, the learning ownership, the education ownership is also shifted, and this can be better facilitated if we start living the identity as a pedagogical person, as a psychodiagnostician. The third is that teachers as a reflective practitioners do that. Now, these are the things which require a bit of unlearning and a bit of relearning both, right? How I can be reflective practitioner by doing that into that. And the next point of identity, that am I actually as a teacher, educator, right, turning to be a situated learner within the community of practice? Can I situate also? If I'm invited to respond to a challenge, can I rise to the occasion? And this has come to me by a very difficult experience that I have undergone through. There was an international conference for teaching and training the Anganwadi workers when the new program was launched by the government. So I went, and in the same kind of a seminar hall, I gave a very fiery speech that what can be done. The organizer of the program said, "Professor, I am very impressed by your skill of oratory. Can you come and take the responsibility of training these Anganwadi workers?" I said, "No, that's not my job." Then he said, "Whose job is this?" I said, "That's the point." He said, "I invite you and also challenge you to translate all your ideas and take that how teachers in higher education system who are speaking English, teaching to a well-educated student coming from a background, if you are given the responsibility of training the Anganwadi workers in their skills, or the newly formulated Panchayati Raj when it came as a result of 73rd constitutional amendment. So the new punch, women punch, which are coming from the tribal area, can you teach them certain kind of behavioral skills? Can you teach them the constitutionally enshrined duties and responsibilities to these Anganwadi workers? Can you teach them to conduct group meetings, collect public opinions, convert it into some kind of a meaningful policy statement? So that will be real input coming to us and will make a difference. I said, "I don't know." He said, "Then your all words are sounding very hollow and you guys are very hypocritical." He said very hurting things to me. And in the younger days, you take it more upon, because you already suffer a lot of your own anxiety and security in the younger days. And I was remembering I was just 27, 28 years old. I said, "Why not? Give me some time. Let me think about it. And then I think I can take it up." And while translating all those ideas, and that's the example I'm giving of the situated learner. When I went to train this, tribal women punch who had come to Bhopal from the area of Bastar, and 27 of them were sitting in the room, in a U-shaped room, all chairs and others, out of which 17 women have a ghungat. Their faces are not available to me. So I said, "आपको मालूम है कि आप यहाँ क्यों आए हैं?" तो आप सोचिए कि 17 घूंघट दाएं से बाएं और बाएं से दाएं घूम रहे थे. And they were saying, "No, they don't know what for they are here." I was asked by some government officials, and therefore we have come here. I said, "Oh my God, how I'm going to talk?" At that time there was a transparency system, not the PowerPoint system. So I had prepared a lot of transparencies in a good Hindi and other. This will not work. Now the challenge was I had to teach them the community participation, conducting meetings, all those fundamentals of duties, their rights, connecting with the different medical and paramedical forces which are working there, taking care of the expecting mothers and other kind of agenda. I said, "How do I do that?" So after struggling for 40-45 minutes, I feel that I am banging on a wall and nothing is getting inside. So I told the organizer of this seminar, "Please cancel the session and give me a return ticket. I want to go back to Delhi." He said, "Sir, aise nahi chalega. They have come here for 3 days and you are the lead facilitator at the national level, you will have to do it." So I said, "Okay, extend the break." And then I sat all alone in the room and started thinking what I ultimately want to connect, tell them, the students. And I said, "Okay, I think I can you arrange a video camera and a small TV monitor, right? They said, yes, that can be arranged. I said, remove the chairs, let's put a dari on the floor, and we'll all sit around into dari and talk to them. And then I started thinking of a task into a smaller group. तो 5-5 का group उनको बनाया और मैंने कहा, think of a problem that you had been dealing in the last month. So someone has got ill, and now how they are trying to say continuous vomiting, indigestions and loose motions were taking place to a small child. What did you do when the person approached you? Someone's daughter ran away with another person's boy. Then how did you handle that social and cultural situations? And I say that 15 minutes you will conduct a meeting, and then I had a video shoot of that, and this was again displayed on the TV. Believe me, all ghungats were taken away, and the energy level in the room was suddenly gone high, and culling out data from the same experiences, I started making my points afresh, and I had removed my transparency. So I had to write transparencies immediately then and there. And this was the example I was giving of the situated learner in the community of practice. We are very good in terms of telling all those, but what kind of twists and turns the cognitive learning gives. And I think Professor Avinash is sitting here, who is running a very wonderful center, accelerator center, where a lot of these practices of translating things into products and other kinds of realities are being struggled every day. Perhaps you would be able to throw more light in this. So this is the one challenge. And finally, teachers will also have to live the identity as an assessor of organizational quality, efficiency, and delivery of services to agreed and imposed standards by the institutions. Most of us already live this identity. Course पढ़ा दिया, इम्तिहान करा दिया, paper बना दिया, evaluation कर दिया. My job is that kind of a. So that in addition to this identity, I think the earlier 4 identities for doing the pedagogical devices, it require a bit of learning, which also require a bit of head scratching. But I think it would be possible to translate all those things into kind of translating the core values of the new education policy into some kind of a practice. This is very important part of the pedagogical devices, because this identity within us as a teacher are very critical, right? So it requires us to move from the person who is educating and disseminating knowledge to also a person who is taking the role of a mentoring. And I think many Malviya Center and Malviya missions in different colleges are taking up the idea of mentoring. But I think mentoring as a fundamental skills, counseling as a fundamental skill to all students must be made available to all the teachers, not only for dealing with the students in education, but also to deal with the agenda of their personal and social life, cultural life. The counseling skills are very critical and important, because at least, so you can see that in the whole policy there is a high degree of emphasis on the humanistic orientation of the education, how we can create a better human being, and also to improve the social concerns. I am sometimes get scared when we say that we have to do a lot of skilling and we will have to do a lot of employment oriented courses. That's very fine. I'm not saying that it should not be done. But why we always have to look up to the industry to reposition ourselves to remain relevant? Why can't we take the leadership as it is done in the best practices of the institutions like Harvard, Princeton, and many other, where we become leaders and market become follower? So we are able to provide them the necessary kind of input, and all those which is happening into the good practices. Artificial intelligence has not come into the world of practice, might has come into the laboratory of some scientist, computer laboratory. And now the rest of the market is following that. So can we be that kind of leadership in the higher education system? Let's do it. Like when we say that, individual assessment can be done, because psychometrics give us that kind of competence. He said, which students is interested in paper pencil test? But most of these students are interested in playing games, video games. So can a video game be created based on that kind of a thing? And I started looking into the literature for, building my research repository, I found that already they have done and they have developed certain kind of video game to measure the big 5 personality tools, as psychology colleagues and a student know it. So I said, why can't it be done by creating more culturally appropriate video games, multi-level video games, by which the individual assessment can be done, and a student wants made, before entering into orientation class, your profile is prepared and you can play it on your mobile game, and the data is submitted, a profiling is being done based on that, and you also know that these are my strength, and based on my strength, my academic inputs are going to come. And so I am not only another student in the college or in the institution, but also I am the student who is known, recognized for the special capabilities that I bring on the table. There's a difference, right? Saying a student, you are very lucky to get admission in Gargi College. We all say that. But day should come when the Gargi College feel that they are lucky to have such a good set of students. So this bidirectionality should be there, and I think the Government of India program, the new education policy framework with added on pedagogical identities of the teachers, where we become the critical reflectors, psychodiagnosticians, right? Of course, with bringing lot more, not only as a service provider, only a service provider, and meeting the standards of the institutions, that's in any way, they are part of the job. It is written in our job conditions. I think looking these possibilities, it can be suggested that mentoring, counseling skills, assessments, and some of these things that need to be brought beside changing the metaphors of the mind. Because as a psychologist, if you want to bring in a change, we say that first change the metaphors, which these days are called narratives, right? How to bring the narrative. So I think a very different kind of a narrative need to be weaved into our day-to-day conversation related to the teaching, learning practices, and I think this will at least offer a promise. I'm sure it's not delusional promise, but certainly a promise that yes, something can be done, because I see a possibility, at least in Delhi University, College University, I see a possibility that this can be done, because the behavioral skills training and the labs I have run, and the Gargi College is one of the early practitioners of this kind of a thing. With these words, I again thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Professor Avinash C. Pandey for his talk. Professor Pandey.
This one.
Dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Sakshi ji, Shri Tiwari ji, Professor Anand Prakash, Professor Vimal, and Professor Manisha Priyam ji, distinguished academicians in the auditorium. You have heard Professor Prakash and Shri Tiwari ji. Professor Prakash has given the behavioral aspect, his personal experiences with what he had with Anganwadis. So when we talk about the policy, there are many challenges, and especially teaching, learning, research. So what are those challenges, what are the advantages, what our country has, and how we are going to move forward. I'll try to touch upon some of the things. इसको पहले उस पर डिस्प्ले करिए. So, Professor Prakash gave psychological perspective. Why we exist? तो थोड़ा सा छोटा सा कमर्शियल ब्रेक है. हम जहाँ जाते हैं पहले अपने संस्थान के बारे में 2-3 स्लाइड बताते हैं कि what for we are. Why? Because science communication in our country is very poor. और आज भी हमको लोग बॉम्ब फैक्ट्री के नाम से जानते हैं. तो जब इलाहाबाद में हम पढ़ते थे तो वहाँ पर एक कुटीर उद्योग था. सर आप MSME में भी थे, तो वहाँ पर सुतली बम मोहल्ले मोहल्ले में बनता था. तो मुझे लगा कि हमको यहीं इलाहाबाद से सुतली बम से उठ के ये बड़े सारे बम न्यूक्लियर बम में आना पड़ा. Reason being कि we do not know the beauty of the accelerators which we have and how they can be utilized for variety of purposes. आज हम बात करते हैं सेमीकंडक्टर बस की, और why skilling is important and should be embedded into higher education, क्योंकि हम सब कुछ जो पढ़ते हैं वो किताब में. अभी आपसे MSc फिजिक्स कर लिया आपने और कोई पूछे कि वो जब बल्ब बदल दो या छोटी सी प्रॉब्लम होगी उसके लिए आप भाग के जाएंगे कहीं पर. दैट स्किल शुड ऑलवेज बी देयर. वाई दिस स्किलिंग इज इम्पॉर्टेंट बिसाइड्स मैनी अदर थिंग्स. सो दिस इफ यू हैपन टू पास थ्रू दैट अरुणा आसफ अली मार्ग जो आपका IIT दिल्ली JNU के बीच से रास्ता जाता है, तो ये कुछ लोगों को तो पानी की टंकी लगता है, लेकिन है क्या ये? तो आप इसको जरा क्लिक करिए. आपने सबने नाम सुना होगा सर्न का, जिनेवा में एक फैसिलिटी है. तो हमारी फैसिलिटी ये वाली है जिसमें कि कोई चीज़ रखा हुआ है और उसको आप गोली मारते हैं. और वहाँ वाली फैसिलिटी क्या है कि दो तरफ से लोग चल के आते हैं और उसके बाद टकराते हैं. दैट इज़ कोलाइडर एंड माई फैसिलिटी इज़ एक्सेलरेटर. और बचपन से हम लोग यही सीखते आए कि कोई भी, जैसे हम लोग बड़े हुए तो पहले अपने हाथ की सामर्थ्य नापते हैं कि कोई चीज़ हाथ में खिलौना भी मिला तो कितनी दूर तक उसको फेंका जाए. तो वही काम हम यहाँ करते हैं. वॉट एवर एनर्जी वी कैन प्रोवाइड, नॉट टू द टॉय, टू द स्मॉलेस्ट पार्टिकल, and how that interacts with the material. It may be biological material, it may be your physical material, and then we study that processes. और अगर आप देखें तो ये एक बड़ा सा वट वृक्ष है जिसमें कि कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं है जो कि आप एक्सेलरेटर से नहीं करते हों. और आने वाले दिनों में जब ये 5C डोमिनेट करेंगे, 5C में कई C तो चले गए हैं. जैसे पहले कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज़ हुआ करता था, कॉलेरा, कार्डियोवैस्कुलर डिजीज़, कार एक्सीडेंट, और चौथा C का कैंसर आने वाला है, बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ेगा, और क्लाइमेट चेंज. तो कैंसर का ट्रीटमेंट हेड्रॉन थेरेपी, अभी इसी वर्ष जो प्रौद्योगिकी दिवस था उस पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसकी घोषणा की कि हम लोग हेड्रॉन थेरेपी लाएंगे. हेड्रॉन थेरेपी इज़ बेस्ड ऑन एक्सेलरेटर. और हम अपने बच्चों को, विशेष करके जो यूज़र्स हैं, उनसे बात करते हुए बताना पड़ता है, उनको बताना पड़ता है शिक्षा में हम लोग क्यों सीखना चाहते हैं, क्यों ये करना चाहते हैं. तो उसके पीछे पृष्ठभूमि होनी चाहिए. तो रिवार्ड जब तक नहीं है तब तक कोई पढ़े लिखेगा नहीं, ये भी एक कठिनाई है. तो बताना पड़ता है कि हर 2.5 साल 3 साल पर एक नोबेल प्राइज़ मिलता है दोज हु वर्क अराउंड एक्सेलरेटर्स. So over a period of 70 years, about 24 Nobel Prizes have been given. And if you talk about the uses, तो आपने नाम सुना होगा चंद्रयान 1, 2, 3, गगनयान, नाविक. जो भी सैटेलाइट हम भेजते हैं उसका परीक्षण पहले हम करते हैं, क्योंकि इन स्पेस दैट इज़ ऑल बम्बार्डेड बाय cosmic rays. So if the electronics in form of camera, in form of sensor, if it is going to fail, entire of your effort will go wasted, right? So that is first tested here, and when it is proven that this will long last, at least for the life which is planned, then it is sent to satellite. The other important thing which we are involved, we are adding up geochronology facility in which you can dating कर सकते हैं, और dating not limited only to carbon, you can go to million and billion years. और अभी हाल में एक ऐसा कुछ हम लोगों के को एविडेंस मिला है कि जिससे पता चलता है कि जो मानव सभ्यता है वो 5000 साल नहीं बल्कि 10,000 साल से पहले की है. We have got fossilized food grains at one place, so we are studying that. And if it comes, then definitely it will revolutionize the thinking of how this society evolved. So that is another part which we do regularly. और अगर किसी को डेट चाहिए तो you can come. So dating is also one facility which we have. So these are the cherished ideals of national education policy, in which we talk about holistic, futuristic, flexibility and value-based quality higher education. And the challenges are many, like the access is there, how to make it accessible, what will be the equity, affordability, accountability, and the biggest problem is again quality. इतना सब करने के बाद भी क्या हम लोग कट थ्रोट कॉम्पिटिशन के लिए लोगों को तैयार कर रहे हैं, या उनको ह्यूमन बीइंग बना रहे हैं, या उनको रोबो बना रहे हैं? ये भी हमारे साथ चैलेंज रहता है. तो उनके अंदर वो अच्छे लोग हों, थॉटफुल हों, और केवल उनका मैं की परिभाषा मैं तक सीमित ना हो कर के उनके परिवार से भी बियॉन्ड जाए, समाज, देश और वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, जो आपने G20 में जिसको आपने हाईलाइट करके देखा. तो ये कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग की बात हो, एथिकल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज़ की बात हो, इंटेलेक्चुअल क्यूरियोसिटी की बात, ये सारी चीज़ें लानी हैं. तो प्रोफेसर प्रकाश कह रहे थे कि हम लोग मैडम की क्लास है, सर की क्लास है, स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक क्लास कब बनेगी और कब हम सीखना चाहेंगे? तो इसमें तमाम डिमेंशंस हैं, सब पर हम बात नहीं करेंगे. आपका ध्यान आकृष्ट करते हैं, और हमारे पास 2 और प्रखर वक्ता यहाँ पर उपलब्ध हैं, वो आपको मेस्मराइज करेंगे अपनी बातों से. तो इसके पहले ही हम लोगों को मौका दे दिया गया कि अपना बात करके आराम से पहले निकल लीजिए. तो देयर आर मैनी इश्यूज़. पहले क्या था कि हमने कंपार्टमेंटलाइज कर रखा था कि ये वाला फिजिक्स पढ़ेगा, ये केमिस्ट्री पढ़ेगा, वो संस्कृत पढ़ेगा, वो संस्कृत जो पढ़ेगा वो इसको नहीं जानेगा. इस तरह से डिवाइड कर रखा था डोमेन को. वी आर in this policy envisaging that there may not be, must not be any hard separation. और हार्ड सेपरेशन जैसे कर देते हैं तो जो रियल प्रॉब्लम है, रियल प्रॉब्लम का सोल्यूशन डज नॉट लाई विद वन डोमेन ऑफ एक्सपर्टाइज. इट लाइज एट द इंटरफेस ऑफ मैनी डिसिप्लिन्स. तो प्रोफेसर कलाम कहते थे कि स्मार्ट कन्वर्जेंस की बात होनी चाहिए, जहाँ पर IT, BT, CT, NT सब मिल जाए. इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, ये सारी कुछ जहाँ मिलता है वहाँ से हम प्रॉब्लम का शुरुआत कर सकते हैं, उनका समाधान ढूंढने में. साथ ही साथ लोगों ने आपने सुना फ्लेक्सिबल लर्निंग की बात है, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग की बात है, और डाइवर्सिटी और लोकल कंटेक्स्ट बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. क्योंकि अगर हम आंगनवाड़ी के उन महिलाओं की समस्याएं नहीं सॉल्व कर सकते तो हमारे हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस के जो प्रोडक्ट हैं वो तो 500 फॉर्च्यून कंपनीज़ के CEO हैं, वो वर्ल्ड बैंक से लेकर के सब वहाँ संभाल रहे हैं. यहाँ कौन संभालेगा? इनको भी तो हमको इक्विप करना है. दोज हु आर कमिंग फ्रॉम स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़, फ्रॉम द कॉलेजेस. चैलेंजेस में आप क्विकली देखिए, हमने एनविसेज किया है कि हमारे पास मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन हो. तो हमने एक बार ऐसे ही डेटा खोजा, तो डेटा में मुझे लगा कि कुल 600-700 कॉलेजेस, इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऐसे होंगे जिनमें वो सारी चीज़ें होंगी कि उनमें डिपार्टमेंट 5 से, फैकल्टी 5 से ज़्यादा हो, स्टूडेंट 3000 से ज़्यादा हों, टीचर्स 200 से ज़्यादा हों, बाकी सब स्टैंड एलोन मोनोडिसिप्लिन इंस्टीट्यूशंस की भरमार. और उसमें भी इफ़ यू लुक एट द कॉम्पोजिशन, तो हमारे यहाँ एक प्रथा थी कि कोई लॉ कॉलेज है, अच्छा कर रहा है, उसको लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी बना दो. अब हम लोग सोच रहे हैं कि सारी चीज़ें सब कुछ, सबको, बच्चों को सब कुछ मिलना चाहिए. दैट इज़ अनदर चैलेंज विच इज़ कमिंग अप. GER is another challenge. GER is also having, if you look at social strata, women, region-wise, you'll find much of variation. And if you compare with the BRICS country, again we are falling short. सो हाउ टू इम्प्रूव GER, और तिवारी साहब बात कर रहे थे कि स्किलिंग में हम कितने लोगों का कितना परसेंटेज बढ़ाएंगे, वो एक दूसरी चैलेंज है। इसी के साथ में जो प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं और जो अन्य प्रकार के जो मैनेजमेंट के इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं उनकी संख्या, एक्रेडिटेशन की बात अगर करें तो एक्रेडिटेशन में भी NAAC से एक्रेडिटेड कॉलेजेस मिनिमल हैं, दे डोंट कम फॉरवर्ड। सो हाउ कैन वी मेक uniform standard if we have a benchmark? That is another challenge. So there are many issues, and if I talk about publications or patent, we fall short. If I compare with the counterparts China, US, हम लोग बहुत दूर हैं, चाहे वो फंडिंग हो R&D में हो, चाहे वो कोई भी सोर्सेस हो, वहाँ पर हमको कठिनाई हो रही। और ये सारी चीज़ें टीचिंग, लर्निंग, रिसर्च का पार्ट है। हमने जो आपको सेंटर दिखाया वो जब बना था तो 2 फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चंस थे, दार्शनिक प्रश्न थे कि शून्य क्या है, अनंत क्या है। शून्य के लिए हम लोग यहाँ आए दिल्ली में, और अनंत के लिए ब्रह्मांड का विस्तार क्या है, पुणे में जाकर के आयु का बनाया। इस तरह के सेंटर्स पहले सोचा गया था कि देश में कई जगहों पर होंगे। रिसोर्सेज शेयरिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट हो कि आप एक संस्था बना दीजिए, 1 नेशन 1 डेटा की बात हो, 1 नेशन 1 सब्सक्रिप्शन की बात हो। वी आर स्ट्रगलिंग नाउ to make available all the facilities to every student across the country. That is again a challenge. So if I talk about access, if I talk about equity, these are the things by which we are sometimes challenged. और इसी के साथ सबसे बड़ी कठिनाई और है डिसरप्शंस। बहुत तेज़ी से डिसरप्शंस आ रहे हैं। पहले जब फर्स्ट इंडस्ट्रियल रिवोल्यूशन हुआ था, लंबे समय तक, 1.5 शताब्दी तक चला। दूसरा थोड़ा श्रिंक किया, तीसरा थोड़ा श्रिंक किया, और चौथा जो आज यहाँ खड़े हैं, जिसको हम साइबर फिजिकल सिस्टम कहते हैं, वो भी एक पीक की तरह है, और तब तक कोई दूसरा कुछ आ जाएगा। हम अपने बच्चों को, और ये जो शिक्षा नीति है उसके समक्ष चुनौती के साथ में एक यक्ष प्रश्न भी है कि उनको हम कैसे लर्न कराएं, रीलर्न कराएं, अनलर्न कराएं, जिससे कि ये डिसरप्शंस आएँ, उन डिसरप्शंस को वो समय से हैंडल कर सकें, और उनकी एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी एक बात, उनकी रेलेवेंस, हाउ वी कैन मेक द लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग पॉसिबल। और इसी में कठिनाई आपके सामने अभी बात हो रही थी, IoT, बिग डेटा, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। और पॉलिसी लोग कुछ पढ़ के आते हैं, साहब बताइए कि हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कहाँ पढ़ाएं सोशियोलॉजी में। तो थोड़ा धैर्य रखिए, उसका भी आपको उपाय मिलेगा। ये चैलेंजेस के तौर पर है, लेकिन उनका उपयोग आपको करना होगा। दूसरी बात, जो लर्नर है उसकी प्रोफाइल चेंज हो रही है। हमसे ज़्यादा वो टेक सेवी है, हमसे ज़्यादा उसके पास ऑल द इंफॉर्मेशन अवेलेबल एट हिज फिंगर टिप्स, राइट। फैमिली स्ट्रक्चर चेंज हो गया। जब हम लोग तमाम चीज़ें अपने दादा दादी से सुन करके पढ़ के आते थे, अब यहाँ पर न्यूक्लियर स्ट्रक्चर में, एंड समटाइम्स सिंगल पेरेंट इज़ ऑल्सो देयर। दीज आर अगेन प्रॉब्लम। सो द चैलेंजेस लर्नर के साइड पर है। एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी स्किल्स, एज आई टोल्ड यू, टेक्नोलॉजी एडवांस कर रही है तो उसको लगातार बदल रहा है। और सबसे बड़ी बात, अगर आप थोड़ा सा स्कैन करिए, इतना सब पढ़ने के बाद एक अच्छा बच्चा जो IIT में पढ़ रहा हो, उसको 3-4 कॉल मिले, उसकी माँ पूछे कब तुम्हारी नौकरी लग रही है, बहन पूछे कब नौकरी लग रही है, पिताजी पूछे तुमने तो अभी तक जॉब ही नहीं की, तुम्हारे बगल वाला पड़ोस वाला लड़का यहीं पर किसी कॉलेज में था, उसकी जॉब लग गई, जॉब उससे वो हैंग कर लेता है अपने को। तो लाइफ स्किल्स, केवल कुछ डिग्री अर्न कर लेना ही पर्याप्त है, या हमको उन चुनौतियों से सामना करना भी सीखना चाहिए? ये सारी चीज़ें। फिर अभी तक हम लोग 3 स्किल्स पर, और दैट फॉर्मेट वाज वेरी सॉर्ट ऑफ फिक्स्ड। रोट लर्निंग है, सबको पता है कि ये चीज़ें आनी है, उतना पढ़ना है, उतना लिखना है, और टीचर्स भी उसी तरह से आपको इवेल्युएट करेंगे। फिक्स्ड फॉर्मेट ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी था। तो जो बहुत अच्छे लोग होते थे, मेमोराइज करते थे, समझते थे, वो सिविल सर्विसेज में चले जाते थे, बाकी इस तरह से अपना प्रोफाइल चुनते थे। तो जो 3 कॉम्पिटेंसीज थीं, जिसमें कि आप रिमेंबरिंग, अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड सम एप्लीकेशन, that is now considered lower competencies. We have to inculcate and develop how we can have this higher level of competencies in which we can create, creativity, सर्जनशीलता जो मनुष्य का स्वभाव है, उसको कैसे हम लोग जिंदा रखें, that is another challenge which need to be understood. और एडवांटेजेस तो बहुत हैं, वो सब आप पढ़ते होंगे। और उन एडवांटेजेस में एडवांटेज इंडिया की बात आप करिए तो देयर मेनी पैरामीटर्स ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ विच वी कैन कंसीडर आवरसेल्व्स, वेयर द एम्प्लॉयमेंट की बात हो, कंजम्पशन की बात हो, अगर आप वर्किंग पॉपुलेशन, सर भी बता रहे थे तिवारी साहब की किस तरह से हमारे पास वर्किंग पॉपुलेशन है, स्किलिंग की आवश्यकता कहाँ पड़ेगी। हम लोग यंग नेशन इन टर्म्स ऑफ डेमोग्राफी है, नॉट इन टर्म्स ऑफ आवर एक्सिस्टेंस। सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द थिंग्स। एंड अगर आप देखिए तो सबसे ज़्यादा डिजिटल लिटरेसी अगर कहें और डिजिटली मेच्योर इकोनॉमी वी हैव बिकम। अभी भी बाहर जाइए तो वहाँ पर हाथ से लिख के उनको सर्टिफिकेट मिलता सैनिटेशन का, जब आप वैक्सीनेशन कराते थे। यहाँ इनॉकुलेट नहीं हुए, घर से बाहर निकले, सेंटर से आपके पास मोबाइल पर एक SMS आ गया एंड यू गॉट योर वैक्सीनेशन सर्टिफिकेट। सो वी आर डिजिटली मेच्योर। रोड मैप इज़ अगेन मेनी टारगेट्स आर देयर, और इनमें जो टारगेट्स पहले इस पर हम दिखा रहे हैं वो तो हम लोग कुछ हद तक कर सकेंगे, और कठिनाइयाँ वहाँ भी है। इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन, अच्छे बच्चों को जो जिनका फॉरेन का डेस्टिनेशन बन चुका है उनको हम कैसे रिटेन कर सकें, इंटरनेशनल फैकल्टी हमारे पास कैसे आ सकें, ग्लोबल आउटरीच हमारा क्या हो, अपने कैंपसेस बाहर खुलें। I had several opportunity to work in many committees as a chairman, as a member, for off campuses, for multiple entry exit, for PhD regulations, for NHEQF, many such things. And we closely watch that if we come out with the ideal solution, then it is again need to get percolated into the system. So they should understand why and how we are going to implement. आप NRF की बात करिए, we have come out, और हमने आपको उसका इंडिकेट किया कि कितनी फंडिंग R&D कहाँ है और कहाँ पर कठिनाई आ रही है। अब आ जाइए, कुछ चीज़ें हैं जो कि हम लोग बहुत ब्रीफली, सब आपके मन में है, ये 2 वर्ष से ये इसके बारे में बात चल रही है। होलिस्टिक मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन की बात करें तो क्यूरिकुलम को आपको रिवैम्प करना पड़ेगा। और जिस पेडागोजी की बात हो रही है यहाँ पर, हमारा शिक्षण जिसके बारे में प्रोफेसर प्रकाश भी बता रहे थे, पद्धति बदलनी है, शिक्षण की पद्धति, असेसमेंट का तरीका बदलना है। अभी जो रोट लर्निंग के बाद हम साल भर बाद 2 साल बाद आपकी मेमोरी चेक करते थे, के बजाय फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट होना चाहिए। और स्टूडेंट सपोर्ट, इफ सपोज somebody is slow learner, it does not mean that he does not have that kind of skills or that kind of intellect. He should not get dropped while having a journey with you. How we have to have ये चैलेंज। आप साइकोलॉजिकल बैटरीज की बात कर रहे थे, 1980s में जब कोठारी कमीशन आया था तो उसमें भी एक जगह लिखा था कि हम लोग सिविल सर्वेंट्स बनाएंगे, इससे इस तरीके से लाएंगे, 3 स्टेज का टेस्ट होगा, और साइकोलॉजिकल बैटरीज, वो बैटरीज आज तक दिखाई नहीं पड़ती। अब इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स आ गए, उसकी बैटरी की हम चिंता कर रहे हैं, नॉट साइकोलॉजिकल बैटरीज। सो दीज आर चैलेंजेस विच वी हैव टू हैव। We have, in policy, we have said that what to think is not important, how to think is going to be important, and then ideology has to change. Higher order of thinking, which I have already explained, inquiry, discovery, solving problem, critical thinking, evaluation and assessment, reform. अब कठिनाई संख्या जहाँ पर सीमित हो, अगर हम US में जाके पढ़ें तो वहाँ पर एक शिक्षक पर शिक्षार्थी 5 हैं। वहाँ पर हम आपको सारी लिबर्टी देते हैं, घर से लिख के ले आओ, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग अप्रोच रखो, जहाँ चाहते हो कर लो, ऑल द पॉसिबिलिटीज़ आर देयर। बट इन आवर केस सेमेस्टर सिस्टम, इवन कंटिन्यूअल असेसमेंट ऑफ ए स्टूडेंट बिकम्स अ चैलेंज व्हेन द क्लास साइज इज़ मोर देन 80। और आप ये डिस्पैरिटी टीचर टॉट रेशियो का इज़ अक्रॉस द कंट्री। आई ऑल्सो स्टडीड एंड आई केम आउट विद ए प्लान, लेकिन वो कठिनाई थी कि वो कहीं टेलीग्राफ में छप गया, कहीं कहीं छप गया। हाउ टू मेंटेन अ काइंड ऑफ बैलेंस सो दैट वी कैन एक्चुअली इम्प्लीमेंट इन इट्स ट्रू लेटर इन स्पिरिट, इसको हम कर सकें। तो ये जो 3 बात हम कर रहे थे आपको कि ये जो शुरू के जो लोअर लेवल ऑफ कॉम्पिटेंसीज हैं उनके बजाय एनालाइजिंग, इवेल्युएटिंग एंड क्रिएटिंग पर ध्यान दें। दीज आर द हायर लेवल ऑफ कॉम्पिटेंसीज। ये क्यों आवश्यक है, आपका ध्यान यहाँ भी जाता होगा कि जो बच्चा बहुत पढ़ने में ठीक है, समझ में आ गया, उसको अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, तो कितना भी कठिन पर्चा बनाइए वो पास होता है। और जिसने नहीं पढ़ा है तो आप कितना भी सरल पर्चा बनाएंगे वो फेल होगा। लेकिन सबसे जो चौथा क्वाड्रेंट है कि वो जानता भी नहीं है, उसके बाद भी एक उसको ज़बरदस्ती एक कागज़ का टुकड़ा पकड़ा देते हैं। एंड दिस 50% इज़ I am modest to say, but in many of the places, you come from graduate to postgraduate to PhD without having any qualitative change. So that is again a problem with the system. How to handle that kind of problem, that is another problem. जो multidisciplinarity है, which is we have already talked about, and it is your purview in academic council you will take, but the progress from monodiscipline to multidiscipline to interdisciplinary studies and to transdisciplinary studies, उसके बाद भी न्यू डिसिप्लिनरी, क्योंकि जैसे ही आप प्रॉब्लम ओरिएंटेड होंगे, प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करना चाहेंगे, एक डिसिप्लिन पर्याप्त नहीं होगा. तो कितना मिक्सचर है, वो एम्बेडेड है, बिल्कुल होमोजीनियस है या अलग अलग है, दैट ऑल डिफाइंस हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू हैव multidisciplinary, inter or trans. So I am not going to go into more details about this. So in LOCF, the learning outcome framework, I guess you have already followed. You have come out with the program outcome, CEO, PEO, many things are there which you have already gone through. Whether you have understood or not, whether you have thought about how this could be implemented, ये शायद मुझे लगता है कि हम सभी एजुकेटर्स हैं, हमके सबके लिए चैलेंज है. और कभी कोई पूछना पड़ता है कि आप ठीक है, आप अंग्रेजी पढ़ाते हैं, तो चलिए बताइए कि आपने हक्सले को पढ़ाया तो उससे लर्निंग आउटकम क्या है. सिंपल सी बात है. व्हाट आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट इफ आई टेक ए क्लास, व्हाट विल बी द आउटकम विच आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग फ्रॉम माई स्टूडेंट. सो दैट वे वी हैव टू translate all those things. Assessment, I am not going to go in details because I have already referred that how this formative assessment is very important. We have to do away with the annual assessment or summative assessment, which was not serving the purpose. If I am talking about the higher competencies or higher learning skills, summative skill is always at the key. So LOCF, again, I am again going to Professor Prakash's example. हमको जो स्टूडेंट है, जो लर्नर है, उस पर सेंट्रिक होना पड़ेगा. उसकी जो चॉइस है, उसका टाइम और पेस है, उसका जो कौन सा क्रेडिट कितना वो झेल सकता है, ढो सकता है, बस्ता लाद देना अलग है और उसको दिमाग में उतार लेना और उसको इंटरनलाइज कर लेना, ये सारी चीज़ें बड़ी आपस में कनेक्टेड नहीं हैं. दे कैनॉट बी कंसिडर्ड एज इफ इट इज़ ऑल हैपनिंग ऑटोमेटिकली. द प्रॉब्लम्स ऑफ एडवांस लर्नर्स, दे गेट बोर्ड. इन माई क्लास अगर आप बैठे हैं, आपको सब पता है, तो लग रहा हो क्या बात कर रहे हैं इनको, तो सब ही इज़ रिपीटिंग. Otherwise, some of the people who do not understand my words, because there is a cognitive disability also, if I talk something in a different fashion, he is not well aware of my terminology, he will be disconnected. So, sandwich program की बात हो, slow learner के लिए बात हो, opportunity to learn foreign languages की बात है, और हम बार बार हिंदी में बात कर रहे हैं, तो हमारे यहाँ वर्नाकुलर की बात चल रही है कि हम लोग, और होना भी चाहिए कि प्रारंभिक अवस्था तक आप वर्नाकुलर में सीखिए, क्योंकि आप सपने देखते हैं, आप अपनी बात करते हैं, आप किसी पर नाराज़ होते हैं तो उसको अपशब्द भी कहते हैं, तो वो अंग्रेजी में नहीं कहते हैं, हिंदी में, अपनी भाषा में जिसमें है. तो अगर विचार आपके मन में, आपके भाषा में आ रहे हैं, तो क्यों ना हम उन विचारों को समृद्ध होने का अवसर दें. दैट इज़ अनदर important perspective when we go for vernacular. Then enriching the curriculum is also important. Enriching the curriculum का मतलब हम लोगों की काफ़ी जद्दोजहद हुई जब 4 ईयर डिग्री प्रोग्राम कर रहे थे, खास करके दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के लोगों के साथ कि साहब हम तो क्रेडिट हमने घटाया, कहा हमारा तो स्टैंडर्ड घट जाएगा कि अगर हम क्रेडिट घटा देंगे. सोचने का पर्सपेक्टिव है, आप कम पढ़ाइए लेकिन अच्छे से पढ़ाइए, स्पेस दीजिए जिससे कि वह उसको समझ सके, उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर सके, बजाय इसके कि आपने 300 क्रेडिट 500 क्रेडिट डाल दिया. दैट विल नॉट सर्व द पर्पज़. तो वी हैव टू थिंक अबाउट दैट. आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स थिंकिंग तब होगी ना जब उसके पास दिमाग में स्पेस बचेगा उन चीज़ों को समझ करके एम्प्लॉय करने का. ये महत्वपूर्ण है. और तभी वह उसको जा कर के स्टार्टअप, जो आज हम बात कर रहे हैं, रियल वर्ल्ड प्रॉब्लम्स का सोल्यूशन तभी ढूंढेगा जब उसको उन चीज़ों के बारे में अच्छे से समझ में आएगी. फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी पर भी हमने बात की, और हम चेयरमैन थे जब मल्टीपल एंट्री एग्जिट की बात हुई, तो वी ऑल्सो फाउंड दैट हाउ कैन अ पर्सन बी गिवन, अ स्टूडेंट कैन बी गिवन अ चॉइस, कब वो जा सकता है, कब वो आ सकता है. और आ सकता है, जा सकता है अपनी जगह पर हो. चॉइस ऑफ ब्रांचेस, क्यों आना जाना संभव है? एक तो आपके साथ कई कठिनाई आ जाए कि आप पढ़ाई छूट जाए, या फिर आप जॉब में चले जाएं, फिर से पढ़ना चाहें, तो वो अबाध रूप से आपकी वो पढ़ाई चलती रहे, इसके लिए अनिवार्य है। और साथ ही साथ कभी कभी आपको चाहते हैं कि हमको सीखना है, जो नियो डिसिप्लिनिटी की बात हम कर रहे थे, वहाँ पर you have to choose what is important for you and accordingly you go somewhere, earn credit, come to your own discipline and pursue. So that is another important thing. Increasing access में जहाँ तक हम बात कर रहे थे, यहाँ पर जो goals हैं, GER का, open learning की बात हो, online education की बात हो, blended learning की बात हो, या फिर जो concept है कि every district will have मेरू, लेकिन जहाँ आप ऑनलाइन में जाते हैं वहाँ पर सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन, क्लास में तो फिर भी आप हमको सुनना ही है। व्हेन इट कम्स टू ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन, इट इज़ ऑल डिपेंडेंट ऑन योर सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन। नहीं तो आपने स्विच ऑफ किया, आपका माइंड स्विच ऑफ हो गया, एंड देन यू आर, एंड द रिजल्ट्स ऑफ ईडेक्स, कोर्सेरा, पास परसेंटेज इज मच बिलो दैन द कन्वेंशनल क्लासेस. दैट मीन्स इज नॉट ईजी टू फॉलो द ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज एंड गेट द क्रेडिट्स, or you can earn credit from there. Equity, sir was talking twice about vocationalization of education. He has given many such things. What we have to do, practice based curriculum बनाना होगा, और जितने भी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं, लोकल अपॉर्चुनिटीज, जिससे कि वो जा कर के फील्ड ट्रेनिंग कर सके, उसको उसके साथ मैप कर दें हम लोग। और कोर्सेज जो भी हैं, जितने भी ऑफ़र को उन करें, उनमें उसका ये मोड वोकेशनल वाला पार्ट हमेशा होना चाहिए। साथ ही साथ जो नॉलेज डेवलपमेंट इंडियन पर्सपेक्टिव में, दैट शुड ऑल्सो बी गिवन इम्पॉर्टेंस, एंड NSQF इज स्ट्रगलिंग हार्ड. वी हैड अ वेरी हार्ड टाइम टू एडजस्ट द क्रेडिट्स. NHEQF, NSQF के साथ में वो कठिनाइयाँ थीं, और उन कठिनाइयों से हम लोग उबर के आ चुके हैं। प्रयास है कि एक फ्रेमवर्क आपके सामने आ जाए, और इसी क्रम में ये जो हमने जो गाइडलाइन का पार्ट है, देयर आर 3 वर्टिकल्स, वन इज़ वोकेशनल, वन इज़ स्किल, एंड थर्ड वन इज़ जनरल एजुकेशन. सो द चैलेंज हियर इज़ रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ प्रायर लैंग्वेज और लर्निंग, हाउ टू हैव ए क्वालिटी पैक. जैसे हम बता दें कि आपने इतना सीख लिया, आप इस लेवल पर आ गए, और आप नाउ यू कैन लैटरली मूव टू दिस वर्टिकल, another vertical, or to general education, or general education people can go and earn skill. So that is another challenge which we have to work out. Quality packs बनाना, recognize करना, जो आपका prior learning है, ये subjective है, और subject के साथ साथ बड़ा कठिन भी है इसको quantify करना, इनको credit में डालना. But definitely it will also come someday where this lateral movement will be a possibility. We look down at what? जो लोग वोकेशनल करते हैं, हमसे ज़्यादा उनको है, वो सब चीज़ें हाथ से कर सकते हैं, हमने किताबी ज्ञान रख रखा है, लेकिन हम टाई और कोट पहनने के हकदार हैं, नॉट दोज पीपल, बट दे आर द पीपल हु आर. हमारे यहाँ भी जैसे हम लोग इतना बड़ा एक्सीलरेटर चलाते हैं, तो जो लोग साइंटिस्ट हैं वो आकर के बना बनाए मिल जाए, लेकिन जो खाना कुक करता है उसको सब पता है कि कहाँ से कौन सी चीज़ कैसे लानी है. गिवन इम्पॉर्टेंस टू हूम, द पीपल हु आर एक्चुअली डूइंग from their hands, the skill is there. वो कॉन्सेप्ट बदलना पड़ेगा, और इस कॉन्सेप्ट को बदलने के लिए हमारे पास जो एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग का पार्ट है, हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस हो. जब आप करिकुलम बनाएं तो LPTC का ध्यान रखिए कि कितना लेक्चर होना चाहिए, कितना प्रैक्टिकल होना चाहिए, कितना ट्यूटोरियल होना चाहिए, इनका कॉम्पोजिशन क्या होना चाहिए, इंडस्ट्री की कनेक्टिविटी, सॉफ्ट स्किल्स कौन से आप रखें, computer programming, which is now again becoming important in terms of AI, IoT, etc. Innovation, entrepreneurship, student-centric learning, और soft skills देखिए तो तमाम बातें आएंगी. और last हम, this talk is little longer, but I'll conclude here. Technology is one such thing which we have to understand, and everybody has to emulate, उसको अपने अंदर ले आइए. नहीं तो क्या होगा, जैसे हमारे पास लोग एप्लीकेशन लिख के लाते थे कि सर आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट ऑन मंडे आई विल हैव फीवर, सो काइंडली सैंक्शन लीव. अब आते हैं वही लोग अच्छा सा लिख के कि बहुत बढ़िया. हमने पूछा भाई ये 4 दिन के अंदर ये इतनी बढ़िया अंग्रेजी कैसे लिखते हो? सर वो चैट जीपीटी, और उससे चैट जीपीटी आपके लिए भी, टीचर्स के लिए भी चैलेंज है, एंड ऑल्सो फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स. सो डोंट डिपेंड ऑन दोज, दैट ऑटोमेटिकली एंटर्स इनटू योर सिस्टम. आप मेल लिख रहे होते हैं, वो सजेस्ट करने लगता है कि ये करो, ये करो, स्पेल चेक तो ठीक था, ग्रामर चेक तो ठीक था, अब तो पूरा सेंटेंस ही बता के बदल देता है. तो अब आपके सामने क्या है कि आईसीटी को आपको अच्छे से इंटीग्रेट करना है। जो लोग अभी नए नए घुस रहे हैं, जो लोग घुस चुके हैं, उनको कैसे उनको अप्लाई करना है, कैसे उसको इन्फ्यूज़ करना है और आगे चल के कैसे उसका यूज़ इस तरह से करना है कि अपने टीचिंग लर्निंग को आप ट्रांसफॉर्म कर दीजिए। और इसके तमाम स्टेजेस हैं विच वी कैन ऑलवेज फाइंड, बट देर आर चैलेंजेस ऑल्सो। एथिकल में जैसे आपने किया और उसने सजेस्ट किया, तो आपके पास वो इश्यूज आ जाएंगे, कभी कॉपीराइट के, कभी प्लेगरिज्म के, ये भी आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, विच इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सो आई विल stop here because we have got 2 other speakers, and these slides will be made available to you. We can always go through this. We can have some questions if you wish, otherwise at the end during the tea break we will have this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Avinash. Now I would like to invite Professor Bimal for her talk. I would like to tell one thing. Professor Bimal is our former student from physical sciences.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Very respected Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, Professor Anand Prakash ji, Professor Avinash Pandey ji, Professor Manisha Priyam ji, Professor Sashi Tyagi ma'am, who is chairing this bill, very respected Professor Sangeeta Bhatia, principal of this very esteemed institution, which I am proud to be a product of. And all dear colleagues here, some of them are from my own department, I can see, and most importantly, all my dear students who are attending. As a pleasant surprise, I thought the audience will be more of teachers, but then I think we are having future teachers here aspiring to be academicians, and I will wish that the bright scholars of you should aspire for this very good profession that we are blessed to be in. With these words, I will like to be focusing my presentation on the role of teachers in implementation of NEP 2020 and outcome-based education. Professor Avinash is told that it is a challenge, but I will say the challenge is the other way around, because already much part has been taken on this theme. And I will also do some marketing of my center. Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, that's how it was popularly known till now, is a center of Ministry of Education, Government of India, under Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching Scheme. Keeping the same logo, we are marching ahead, and now we are called as Guru Angad Dev Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, situated at my own prestigious institution where I am working, Shri Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College, a constituent college of University of Delhi. I pay my gratitude to my institution for providing me support in taking this national endeavor further. If we talk about the roles of teachers in higher education, there are two folds: dissemination of knowledge, where the teaching learning comes, and creation of new knowledge, where the research comes. I will not dwell mainly into the research part here, but focus more on the teaching learning. But I will like to mention that research is very important activity in higher education, and that is how it makes it different from the school education. But if we talk about the quality of research, which Professor Avinash also mentioned, that we have so many challenges in terms of the number of publications and the quality of publications, I think if we have to improve upon the research, the role of education system is very, very important. So, in the light of NEP 2020, which is looking into the quality assurance in all the front, As teachers and as students, you also should know what are your roles. We have to be restructuring our courses from the overall credit framework. So some part I will focus here. Going narrow down to the curriculum and courses which have to be aligned to the outcome-based education, the COPO mapping. The teaching learning methodologies have to be ICT empowered. We have to be adopting blended learning in the face-to-face scenario university, and purely online also is coming. But the blended learning or online learning cannot be done without having good quality e-content. So that we all have to be preparing ourselves, and the assessment methods have to be multiple. They have to be technology and scientifically empowered. And then we have to do the gap analysis and periodic review, taking inputs from industry, society, and market requirements, so that we can again devise all these things for the next batch, and it has to be a continuous process. Not only a continuous process, I will say each teacher has to be continuously preparing himself or herself. So we talk about continuous capacity building of teachers. Very briefly, I will touch upon the first point, overall credit framework. As already mentioned by Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji also, that we have National Credit Framework, and under this ambit where it is covering both the school education and higher education, UGC has come out with National Higher Education Qualification Framework. I'll request each of the teacher to go through this detail given in this document. And it talks about the implementation of NEP in terms of how the flexibility and mobility can be provided, and also how the equivalence between the general education and vocational education can be achieved. Along with that, the multiple entry and the multiple exit option, which will be available to all the students. And we are talking about broad-based, multidisciplinary, holistic education. Document talks about that, but who will work to achieve in each and every classroom? It is you, the teachers, and the students. And while designing these combinations, we have to guide our students that what imaginative and need-based curricular structures can be evolved with providing creative combination of subjects and disciplines for preparing our students for the job which is not existing right now. We have to be aware about how the credit points, credit levels have been defined, and accordingly, we have to be designing the depth of the so-called syllabi. And as rightly said by Anand Prakash sir, the syllabi complete ho gaya and we are happy, but actually not. The syllabi has to be made less burdening but yet modern. Credit definition, I will like to focus your point on, given in this document, which talks about the outcome-based education and the need for assessment reforms. Credits are a function of achieving the desired learning outcomes for a program or course or training determined by the successful assessment. And I am sharing this, I have analyzed many curriculum. The so-called learning outcomes are just made up as points from the existing syllabi. That is not the way to go ahead. One credit has been now redefined as 30 notional learning hours, not the teaching hours. And what these learning hours will include, both the curricular and also the extracurricular and co-curricular components, which I think beautifully in one slide, Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji has mentioned that not only these conventional, but we'll also have to be looking into experiential learning, even celebration of festivals, other contents, events, competitions, sports, games, physical activity, self-defense classes, value education classes, life skills-based education, employability skills, social or community work, environment-related or gender sensitization, to name a few. Vocational education, field visits, projects, industry attachments, internships, apprenticeship hours, and even you can earn credit from the online courses from Swayam platform, which the provision is already there. So these are the extra and co-curricular activities which also have to be looked into, aligned to your subject, which needs to be now integrated. Because the idea of developing the students in holistic manner will require not only the focus on academic axis that we were having till now, but also taking the skill axis and also the proficiency axis or the vocational courses, the experiential learning part. So each student can pick and choose the different combination as he or she will be traveling through the academic axis. And as rightly said by one of the earlier speaker, that we should be calling is that competency-based education, because that will have all the knowledge, skill, and abilities or attitude. Competency-based education or the outcome-based education. It talks about learning outcomes, and in this document, the National Higher Education Qualification Framework, please go through, but very important points I will like to highlight here, which we all as teachers have to prepare ourselves, that it talks about learning outcomes in two broad categories. One is specific to the discipline or interdisciplinary learning areas of learning, and other is the generic learning outcomes. Talking about the disciplinary or interdisciplinary learning areas of learning, the students have to be prepared for comprehensive knowledge and coherent understanding, their linkages with related fields of study, and current and emerging developments associated. Practical, professional, and procedural knowledge required for carrying out professional or highly skilled work tasks, skills in areas related to specialization, and capacity to extrapolate from what has been learned, translate the concept to real life situations, and apply acquired competencies in new or unfamiliar situations. I think that's where we are lacking. Not only that, the generic learning outcomes, if we talk about, these 16 generic learning outcomes which will actually form the POs in the outcome-based education, you should keep in mind, they are not specific to discipline, but they are cutting across all the disciplines. Complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, communication skills, analytical reasoning, thinking, research-related skills, and you can see all, even to lifelong learning and empathy. In a chemistry curriculum, is the teacher able to develop all these, or just focusing on the theories and the mechanism and the rote learning is a big question. How do we really put it in practice? We have to work at the ground level. The curriculum and courses, when we try to align with the so-called outcome-based education, which derives its name from learning outcome-based learning and education. As a member of the NEP and outcome-based education implementation for restructuring of books at AICT for engineering and polytechnic courses, we devised a template, but before we did that, we found that the so-called graduate attributes or the program outcomes, which are required at global level, because this is as per the National Board of Accreditation, in line with the Washington Accord, which will be able to tell that yes, this particular student is employable. And when we mapped these 12, you can see the first 3 are discipline specific. They were 90% aligned, and the others were missing because they were not mentioned in the syllabi. They were not there in the textbooks, and then we prepared the template where the activities which can ensure all these to some extent in every course that were designed, and I'm happy that it is also converted now into around 10 regional languages, and 2 years is already complete. Learning outcomes, when you frame, they have to be a visible display of the learning which is measurable. Very crudely, we write the learning outcome, but if it is not getting assessed, you will not be able to do the so-called POCO mapping, which now the NAC is looking forward so much. So it is the activities which the learners will be able to perform after completion of teaching learning process in a course or program, and that you have to think that, okay, as a chemistry teacher, how do you introduce the generic learning outcomes, which all, as a matter of fact, the environment, if we talk about Supreme Court, as per Supreme Court ruling, we have introduced the environmental paper as a 2-credit paper, where also the students wrote, learned, and as a chemistry teacher and as chemistry student, I am not able to see how much chemical I am wasting and throwing in the environment. So these are the changes which every teacher has to bring into his or her classroom. So not only the cognitive learning outcomes, I will say please add now a top subheading that non-cognitive learning outcomes through which activities in that course you are introducing. Believe you me, you will be able to map the PUs. So in the light of all this, the solution is blended learning, keeping the outcome-based education in mind. So what curriculum development, which pedagogy you will use, which have to be where face-to-face, where ICT, how the assessment can be made continuous and comprehensive, formative, not without the tools, and then you do the periodic program review. And that demands the teaching learning methodologies have to be ICT empowered, and for that the teachers have to become tech savvy. There is no choice left in the corona. I think majority of teachers, they embraced, please don't leave, rather try to improve upon that how more structurally it can be implemented, not just for the NAC point that I have a digital board in my class, but for the quality enhancement of your teaching learning process. And that can happen if you start moving from teacher-centric methods to learner-centric methods, keeping in mind the Bloom's taxonomy of the level of learning hierarchy, where we talk the lower ones are the lower order thinking skill, and the challenge is how do we take it to the higher order thinking skills. So with the flipped model in the blended mode, we can really shift from here, but provided we have good quality e-content and the resources and that too available in various languages. If you think the change is only imposed on us right now, from 20 years, 30 years we have been teaching in the same way, no, please look back. We started from here, there are no blackboards, no green boards. There is no access with the examples like Eklavya. As we go into massification, we have to adopt the newer technologies. We have to prepare our students to the real world, and it is difficult to to imagine education without technology in the 21st century. And we can really say higher education problems can be overcome to a greater extent with the help of technology, whether they are quality, access, or equity. NEP 2020 clearly mentions, I have picked this paragraph from the document, extensive use of technology on teaching, learning, removing language barriers, and so on. MOOCs is a reality. Earning 40% credits, unfortunately not in many universities, including Delhi University. The students can earn now up to 40% credit, but soon with NEP it will be possible. Options and electives which were not made a reality through CBCS, I think with online we can make a provision for our students. Fully online degree programs are also now there. I was a member of this committee who drafted the regulation. It is now merged with open and distance learning regulations, and you can earn online degree while studying with your conventional. This is for all of you students. So look where choice is. Sometimes you say that we are not able to get a course of your choice. Dual degrees from April 2022 is allowed now. You can do one face-to-face, one online. NEP talks about teachers to be getting trained into effective online educators. Not that everything will become online, but in the hybrid mode, in the blended mode, every teacher should know how to use these technologies. And the teacher's role in facilitating active student engagement with the content and with each other. See, the role is getting highlighted from this sentence. Your role will be as a facilitator with the content, but where is the content? Either you search, which is existing, or if not, you have to create. And that's where I come to the need of e-content. Why we require this digital content? Because again, as per research, if we look at how the learning happens, this is for all of you students also. If you think the lecture mode is preparing you, it is only preparing you for 5%. Reading will take you to 10%, which you do after the class or before the class. And I am wondering, how come you are getting 90% out of this 10% learning? So the audio-visual aids, demonstration, discussion group, practice by doing will take you higher. And where are we as teachers after 30, 35 years of experience like ma'am? We feel that we are so confident in our subject because we are doing the teaching of others. Do our students have that time in the 3 or 4 years? Not at all. So we have to be adopting all these methods to improve. These are missing. We as teachers, our 90% focus is on the lecture mode. Please try to convert that, providing e-content with the flipped classroom methodology where the students will come prepared with this, or not, they already have ChatGPT and so many tools. But what and how they can apply that particular knowledge is where we have to be creating examples. In e-content development, you can embed all these, and there are incentives for teachers. But the quality will again be important. So those who want to go deep into this, the 4-quadrant model, where the EPG Pathshala 4 product, this 4-quadrant model has been co-designed by myself. And based on this, all the teachers, I invite you to prepare for every class which technology, which pedagogy, and how you can integrate your subject with the various activities for outcome-based education can be done. This will fetch you 5 API. But it has to be a rigorous group effort for entire paper. At the end, just I will take another 3-4 minutes. The assessment methods have to be scientific and technology empowered. What do we mean by that, and why do we need? I think importance of assessment in higher education, it is linked with teaching learning, and assessment drives learning, because whatever best practices you may be following in your classroom, at the end of the day, if you are asking the same question from the previous 5-year questions, the student will not come to your class unless or until you make it as a part of formative assessment, which they will not be able to get, and the problem of attendance also will be overcome. The current scenario, unfortunately, is learning is mostly knowledge-based. You tell me how I can get more marks, I will rote learn and get. But how to apply is missing. NEP 2020 talks about revamping assessment, it talks about continuous formative assessments, and it talks about extensive use of technology in assessment. But the question comes, now with the introduction of the skill courses and the value-based courses, where in addition to cognitive, we are testing the affective and psychomotor domains of our students. Can we do the same type of assessment? Although, I would like to bring it to the notice of Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari sir, that many universities introducing the skill, the examination is happening as a 2-hour paper mode. I think we have to introspect. So not only the assignment, subjective, objective questions, but we have to now move to projects, individual as well as group projects, portfolio, internship, fieldworks, group discussion, concept maps, blogs, debate, depending upon which particular course you are. And using the technology, you can not only have the MCQ, you can have drag and drop questions, you can have numerical questions, you can have audio, video questions. But as teachers, if we don't know how these tools have to be used, how can we apply our subject? And in addition, please look for at least one activity in every course, irrespective what banner it is, whether it is NEP course or otherwise, how the learning by doing can be implemented and how the real life examples can be there. E-assessments also we should know. As we move towards the online courses, the credibility of degrees is a big question mark, and we should know how the tools can be used with even the AI proctoring which can be done, and the grading and feedback is very, very quick. At the end, I will say the continuous capacity building of teachers is required, and this has been again a focus point on NEP. Because in policy, you may be writing the visionary, they were also there in the earlier policy. But if the teacher is teaching the same way as she has been teaching for the last 20 years, the change will not come. So Ministry of Education, realizing this, has now given this mandate to 111 Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, 66 taken from the UGC HRDCs, and 45 from the PMMT, from where one of the center I have at my college, and I'm happy to share that not only our center has been selected, I'm also in the standing committee of monitoring and evolving the better practices, how these can be implemented. So this talks about not only teachers getting trained into teaching, learning, research, but also exposing them to Indian values, updating knowledge, skills, aligning teaching, learning, and research with the needs of society and NEP. I think this paragraph says it all, and I welcome all dear teachers to join in this program starting from 13th November, where we will be focusing on NEP orientation and sensitization program. And as teachers, we have to learn not only the basic skills, but we have to move to learning management system, gamification, virtual augmented reality, and artificial intelligence. I will end with a quote. Life is the most difficult exam. Many people fail because they try to copy others, not realizing that everyone has a different question paper. We all have different question papers in life. If we do rote learning, if we give the same, I think we are not doing justice as teachers. So thank you everyone. This is my Telegram group. You can join for getting updates. Thank you. Thank you for the thank you.
Now I would like to invite Professor Manisha Prem to deliver her talk. Professor Manisha.
Oh, thank you. And this is the cursor?
Yes.
This?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. It's
Thank you so much. It's always so difficult to come at the end, but I'm going to start with a promise that I am going to really end this. And I'm going to stop, right? And I'm going to take recourse to a language that is mine to even stop. And that language is Hindi, because I've been brought up around a culture of speaking Hindi, listening to Hindi. Now, in research terminology, as you know, I'm a teacher and researcher and nothing else, full stop. The term used in Hindi, the beautiful term, the glorified term, is actually iti shri. If you're going to end, you say iti shri. Now, what are the various meanings? Iti shri doesn't say, you stop now. It says, the process of stopping. So please bear with me, I am in the process of stopping. Now, iti shri is samapt hone ki prakriya. So I am more or less rounding up, so bear with me. I'm going to just conclude this really fast. Now, but I'm going to also tell you that if you play with words, and as we were there, you could see Professor Avinash Pandey and I were engaged in a deep dialogue, and we were trying to differentiate. A lot of slamming of rote learning done by our esteemed panelists, but rote learning is different from what is known as iterative learning. And you are all aware that iterative learning means that if you click the same too many times, you move away from constants. If you, for example, 22/7 is a great constant, but if you click your computer or your calculators or your mobile phones, asking it to calculate it too many times, the proximate value of the nth indicators begins to change. So what seemed constant at the very first begins to change if you iterate it many times. Now, iti shri, which started off with telling you that there's a promise of ending, actually, when it becomes the term itik, it says gatishil, vah jo ki chalta hua hai. So can you see that the play of words, the symbolic codification of languages is all about iterating forms. And I think with this promise, I begin to open up an invocation to my esteemed panelists, and since it's already been said that I'm one of your colleagues, one of your own, on your behalf, the AAA is here, the honoris causa in cause of a good honor, Professor Atul, Professor Avinash, Professor Anand, 3 professors then, the honoris causa and 2 others, the AAA is here, and my very own Professor Vimal. What I'm going to do is, of course, go by my slides. They'll give you a feeling that I prepared something, but I'm going to pontificate on some of those and really end fast, which is the promise with which I began. Now, the point is that the NEP is a very important piece of policy document. It's actually transformational. Why is it transformational? Because look at this, any academic, any scientist doesn't look at time as small variables in terms of disruptions now, here, then. These are really not even specks in the dust of, in the sands of time that we study. Time is a lapse variable for us, for economists. T+1 is a lapse variable. But you look at this and you find that over 3 decades, and then we have something called the new education policy. Now, it sets up a new goal. And that goal, if you begin to look at all these forms of iterative changes we've spoken about, CO, PO, CBCS, etc., suddenly I start floundering at the terms which could be my very own, but which I don't understand. You find that the objective is the most important. And what is the learning objective of the new education policy? The learning objective with which I'm one is that of instituting what's called a learning revolution in India. And I agree, even though I disagree with many of the details, they bore me, and I find that there's not much substance in many of those. I find what I agree with is the goal of a learning revolution. Many revolutions eluded India. The Industrial Revolution eluded us for reasons that were not of our making. We were under the rule of the colonial masters. We provided capital for the Industrial Revolution to happen in centers of the colonial capital, but we didn't have capital of our own to be able to make a transition in what's called a post-Newtonian modernized science world. Now, it wasn't our mistake. We could have done, many of us at Gargi College, now this is flickering, can you just fix this? Now, many of us in Gargi College could have sat below the proverbial apple tree And we could have seen or observed the apple falling down, but why is it that we, us, our country, did not become a part of the Newtonian revolution? And the reason very much was that there simply wasn't enough capital. And there was what has been called by Dadabhaji Naoroji and others, a drain of wealth, which wasn't simply a siphoning off of resources from here to there. And remember, we are not the only ones talking about the drain of wealth. Today, when the Prime Minister talks about a vision of the global South, he articulates a larger framework, in which our co-colleagues and patriots and partners are the Africas, the Latin Americas which gained democracy much later, but by Cordoba revolution, they are identifying that much of what happens to colonize their education has to do with dependency theories, the world systems that built a system of world-level ideas and intricate revolutions of the world, but did not provide enough to allow the learning revolution to root itself in territories of the global South. And what's the opportunity that the new national education policy brings to our doorstep is to root the learning revolution in territories in geographies and actual lived experiences of the global South. So as we come to you, the esteemed panel here, I've had some occasion to exchange ideas with Professor Avinash. The governor of Assam had been kind enough to invite us together and we powwowed. But today, the esteemed panel coming to Gargi means that there is a strong determination in this government to root ideas about the learning revolution where learning actually happens. The actual sites of learning are the undergraduate colleges of India, which are now gearing up to be research-oriented institutions, the nearly 40,000 institutions that have to embrace the new education policy as their own. They are the ones who have to develop a research culture. The fourth year of undergraduate programs that you will lead will be a multidisciplinary and intense research orientation. The promise of the new education policy is that students who've earned a sufficient amount of grade points collected through the years and have embraced the research culture in the fourth year can directly transition from you as a college to doing a doctorate degree. Now that's really a fundamental break that's happening. Now it's a fundamental break that brings many new challenges to the doorsteps of the university. Remember, the particle accelerator that Professor Avinash is talking about is something that you will need to deal with as a proximate category of experience. No longer the fact that, oh, we've taught this, we've done this, we've got so far, but the higher echelons will be taken on by the university and the MA programs. You might just be burdened with equipping yourself to letting your alumni or your students step out into the world of work. Now, what I'm going to do is skip the slides really on the NEP and come to you about explaining multidisciplinarity, the short part that I have in the university as an idea. Surprisingly, the university, even in India, in its rootedness, was a highly international concept. Globalization is a word that has come in only after the 1990s and the Washington Consensus. And that I will present to you as to how it was a highly international idea, whether it was set up by the colonial masters or we set up our universities of protest. Remember, at the height of the First World War, when the Indian nation state was opposing the British government, it's then that Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore realized and he said that the Swadeshi movement will not be enough. If we only burn down British supplies in the shops, it's going to be enough when we build an India where the mind is without fear and where our people can stand in the world fearlessly with knowledge that is our own, but we can stand amidst the global committee. I'll take you to many other examples where you will see what a contest, what a terrific contest this first generation of leaders had, including Madan Mohan Malviya, whose name, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, who I call Mahamana. And as you can see, the name is Mahamana. The heart was really big. And it was all about education. So that's what I'm going to do. Here you can see values are at the core, developing an equitable and just society, promoting national development, and education is fundamental to achieving the full human potential. So the NEP is not simply about to achieve this, get that, do 6 PowerPoints. No, it's about this, right? The learning revolution. and these three that lie at the core of the document. Now, what does it signify? It signifies, and it opened up, remember the NEP was announced when we were all closed down it was a world closed down due to COVID. Now, it was a world that was in a context of change. A really tiny nanoparticle was traveling the world without visas, without any immigration controls, mutating itself, and we were, for something that we could not see or could not perceive, the best that we had was really ducking under the table with swaths of clothes tied around our nose. Look at the antediluvian people we became, because we didn't have the technology to deal with something fundamentally called variation in science. And that variation principle of nature had mutated itself to the finest nanoparticle, and the finest one invisible to nation states around the world, that can bomb, that can go into wars, that can build defense arsenals, but nothing was killing the virus. And the lockdowns around the world also told us that we need to have very strong national universities. Remember, the global distribution of knowledge, of the sciences, of life-saving technologies is going to be unequal as long as scientific knowledge in its multidisciplinarity and its true orientation, for example, coding getting into biology, biology getting into chemistry, doing all of this into medicine and distributing it equally, a highly non-linear sequence of multidisciplinarity is the only way in which universities need to reinvent themselves and become universities that are close to the lived experience and challenges of the global south. Now, there could be many reasons. I'm going to skip all that. Now, I find that the strongest focus of the NEP is on research-oriented education with 3 mantras: inquiry, discovery, and learner-focused. Now, I'm going to again skip most of this, but tell you something about multidisciplinarity, which is the only time I'm going to take away from you. Now, surprisingly, multidisciplinarity, and I don't agree with much of the terms that that I used, cross, trans, inter, just let that be on the side. Multidisciplinary has its origins in something called discipline or disciplus. What is discipline? It's rule-bound instruction and training. Now, when we talk about multidisciplinarity, it doesn't mean that we are going to wipe away all the disciplinary knowledge of the world. No, huge advances have been made in the world because we moved in a disciplinary tradition. Now, of recent vintage is the fact that the differentiation and specialization that we built at the peak of the Industrial Revolution or just before that, now that is slowly, those silos are breaking down. So that's the advance of knowledge that knocking at the doors of the university. Now, if you see, the focus on the microscopic small, that the nanoparticle called the COVID-19 virus isn't even a virus, tells us. Now, guilds of discipline reject some of the famous and the best. Remember, Charles Darwin, Gregor Johannes Mendel do not find even teaching jobs very quickly. But Charles Darwin, atop, on his HMS Beagle, goes across, now he's sailing, and he collects bones, identifies flora and fauna. So he's doing what all? He's doing biology, he's doing zoology, but he finds that all of this maps onto something called the continental drift, which was the great geological sciences of thousands of years, and then builds classification systems. Now, Gregor Johannes Mendel, as you are aware, builds classification systems similarly for something else, but both of them don't find acceptance by the guilds of disciplines. But at the peak of the knowledge revolution comes a challenge to thousands of years of established knowledge, and that knocking at the doors of old knowledge was done by someone called Galileo, not accepted in his own times. In fact, his friend from the same province in Florence becomes the Pope of Rome. The church then says, oh no, the earth is at the center of the universe. Now, Galileo is friends with the Pope by daytime, but by night he builds his own lathe machine and he looks at the sky and he says, no, many notations, many observations. And he said, sorry, it's not the earth that is the center of the earth, it's the sun. But by presenting this, the church then decides to put him in jail. And how does Galileo survive? Galileo survives by writing letters to his daughter called Dava Sobel, who was a nun at that point of time. So the religion survived, Galileo died. But what lived on was the knowledge that Galileo was putting forward. Now, many hundreds of years apart, Newton comes forward and Newton notices the apple falling down. Sometimes in my research methodology classes, I ask my students, oh, one apple falls down. Is this small n or large n? Qualitative, quantitative. They tell me, okay, just one apple falling down, it's qualitative. I said, no. He notices the same apple falling down over time. And therefore, it becomes a large n study. So that's the kaleidoscopic nature of knowledge. Now you build in researchers as much as at the London School of Economics, my alma mater, who is the reigning philosopher of science? None other than Karl Popper, who says, the job of knowledge is not to confirm laws, but to reject, to continuously reject, falsify. And therefore the black swan theory, all swans are white till you find that one. So the continuous pursuit of knowledge is to find that one, and if we can find it across our disciplinary boundaries, so be it. Now, what is gained by disciplinarity? You look at the same phenomena from the lenses of different disciplines, you get a richness of concepts, you build methodological bridges across disciplines. I have something to learn from what is being taught at the PG level in the sciences. Now, Radhakrishnan teaches, for example, at the undergraduate college at Maharaja's College at Mysore. I've had the fortunate experience of interviewing alum who were in their 90s at the Mysore University and in Bangalore. And I find that Radhakrishnan's class lectures in an undergraduate college called the Maharaja's College, the Seahurst and Company from London comes to his doorsteps and says, can we publish this? And that becomes the first global text on Indian philosophy. Let me also tell you that Radhakrishnan had never put his foot outside of India. At that point of time, when he writes journal articles, the Department of Home, the Office of Home Affairs of the British government opened up every letter that anybody, that was the power of the sedition laws. You couldn't escape the might of the British Empire even if you were writing on knowledge. So the letters went by ship. The ministry opened the letters if seditious nationalist information was being sent across, and then he would write letters to philosophers abroad asking for their peer review comments, building a culture of internationalization. And Radhakrishnan lived a life of poverty with an ordinary dhoti and a silk achkan that he would hang after every class because he had no other beautiful clothes to wear. By evening, his home would be swarmed with students from the Maharaja's College undergraduate classes, so teaching by day and by evening living with the students. Remember, he also fought and won the elections for the Students' Council at the Maharaja's College. Now, let me tell you that by 1921, the American Philosophical Association, for a philosopher who had never sailed on a ship to anywhere in the global north, the American Philosophical Association 1921 conference opens up. The inaugural session is Idealism in the Works of Bosanquet and Radhakrishnan. So that's the glory he gets. Now, his letters to Rabindranath Tagore remained unanswered. Now, I'm going to tell you a beautiful vignette, and then I really promise I'm going to end. Now, that beautiful vignette is that Dr. Radhakrishnan doesn't get something that is so familiar to teachers here. He doesn't get promoted. Now, when he doesn't get the promotion, which nobody is willing to tell us how to get it, it's all so late, he's actually really down and out about this. Now, what happens? Everybody knows here's a real gem sitting in an undergraduate college. Now, then the Calcutta University thinks that we should set up a chair. Now, the Calcutta University in 2 interviews does not take him, but a special chair is set up. Sarasutosh Mukherjee writes to him, but there are many other things happening in the background that I'll tell you about. But all of India colludes and unites and says, Dr. Radhakrishnan now must leave Mysore, and his familiar environments south of the Vindhyas, he'd never crossed even to the north of the Vindhyas, and they bring him then to Calcutta. But hold on, as Dr. Radhakrishnan is bid farewell from the Maharaja's College, the students of the college said, we can't let our teacher go. So there was a buggy. The students open up the horses and they say, we are going to pull this carriage to the railway station. And the beautiful visuals that I have from the college from my research is of Dr. Radhakrishnan standing on the doors of the second or third class compartment of the train that was chugging him to Kolkata, but bidding goodbye to all the students. So that's where the heart lies. And in the book that is published by Radhakrishnan, his biography notes, etc., he says, I wasn't the best teacher, somebody else was. And he names Professor Hiriyanna at the Maharaja's College, Mysore, as the eminent Sanskrit scholar and philosopher who one must take note of. So teaching is all about humility, but teaching is all about a persistent effort to be the teacher. And anybody tell you anything, be the teacher, but be world class in your endeavors. And Gargi College is not a restraint. I remember my own days. Now I have one small vignette from Mahamana, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. Ultimately, you know, Dr. Radhakrishnan finds his home at the Banaras Hindu University, the great initiative launched by Mahamana. My mother, in the late 1960s, she was a student in the Department of Philosophy taught by Dr. Radhakrishnan. But by evening, she would be standing on the doorsteps of the music college, and Dr. Radhakrishnan would take a stroll in the university. He patted my mother on the shoulders and said, do you want to learn music? My mother's father had passed away. She says, no, I cannot do it. I have no money. Dr. Radhakrishnan the next day awards her with a merit cum means scholarship and says, take her on. And then on one-on-one settings tells her that, you know what, you must play the instrument, but you must become what is called a theoretician of music. And the stories that go on tell us that the most eminent scientists and astrophysicists at the Banaras Hindu University campus, Vishnu Jayant Narlikar, Pandit Lalmani Mishra was an accomplished multi-instrument player. They would sit down together to discuss the physicist and the musician and the philosopher, to discuss the theories of sound that could go on to complicated notions. And they said, the only thing we miss is a good mathematician to join our team. And I said, okay, why did you need the mathematician? And they said, why? Because in some instruments, we have a linear ascendance of the sound. The sitar, for example, is a linear ascendance. The tabla, for example, is a circular movement of sound. So how do we compare and collaborate if some of us are moving linear, some of us are going circular? The world is round, something is elliptical, nothing is constant. 22/7 on many iterations is definitely not a constant. So as you can see, academic disciplines don't need to become sets. We need to collaborate, and many lessons come to us from history, from the great stalwarts that we look at. I've told you about Charles Darwin, I've told you about Mendel or Galileo or Newton, also Radhakrishnan, etc. Now, how do we look at the goal that the new education policy sets before us? Now, multidisciplinarity helps to create the university as an institution of society. And why is this important for us? Now, if you look back at the experiments that Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore was doing with the ideas of the university, and remember, there wasn't the benevolent promise of the Honorable Secretary, who I've just awarded of my own with an honoris causa professorship of the Gargi College. Now, no state support. In fact, a strong desire to oppose with root the Western imposition of their knowledge systems, their ideas, and what is not here, and let me tell you a beautiful vignette. We are aware that Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore came from an illustrious family. Now, one of his brothers was a cartoonist, and they were both critiquing the university systems set up in the global north, especially in England. And they said, what are they setting up here? The Macaulay types, they are setting up crass machines of utilitarianism. And Gaganendranath Tagore paints a beautiful cartoon. One cartoon says it all. And one cartoon is that dhoti clad and banyan wearing, called the Ganji, in large parts of Bengal and Bihar. So dhoti clad, Ganji wearing farmers are standing outside as supplicants outside the gates of the university. And the university is portrayed as a great mill or machine. Pun on the word mill. Great mill or machine. And the dhoti-clad man is then taken into the mill by the cartoonist. What comes out at the end is simply suit-tied men who all look in different directions. The atomistic individual is born. So the atomistic individual is born in India without any industrial knowledge or scientific revolution, but simply by a process of churning. And I think the resolve at this moment of the new national education policy is to disrupt this, of turning the dhoti-clad man into the suit and tie wearing man. And that's the portrayal of Gaganendranath Tagore. I think not enough women were going to universities then, they are going now. Now, I'm going to conclude not by what I say in the slide, but by telling you that Rabindranath Tagore then sets up this university, and he says this university must be an institution of society. And he is worried as much as he is about the globe and about his literary writings and paintings, about a disease in the potato crop in the villages where he was setting up in the university. Now, such was his resolve to deal with the disease that he found out who the most eminent agricultural scientists could be in the world. Now, India was then looking at the Britishers. Now, he talks to his friends with whom he wrote poetry in Argentina and finds out that a scientist called M. Hurst in Cornell is perhaps the most eminent agricultural scientist. The Gurudev sends telegrams to him. And finally, nothing works, as it did not work in the case of Dr. Radhakrishnan. He takes a ship that takes him 3 months. He goes and stays in New York. All of this is at his own expense, by the way. And then a meeting happens in New York between Elmhurst and Gurudev. Elmhurst also went and spent time at the London School of Economics, which is how I learned so much. And there's a volume called The Poet and the Ploughman, where he's successful in getting Elmhurst to Vishwa Bharati. And the next vignette I have is that Elmhurst takes classes in the university by day, but by evening, he's got a little open lorry. He doesn't have sophisticated conveyance built TA forms to claim on the university. He takes a little lorry. There are farmers with him. He's got digging equipment, and he's got the chaiti or tokri made of bamboo, and he's in the villages every day. The Gurudev believed that we need to create our own. Now, that's the lasting friendship that happens between the poet and the ploughman, which means the university is not merely an ideational site. The university is also a university of the Khetihars. Now, my beautiful dream remains. Students have got a lot of mobility. Unfortunately, teaching professionals have to be stuck where they are teaching. And if you ask me, one desire that I ever had is our beautiful name in Madhya Pradesh. You know, once I was traveling from Jabalpur to Sihor, and I saw a large university. Now, that university was beautifully named the Khar Patwar Vishwavidyalaya, which means the grass and the leaves. Now, could we have a university that is embedded in society? Could we have a university that engages with problems that are problems of our own? And there was a mention made of the Anganwadi worker. Let me tell you, just before COVID, the last fieldwork I did was in February 2020. And we were in Jharkhand villages. And the one reason why I find that great universities of the world differ from ours is that when I share my fieldwork with my long-time colleagues, friends, and professors at the LSE, they make time and say, oh, Manisha is doing this field work, let's go along with her to the field. And an eminent economist and eminent anthropologist from LSE both traveled with me to Jharkhand. Now, we were doing schools, we were doing society, we were doing economics, but we noticed the Anganwadi centers. And remember, they find mention in what we wrote from that fieldwork. So for the researcher, nothing is a life that is excluded. For the researcher, it's a life of constant engagement. For the researcher, teaching is co-collegiality, co-production of knowledge of the teacher and the student. And with these, I actually end. And I gracefully thank Professor Sangeeta Bhatia, Professor Rekha Navneet, Professor Shashi Tyagi, all my very own, who've had such an important role in always, this has been home ground to me. It feels like coming back home, but they've spared no efforts ever to make me believe that I am their absolute beloved. And that's how all the students and faculty of Gargi feel. And with these words, I'd like to once again thank all of you for patiently listening to me, but of course my esteemed co-panelists for their very patient listening to my ideas. It came at the very end and I hope it ignited something. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Manisha. With this, we come to an end of this session and teaching, learning, and research methodology. So all the speakers, they have emphasized the need of learner-centric education. It should not be teacher-centric education. Teachers have to change. They have to use different methods of teaching. They should have more digital content in their teaching. The classroom teaching should be less. It should be more project-oriented. The learner should not be a passive learner. They have to interact, not in the classroom, but outside the classroom also. And at the end, we should have our youth who should be accepted in the world. The people should say, yes, we have the Indian students or the Indian knowledge which we should be using. And then they also emphasize the use of different skills. Now, hard skill, soft skill, it is very, very important. And also the vocational training, it should be integrated in our education system, and it is lacking now. Vocational training is different from the academic training which we give in the colleges. There are different institutes which provide the vocational training. There should be lateral and the other entries into the system. There should be the dual degree also, the importance of online learning, MOOC system, and also the examination system which we have now. It is not good. There should be a change. Credit-based system, less importance should be given to the classroom teaching and also the exam writing. It should be different base. Also, we should also emphasize the importance of aptitude of different students. And in the last, the multidiscipline knowledge is also very, very important. We cannot separate chemistry from biology or from biology from chemistry, and also from a single discipline to multidiscipline, then interdiscipline, then transdiscipline. I think we have to change. And we have learnt a lot in the teaching and learning, and I think we as a teachers, we will also be changing. I would like to tell one example, although time is short. When I joined Gargi College in 1983, after my PhD and postdoc, believe me, I was given a subject, molecular biology, because the syllabus was changed. A new paper was introduced, cell and molecular biology, and it was not there when we were doing BSc and MSc. And then I learnt this molecular biology when I visited Germany for my postdoctoral research. So we have to read, learn new things and then teach. We cannot sit idle, oh, I did not learn at the BSc level or the MSc level. We have to learn continuously. We have to change continuously. There were no computers when we were taught. When I was doing even my PhD, computer came at that time. So we have learned everything, PowerPoint presentation, digital making. So I think we have to change more and more. And as a learner, we have to give more importance to the students. We should interact more and more. And with this, I think our speakers can take few questions from the audience. If you have few questions, please ask. Although the time is short, but few questions they can take, and I am sure they would be happy to answer the questions.
Hello. Yeah. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. It is a privilege to be here and talk to you directly. Myself, Shreya. And before that, मैं जब शुरू करूँ उससे पहले मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि आप लोग इतने अच्छे ओरेटर्स हैं, तो आप लोग इतना प्रभावी बोलते हैं कि सब कुछ ही सही लगता है. So before I ask my question, I want you to speak to answer my questions more in a practical manner. Out of these limelights, I want you to answer me more in a ground level manner. Okay, so I have 3 questions, one to Avinash sir, one to Vimal ma'am, and one for Manisha ma'am. So my first question is to Avinash sir, that sir, in a country like India, हम लोगों के यहाँ पे मतलब एक वो बहुत बेसिक एग्जांपल अगर दूँ, जब हम लोग शादी में जाते हैं, जस्ट एन एग्जांपल, शादी में बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस है खाने में. सो व्हाट वी डू इज़, हम लोगों के पास थाली इतनी है, हम लोग उसमें सब डाल लेते हैं, पुलाव डाल लेते हैं, गुलाब जामुन सब डाल लेते हैं, मिक्स हो जाता है. सो सिमिलरली व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट करिकुलम, वी हैव हम लोगों का अभी जो स्ट्रक्चर चल रहा है करिकुलम का, और जो आने वाला प्रोस्पेक्टिव स्ट्रक्चर है, दैट इज़ इवन मोर ब्रॉड एंड वैरिड. ओके, इट हैज़ मोर ऑप्शंस, आई मीन टू मच ऑप्शंस दैन व्हाट वी हैव राइट नाउ. एंड अभी ही अगर हम बच्चे हैंडल नहीं कर पाते, उनकी जो थाली में परोसा जा रहा है वो उनसे हैंडल नहीं किया जा रहा है. सो व्हाट इज़ this is the question कि how the NEP or the structure, the curriculum will handle the human behavior और the मतलब बच्चों की जो mentality है उसको कैसे वो प्रभावित करेगा, उसको skill based approach से कैसे link किया जाएगा, ये मेरा आपसे question है.
तो पहले तो आपसे हम सहमत नहीं हैं कि आप जब जाते हैं थाली में तो सब कुछ उठा लेते हैं, और कभी कभी हम लोग जब भोजन भी करते हैं ना तो भूख नहीं है, फ्री का मिल रहा है, या फिर सवेरे ब्रेकफास्ट किया है, लंच भी करना चाहिए तो डिनर भी करना चाहिए, है ना. जहाँ आपने अपने को उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से सजग किया कि हमको आवश्यकता क्या है और मुझे क्या खाना चाहिए, विच इज़ एक्चुअली रिक्वायर्ड फॉर कैरिंग द बॉडी, द मेटाबॉलिक एक्टिविटी ऑफ दिस बॉडी. उसी प्रकार आप जब कोर्सेज़ का चयन करेंगे स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, तो कोर्सेज़ के चयन करने के साथ आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि हम ये क्यों पढ़ना चाहते हैं, क्यों करना चाहते हैं. जैसे आपके मन में कोई समस्या, अभी तो ये है कि हमने आपको थाली में परोस दिया, और परोसने का मतलब होता है कि मैडम जहाँ से हम बिहार में हम लोग जब जाते थे खाना खाने के लिए, तो वहाँ पर इतना खिलाने का प्रथा था ना कि वो चावल को दबा के कि जब खाना शुरू करिए तो वो खुलता ही जाता था, ख़त्म ही नहीं होता था. ऐसी भी क्या आवश्यकता है, जितनी आवश्यकता हो उतना लीजिए ना. तो आपने जब चूज़ किया रिक्वायर्ड क्या है फॉर सॉल्विंग ए प्रॉब्लम, फॉर माई करियर ग्रोथ, देन यू हैव लिमिटेड चॉइस. यू आर नॉट सपोज टू फिल द प्लेट विद मैनी ऑफ द थिंग्स विच वी जनरली डू. अब आपने पूछा ह्यूमन बिहेवियर, तो आपने देखा होगा कि हम लोग बात करते हैं, मैडम ने बात की कि जो आपका चॉइस है इज़ नॉट लिमिटेड ओनली टू फ्यू साइंस सब्जेक्ट्स. जैसे हम लोग बात करते हैं लिबरल आर्ट्स की बात करें, म्यूज़िक की बात करें, इतना आपके पास स्पेस होना चाहिए ना. मैडम कह रही थी कि उसमें मैथमेटिशियन नहीं था, अब मंजुल भार्गव मैथमेटिशियन है, हु डज विद द म्यूजिक, इज़ विद द म्यूजिक, हु इज़ ऑल्सो आर्किटेक्ट ऑफ दिस न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी. So you should have that kind of free leisure time in which you can pursue your hobbies, and once you have that free time, then definitely you can develop the innate ability which is only available to you. और हम लोग क्या करते हैं, हम व्यक्ति एक टाइप बनना चाहते हैं, हम उस टाइप का बनना चाहते हैं, और जहाँ उस टाइप का बनना आप चाहेंगे तहाँ आपको ये सारी कठिनाई आएगी कि हम ये भी ले लें, ये भी कर लें. जहाँ आप व्यक्ति बने, जैसे ही आपका फोकस होगा कि आई हैव टू बिकम समथिंग डिफरेंट, नॉट अ टाइप, you will start pursuing those things which are very dear to your heart, which is not available otherwise in the curriculum work. और वो फॉसिलाइज करके हम आपको पकड़ाते हैं, और इसीलिए आप टाइप बन जाते हैं, व्यक्ति नहीं बन.
Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, thank you sir, that is really, yes sir. My next question is to Vimal ma'am. Ma'am, you talked about the role of teacher in implementation of NEP, right? And ma'am, आपने एंड में अपने एकेडमी का भी बताया कि वहाँ पे टीचर्स के लिए होता है ट्रेनिंग बेसिस. सो माय क्वेश्चन इज जस्ट Yes, ma'am. So my question is कि in our society हम लोग, I'm very fortunate कि I'm in Gagi and in a prestigious college or institute like this. मेरे पास सारे resources and there are many students like this also. मैं example देना चाहूँगी कि for example जब policy not that revolutionary but जब change हुआ था, हम लोगों का LPG model आया था, तब उसमें बहुत सारे goals रखे गए थे, जिसमें से एक goal ये भी था कि sustainable development हो और equitable share हो. फाइनेंस, आई मीन लोगों में मनी का. बट व्हाट हैपेंड इज दैट ओवर द टाइम जो 20% लोग हैं, केवल 20% क्या, उससे भी कम जो लोग हैं, उनके हाथ में मेजर वो है, स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं मनी के. सो व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग टू यू इज़ कि क्या ऐसा पॉसिबल है कि अभी जिस स्ट्रक्चर को हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट करने जा रहे हैं, मे बी शायद आने वाले टाइम में, बिकॉज what I think is इस स्ट्रक्चर को मे बी हम लोग किसी दूसरे डोमेन में पहले शिफ्ट करना चाहिए, इन द सेंस कि इंस्टीट्यूट्स का चेंज पहले लाना चाहिए बिफोर ब्रिंगिंग चेंजेस इन दी लर्निंग प्रोसेसेस. वाई? अगर इंस्टीट्यूट्स आर नॉट मॉडल्ड टू इम्प्लीमेंट दीज काइंड ऑफ स्ट्रक्चर्स, तो चाहे कितना भी इनपुट कर दो, वो कभी उसमें इम्प्लीमेंट हो नहीं पाएगा. जस्ट लाइक अ पॉजिटिव थॉट, अगर हम किसी मेस्ड अप ब्रेन में डालें, कितना भी पॉजिटिव थॉट डालें, अगर वो दिमाग उसको अडेप्ट करने के काबिल नहीं है, तो कितना भी अच्छा क्यों ना प्लान हो, वो कभी उस पर कारगर नहीं हो पाएगा. सो माई क्वेश्चन इज़ कि इस चीज़ के लिए आई थिंक टीचर्स प्ले द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल. तो आपके एकेडमी के थ्रू टीचर्स के लिए ऐसा क्या ट्रेनिंग स्पेसिफिक स्ट्रक्चर आपके उसमें है जिससे टीचर्स जो है वो क्वालिटेटिव बच्चों का डेवलपमेंट कर पाएँ, मतलब उनको सिखा पाएँ, इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ उनको लिंक कर पाएँ बच्चों को, मतलब वो की लिंक कैसे बनेंगे उसमें डेवलपमेंट और स्टूडेंट्स को लेके इस नए स्ट्रक्चर में?
Thank you for your question. First of all, I will like to comment on, rather give my own experience. When you said that I am not a good orator, you are much better than when I was in this college at UG. But each one of you can improve upon that. No one is good orator in the very first day when he or she is standing on the other side. So you have to continuously improve. And for that, please request your teachers to give some project assignment and you present in your class. If the teacher is not asking, you make groups and start presenting. You don't have to wait for 50 interviews to be rejecting you and then you become a good one. So all those generic learning outcomes, it is your own responsibility that not only from the formal education system, but informal and non-formal education system also you have to learn. Other part that you mentioned, that how the institution, definitely through the NEP 2020, there are changes which are coming top to bottom, and the institutions will definitely become a part of that. The challenge is more in the classroom situation and those who are making those syllabi. Even I will like to slightly touch upon the earlier question that the syllabi and all. So the credit flexibility will be there. So not only from your institution, you can earn it from other institutions as well. But it's a changing time, so maybe not for your batch, but for further coming batches, it will be there. And as rightly said by sir, that you have to be evolving some passion. You identify yourself, like I am a chemistry person. Throughout मैंने chemistry पढ़ा है, formal education. But I learned computers, the e-learning technologies, because I got opportunity to go into the e-learning corporate world. So you start doing activities and work, and don't undermine any activity. That nahi, ye nahi hai. So through that process, you'll be learning and developing those. And definitely for teachers, it is now important, irrespective whether this NEP structure is there or not, for every subject they are teaching, what are the group activities, what are the activities which you can really go to the community, apply that. And I will say, see where your alumni are going, what all jobs they are going into. These are the skill set that you will be requiring. So all these, it's a continuous process. And most importantly, you all have to be responsible. It is your learning responsibility more than a teacher's teaching responsibility. So
yes,
I will say that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for... my last question, thank you for the patience. Just a small question, just to eliminate myself from your knowledge. Ma'am, Manisha ma'am, you said that there are more than 40,000 institutes that will be under this NEP change, that will be, I mean, revolutionized, we can say. So what I am asking is, कि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि this is a very spectacular structure that will be implemented, that is NEP, but what I think is it is being implemented in a wrong manner. I think that. So can you make me, you know, जैसे आपने कहा कि क्या आप इस पे इतिश्री लगा सकती हैं मेरी इस चीज़ को कि मेरे को ऐसा ना लगे, क्या मैं सही सोच रही हूँ? Is this structure being implemented in a wrong manner? That क्योंकि रूरल डिवाइड भी बहुत है, डिजिटल गैप भी बहुत है, और जहाँ तक NEP में हम लोग देख रहे हैं डिजिटल मतलब डिजिटलाइजेशन प्लेज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल. तो अभी जब तक में हम लोग करंट सिचुएशन में अगर हम लोग ने उस ग्राउंड लेवल पे ही डेवलपमेंट नहीं किया है, सो हाउ डू वी थिंक, आई मीन हाउ डू यू थिंक कि ये नया जो स्ट्रक्चर है वो वहाँ तक पहुँच पाएगा? मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो वहाँ तक टच भी नहीं कर पाएगा.
So good, you have absolutely begun with answering something in the negative, and I'm going to answer you purely in terms of who I am, a grounded researcher, right? So if you said this not twice, it will not even be valid, right? So when I talk about 40,000 institutions, it's not institutions like this. And let me take you to a dream experiment of an institution that I now research with. It's called the Oriental Research Institute in Mysore. Now you might say, and which I thought, the lady handling the Oriental Research Institute in Mysore was wearing a sari that I could from my disdain say, oh, this fashion was there when, in the 1940s or 50s, old, antiquated. But this lady held my attention and she said, oh, sit down, I want to tell you about, I used to research on the university, on Kuvempu, the poet laureate of Karnataka. But here was this lady catching my attention, and she tells me, come here to understand the university. Why don't you see our library? I said, okay, fine. She takes me to the library. The library has a holding of 40,000 palm leaf manuscripts, right? Now those palm leaf manuscripts, I'm like, madam, I'm not researching ancient knowledge. I have come here to research the university that was set up in 1916-17. Lo and behold, the registrar of the university, on my second, third day, he says, oh, you've done enough on the university. Do we want to go back to the Oriental Research Institute? So I went back again. Then, out of these many iterative visits, what do I learn? I find that that library is not air-conditioned like here. It has tall windows, and it has a fragrance and an aroma of an oil that I would hate because I use perfumes sold in GK market, right? So that was me. Later I learned that that oil is put on the palm leaf manuscripts to keep the insects away. The tall windows are opened up to let sunlight and the air in at a particular angle is calculated. And I found, and this was a perennial struggle with me at Gargi College, we would have an annual trip to Suraj Kund Mela where students went to buy fashionable material, but no one at Gargi ever thought that let's have a students' cultural exchange where they can go and see a library ordered on different principles. And then finally, that lady who I wasn't willing to accept on my colleague, she finally told me, I know, you taught, she had Googled me. And she said, I'll show you something now. Now, I found she opened an old Godrej almirah and she opened something tied in a piece of red cloth. And I was like, oh my God, this cannot be me. But I sat patiently and she said, this is an original copy of Kautilya's Arth Shastra that I have not even kept there, right? So I think the whole idea before we come to conclusions like, oh, this is being implemented wrong and I am right, what we need to do is, we need to establish counterfactuals for our own preconceived notions. The best learned life is that where the itishri is to continuously reject yourself and constitute yourself on new principles of knowledge, and that challenge must come from the student community, and it came to me from Usha ji. I conveyed this message, and I can tell you, the American ambassador Richard Verma then traveled down to the Oriental Research Institute, and they have a huge research grant to conserve. I can tell you many such things. These are not anecdotal. Remember, we have to constitute the slides which I will circulate. The last slide says a very significant thing, which says we need to reconstitute ourselves in a federal diversity. And that's the important part. Rather than confirm knowledge, oh, I know it, this is going wrong. Can I wrong my wrong? Can I reject who I am? Can I reject my preconceived notions? And last, if you turn into a research student, you will not put proposals like, oh, I reject this. You will build hypothesis that you will put to test. So confirmed knowledge coming from students is a sure sign that you haven't gone through a research methodology course. If you did so, you would formulate yourself tentatively and at the end, reject what you just said.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think I have learned a new skill in myself.
No, just a second, ma'am. Child, you have asked very pertinent questions, and they are all policy-related questions, answers to which these professors will not be able to give. So you talk to me later, I will tell you how do we incentivize the teachers to adopt the NEP, how we design the courses which are available so that students like you can choose them. And third thing is, what counterfactual to, if NEP, if you don't want to implement, what should we do?
Yes.
And where do we start with? So these are very fundamental questions which you asked, and short of hyperboles, I would say that these are very pertinent. We have answers to them, and we'd like to engage with students like you so we can find solutions for implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
Okay. I think we can take one more questions. Other questions can be asked during the tea break. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akshi, and I am currently pursuing BCom program from Gargi College only. And please bear with my, bad voice. I have a very bad throat ache. So my question is, do you think it was the right time to actually implement NEP? Because our session actually started very late compared to all the other sessions that had already begun. Our session began in November, and mid-semester, there were a lot of changes that were brought in, like the continuous assessment system was brought in mid-semester, and we did not have much time to prepare for whatever tests that the teachers had for us, whatever internal assessments, whatever presentations that the teacher had for us. And don't you think it has been an excessive pressure on these students comparatively, rather than it being more skill enhancing towards them, instead of implementing it towards to the whole country, all the colleges affiliated? It should have been implemented firstly in a sample space to know more about how it would have impacted the students, how it would have been positively or negatively impacting these students. And whenever these new changes are actually brought in, students should be the one who are actually taken into consideration, because it's actually directly impacting them. Even if you think that teachers have to go through a lot, it's still the students who have to submit so many assignments, so many tests, so many presentations, though they have a lot of benefit that they provide to us, maybe improving my communication skills, maybe improving my written and oral communication as well, but they still overexert me that I cannot go ahead and do some internships that whatever I want to do, because I now have to submit so many assignments. There are every new assignment every day that I have to submit, and in 5 days, in 7 days, and I cannot explore more and more opportunities. And it has also been there. We have also now it is a 170 marks exam for us. We have 70 marks of continuous assessment and 90 marks of written paper. We have to complete that 90 marks paper in 3 hours. So how do you think that we are so capable that the people of previous semesters were capable enough to complete 75 marks paper in 3 hours, and we are so good that we are probably able to do in 90 marks. They had 1 week of leaves before their exams. We had the similar amount of chapters, but we still have to do more than them in a day.
Thank you. You have asked all valid questions. And I would also like to applaud the Gagi College for traveling these students so much, and B, allowing them to express their views openly. I don't have any answer to that.
God. Okay, I call upon Dr. Alka Sakia to give the formal vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to everyone. After an extremely engaging session, which has shed light on many significant aspects of the National Education Policy 2020, focusing on teaching, learning, and research methodology, I would like to express my gratitude to our chairperson of the session, Dr. Shashi Tyagi, who gracefully conducted today's morning session, and also to the distinguished speakers for today, Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, Professor Anand Prakash ji, Professor Avinash Pandey ji, Dr. Vimal Raji, and Professor Manisha Prem ji. Thank you, Shri Atul Tiwari ji, for sharing your innovative ideas and emphasizing that the mantra for skill that should be skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. As Sir said, that indeed it is a time for innovation and skill-based education as we are in the Amrit Kal. We are eagerly looking forward to the introduction of skill-based courses at Gargi College. We are thankful to you, sir. Thank you, Professor Anand Prakash ji. As teachers, we are grateful for your guidance that how we need to change the metaphor of covering the course to uncovering the course with the student and make teaching student-centric. And the term skill should be replaced by the term competence building with a combination of knowledge background. The need for teachers to not only to learn, but also to unlearn and update. We express our gratitude to you, sir. Thank you, Professor Avinash Pandey ji, for your very, very informative presentation. Sir emphasized that real problem solving lies not in the hands of one discipline, but at the convergence of many disciplines. The profile of the learner is changing and is facing many challenges, and we need to build the ability to face those challenges among them. Now, instead of what to think, but how to think becomes more important for all of us, and the need for the teacher to have the ability to communicate to diverse students in the classroom. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Vimal Raji. Ma'am emphasized on the need for continuous capacity building for teachers, and it is both the students and teachers who have to work collectively for achieving multidisciplinary education. The focus now should be on inculcating higher order thinking among the learners, and many of the problems of higher education could be dealt with the use of information technology. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Professor Manisha Priyamji. Ma'am's focus was on the global context of change and the need for education to develop preparedness to deal with any crisis in the world. Higher education is faced with the task of building on multidisciplinarity, and methodological bridges are needed to carry these to undergraduate college level, emphasizing the need to be persistent teachers and also be world-class in teaching. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank our principal, Professor Bhatia, for her immense guidance and support, the organizing committee of the session, faculty members, non-teaching staff, and students for this extremely relevant session, which is the need of the hour. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I request the students to keep seated as the dignitaries leave. The faculty members and the dignitaries can proceed for tea break. It's been laid in the Audi foyer. The next session will begin at 12:30, interdisciplinarity in NAP. Huh? It's 12:30, okay. So another 15 minutes later, the speakers are already in. So it's going to just begin, right? So I request the students to please keep seated, and we'll be showing you a short movie in the meantime. There's need for decorum and discipline. You're in an educational institution. I think this is the first thing we should all learn. I have already conveyed that you be seated. Please be seated.
just 10 minutes and then we'll let you go in case you want to go out and take a break.
Who would like this $20 bill? I do. I'm going to give it to one of you, but first, let me do this. Okay, now, who still wants it?
Just sit down, girls. Thank you so much.
What if I do?
Girls, you have your best friend with you and that's the cell phone. So I think you can do something on it in case you're getting restless. The friend which you often use in class can be used here.
Who would like this $20 bill?
I do.
Who would like this $20 bill?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to give it to one of you, but first, let me do this. Okay, now, who still wants it?
I do.
And what if I do this? Now, who wants it now?
I do.
My dear students, I've just showed you a very important lesson. No matter what I did with this money, you still wanted it because it never lost its worth. It's still worth $20. Well, there are many times in our lives when we feel like life has crumbled us up and ground us into the dirt. We may make some bad decisions or have to deal with some poor circumstances. And sometimes our lives can make us feel worthless. But no matter what has happened, no matter what will happen, you never lose your worth. You never lose your value. Don't ever forget that.
Perspectives, Challenges and Way Forward, titled Interdisciplinarity in NEP. An interdisciplinary education, as envisaged in the NEP 2020, aims to develop social, physical, intellectual, emotional, and moral capacities of human beings in an integrated manner. A flexible curriculum will facilitate creative combinations of various disciplines. Learners will be able to choose from languages and at the same time various other fields. This aims at developing critical thinking, versatility, adaptability, problem solving, flexibility, and analytical and communication skills in the learners. The opportunities of doing research are enhanced and improved through a holistic and interdisciplinary approach. Centers of higher learning from ancient times were known for teaching every branch of knowledge. Over the centuries, the broader learning opportunities narrowed, and gradually the focus moved to specialization in particular subjects. Higher education today comes with rigid boundaries across disciplines. A student opting for a particular subject has to forego exposure to other subjects conversely. Today's job markets look for human resources with multiple capacities rather than specialization in one exclusive field. Interdisciplinary education prepares students to develop deeper skills and approach problems with broader perspectives. The NEP 2020 attempts to reboot the legacy of the higher learning centers of ancient India by emulating the teaching learning that prevailed during the time and making it relevant and contemporary. We are privileged to have amongst us distinguished speakers who would focus on how holistic and interdisciplinary education will promote a seamless and hassle-free educational experience for the learners. I now request Dr. Munish from the Department of Physics to felicitate Professor Vandana Luthra, the chairperson for today's session. Thank you, Professor Vandana. I would now request Dr. Munish from Department of Physics to felicitate Professor Seema Bawa. I now request Dr. Indra Mani from Department of Microbiology to felicitate Professor Seema Gupta. Now I request Dr. Jyoti Mavi from the Department of Economics to felicitate Professor Preeti Rishilal. Thank you, ma'am. I will now introduce the chairperson for today, Dr. Vanna Luthra is working as a professor in physics at Gargi College. She has availed of the prestigious Boycast Fellowship from DST to work on gas sensing materials at University College London, UK, and the Raman Fellowship at State University of New York on the development of nanomaterials for energy applications. She has been a visiting researcher at UCL, UK. She has also been a recipient of the Meritorious Teachers Award by NCT Government of Delhi, one of the 4 digital literacy champions by Campus of Open Learning and Edinburgh College. She is a recipient of the Indian Association of Physics Teachers Deen Bandhu Sahu Memorial Award and also received the Teaching Excellence Award by Delhi University. She has 37 research papers in international journals. She has guided 5 PhD students and completed 7 research projects. I will now introduce the speakers for today's session. Dr. Seema Bawa is a professor at the Department of History, University of Delhi, specializing in history of South Asian art and culture. Her areas of research focus on ancient Indian art and iconography, Western Himalayan art and religion, and modern and contemporary Indian art. Books written by her include Gods, Men and Women, Gender and Sexuality in Early Indian Art and Religion, and Art of the Chamba Valley, AD 700 to 1300. She has edited Locating Pleasure in Indian History, Prescribed and Proscribed Desires in Visual and Literary Cultures, published by Bloomsbury India Limited. She was a recipient of the Datt Fellowship at the University of Bonn. She has lectured extensively in India and abroad on Indian art, architecture, and iconography, including Institute of Archaeology, the National Museum, India Habitat Center, and more. Our next speaker for today is Professor Seema Gupta. She has been teaching since 1996 to BCom honors and postgraduate MBA students at Deshbandhu College, University of Delhi. Being a knowledge bank of various management courses and topics, and being the coordinator of the refresher course in management and economics and in contemporary issues to the world, organized by CPDHE and FMS. She did her PhD from Delhi School of Economics. She has been the coordinator for refresher course in management and economics by the UGC Human Resource Management Center, CPDHE and FMS Delhi in 2018. She has also coordinated the refresher course in contemporary issues of the world organized by the UGC Human Resources Management Center, CPDHE, in 2018. Our next speaker is Professor Preeti Rishi Lal, a faculty member at Lady Irwin College with over 30 years of work experience. An alumna of DU, she started her career as a junior scientific officer at the Sports Authority of India, MYAS. Her PhD was a pioneering work on sports nutrition in India. She has introduced various core and value-added courses and papers in sports nutrition and fitness and nutrition in University of Delhi. She has served on deputation at ICMR NIN to launch the MSc Sports Nutrition Program. Our next speaker is unable to attend due to some urgent work, Dr. Mohammad Mohsin, and has expressed his regrets at being unable to attend. Now, I request Professor Vanna Luthra to kindly chair the session. Thank you.
Very namaskar to everyone. Thanks, Dr. Alka, for the kind introduction. It is my delight and privilege to welcome the esteemed speakers for today's session on interdisciplinarity in education and research. To help us navigate the complex landscape, I would be welcoming Professor Seema Bawa, Professor Seema Gupta, Professor Preeti Rishi Lal, and as our esteemed speakers. Real-life problems can be complex and multifaceted. And in that, the knowledge of single domain may not be sufficient to solve solutions for that. In research, ID centers, these are called interdisciplinary research centers, are coming and evolving worldwide and globally in order to tackle the problems of the types which are global problems like that of climate change, energy, public health, and so many. And there is a need to connect many domains together, because in that there is a widening of the perspective, and that is always required when we are looking at the problems. It is rightly said that ID is the art of applying insights into multiple fields to solve complex problems, making it a powerful approach to address the multifaceted challenges of our time. So with this, I will request our first speaker, Professor Seema Bawa, to kindly illuminate on this matter. Thank you so much.
We'll overrun our time majorly. Since I started late, I'll try to be as brief as possible. First of all, I would like to take the students, especially the students, through the process by which courses are passed by the department and they come to you. Because often, and I remember this distinctly, it's always कि ये कौन थे, क्यों बनाया, ऐसा कोर्स क्यों बनाया, हम पे थोप दिया ये कोर्स, सोचा तो था नहीं. But it's a very complex process, it's a very stepped process in which a lot of people give it a lot of thought. It's not something that's actually suddenly brought to the students. Students are actually involved in the creation and of the course and are also our sounding boards. So the first process that we get, and we got this document, which is all of you have seen, the NAP document, from where we started as to how do we actually bring in the various aspects of national education policy to a discipline, especially the discipline of history, though I was Dean of Social Sciences, so I'm also part of, I was involved in at least the vetting of the courses of 9 departments. But nevertheless, as far as history is concerned, then we got down to having a general body meeting of all college teachers of the colleges, departments, everybody was free to participate. Then we have something called Committee of Courses, which is made up of faculty members of the department as well as college teachers as well as students, So they were ones who then narrowed down on some of the papers that we would be designing. Then we had, this entire Google Forms and other boards where 5 or 6 teachers were given the responsibility of designing a course, a paper. So we designed those papers. These were then compiled, made into a format. These were then taken to the standing committee. Then these were taken to academic council, and then they were taken to EC. At each point, these were challenged. And then the Committee of Courses came back and, worked on those challenges and incorporated as many suggestions as we could that made the course more strong. Okay, now what were the major challenges posed to history as far as NAP was concerned? The most important challenge was that of the new time frame. Somebody in the last session had said that 3 lectures and 1 tutorial, which was something that was a major change from 5 lectures and 1 tutorial per paper. So we had to kind of design courses, compress courses to bring in this particular aspect. And this in itself posed a challenge, but it was also eased by the fact that we now had many more core papers. Instead of 2 core papers, we had 3 core papers per per semester, which you would have noticed. Now, this meant that we could offer more choices to students in terms of core paper. Similarly, we had what is known as DSEs or electives, which were to strengthen what we were teaching in the core courses and bring in interdisciplinarity in those areas. Now I will talk about a little bit about this relationship between core and electives. Now remember that one major change that has been brought about in the national education policy is that we have something called honors in multidisciplinary studies, which people can have credits, enough credits. If you have enough credits in the multidisciplinary courses, then you can go in for higher education, an MA or a research degree in that particular subject. Given that people entering higher education are going to have either an honors degree in a subject or will have history, political science, economics, so on and so forth as a major. And then they will go into higher education, which means that the disparity in the level of courses cannot be too much. Okay? So when you are actually implementing something, you have to think about the next step, what we call academic progression. That if you are going to leave in the first year, or if you're going to go on to the second year and then third year and then the research degree in the fourth year, this should all have an incremental increase in knowledge. That is, first year, second year, you should increase the level of your knowledge, making you at the end of your fourth research year at least aware of the major trends in that subject that you are studying. And if you are doing multidisciplinary, also in another subject, so you can also be doing political science. Right. Having said that, I will now come to history per se. Now in history, what is important for us is that where do we bring in interdisciplinarity, right? How do we tackle this entire concept of interdisciplinarity? And for us, it was very easy, because history as a subject is inherently interdisciplinary in nature. Whatever has happened a minute ago is history. Everything is history. You know, history, you know, you can't have science, maths, commerce, political, physical education, etc., without history. So we have it very easy. We can teach the history of anything, right? So we teach the history of emotions, we teach the history of, the history of commerce, history of religion, so on and so forth, philosophy, travel, and I'll be coming to those. So the definition of history is that it intersects at all points with all other subjects. Therefore, this canvas that we had was very large to paint on. We could actually bring in 1,000 histories and still have many more left to be able to actually discuss. And this is something I find that students, if implemented properly by colleges, if choices are actually offered by colleges, then students of all disciplines would actually benefit. What and how would they benefit? What we did was that we have something known as discipline specific core courses. Now these are all very history as a discipline specific, these are chronological. History, is ancient, medieval, modern, postmodern, so on and so forth. We have time periods. So the core courses is where we tackled the idea of these very important chronologies that first we will have prehistory, protohistory, Bronze Age, and so on and so forth, ancient, then early medieval, Sultanate, Mughal, and 17th, 18th centuries. Then go on to, so this is the space that we kept for the very important Indian history structure. But it's not enough to study Indian history, because that would make you not aware of the trends in history writing or in history making. So we included world history in the core courses, so that we have European histories, we have Asian histories, we have African histories, and histories of nation building in other areas. So we had the entire European history and world history, basically, not just European history, but ancient histories from Mesopotamia, etc., to the rise of Islam, the rise of Christianity, and then we went on to talk about Renaissance, early modern Europe, and also discussed Asian countries such as China, Japan, and so on and so forth. So that your core history, what we thought was important was to do core history of chronologies of India and the world are covered. And then we had an exciting time as far as electives are concerned. Now these electives, we wanted these to be where we could bring in the major portion of interdisciplinarity. This is where we decided that we are going to bring in things like histories of travel. If you're interested in travel and travelogues, we have that. History of commerce, mercantile towns and markets. We have the histories of power and hierarchies. We have histories of Northeast India. So we have areas. We also have area studies as far as India is concerned, regional studies. This is where we could bring these in. We could also talk about sacred centers, temples, religions and religious buildings. We could also talk about cultural formations and cultures of the Indian subcontinent. We talked about things like transnational trade, so that people who are interested in learning economic histories or histories of urbanization would be able to discuss these at another level. And then we have GE courses. Now, GE courses are a challenge for all departments. GE courses are a challenge because it's a challenge for the market of a discipline. Because everybody from other disciplines has to accept these courses. And we had to make these courses as interesting as possible, as exciting and useful as possible for people from other disciplines. And that is where we started designing courses which were, one, popular. So we talked about radio, cinema, mass media, histories of radio, cinema, mass media, theatre, so on and so forth. We also talked about what everybody seems to be very excited about is life histories and biographies. तो सबको पता करना है जोधा थी कि नहीं थी, हाँ? अकबर जोधा में जोधा थी कि नहीं थी, वो क्या पद्मावती थी कि नहीं थी, those kind of things that are emerging from popular histories but need to be investigated and brought into the more disciplinary or interdisciplinary fold. So that is how we were intersecting with other disciplines in order to make our own discipline more exciting and valuable also, rather than having popular histories which were unsubstantiated by data, that at least students studying these subjects would have a better knowledge and a more authentic knowledge of things that would enhance their own disciplines as well as make history a very interesting place. Now comes the last, how many minutes? 2 minutes. So, fine. So I'm on my last, which is skill. Now, one of the very important points of NAP is employability, right? So how do, everybody says, history पढ़ के क्या करने वाले हो? कोई नौकरी थोड़ी ना लग जाएगी तुम्हारी. हिस्ट्री पढ़ के क्या करोगे? तुम्हारे को कोई CA बनोगे, इंजीनियर बनोगे, डॉक्टर बनोगे. There's this entire challenge which as soon as you say you're studying history, it always comes. You can do nothing after history, which is absolutely not true, right? And this is something that we started to tackle very, very early in the framing of the courses, that we had to make people studying history become more employable. So, what are the focus areas that we had when designing these courses? One was that they should be in the travel industry, which is a very simple thing. Travel tourism, history of Delhi, they can become guides, they can become interpreters and so on and so forth. Then, one thing that they can actually do is get into the culture industry, which is a very growing industry today. As you know, from 2000 onwards, the entire world of academia and otherwise has taken a cultural turn. What is known as a cultural turn? That is that now culture has become an industry, and people with soft skills such as cultural knowledge are becoming more employable as far as multinationals are concerned. So we had, and if you go through the course, we have an emphasis on cultural knowledge systems. So we have cultures of the Indian subcontinent, we have things like art and architecture, we have things like religion and architecture, sacred towns, so on and so forth. So at least 10 or 12 courses deal with culture. And the last and most important is Indian knowledge systems, which is part of the NAP document, that we have to bring in and integrate Indian knowledge systems into our new courses, which is what we've done. We have 15 courses that intersect with the Indian knowledge system. These include the histories of disease and epidemic, histories of science and technology, histories of religion, histories of architecture and art, histories of vernacular literature and language. So many of our courses, at least 15 of them, and I won't enumerate all of them, are about Indian knowledge systems and how they can actually be applied as far as interdisciplinarity of a discipline are concerned. Now, this is something that is very, very specific to the history department, but if you would notice that at least in all social science departments, this is basically a trend where core courses are tackling the core areas of discipline, and the electives and the GEs are where the interdisciplinary aspects are being brought in. Whether these are very scientific disciplines or the more interpretative one. And I do hope that you are able to take advantage of the NAP, and the colleges offer as many electives as they can, given the infrastructural and the teaching student ratio constraints, so that you can benefit from this cafeteria, so-called cafeteria approach, where you can bring in all these aspects into your basket. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Professor Seema Bawa, for the interesting facts, and I think we can give a round of applause for her. Yes. And I invite now Professor Seema Gupta for the much-awaited talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vannaluthra ma'am and Geeta Kichlu ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to interact with the young minds. मैं बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पे देख रही हूँ, हिंदी इंग्लिश दोनों में बोलूँगी. साइंसेस से कौन कौन है? फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, बायोलॉजी, zoology, good number. Humanities, political science, history, commerce, management, English, Hindi. सो सब तरह सब बच्चे हैं. अच्छा, स्कूल में हमने ना एक लॉ पढ़ा है, न्यूटन्स लॉ ऑफ मोशन. थर्ड लॉ किसी को याद है? टू एवरी एक्शन देयर इज एन इक्वल एंड अपोजिट रिएक्शन. और बच्चे आजकल के ये रिएक्शन बहुत यूज करते हैं, माता पिता के साथ भी, टीचर्स के साथ भी, और अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ भी. राइट और नो? यस और नो? यस. ओके. Everything is changing in this world. We are living in an ever-changing world. Agree? Yes or no? But there is something constant in this ever-changing world. I've answered it. What is constant in this world, ever-changing world? Change in itself. And most of you have got admission in this change of education policy NEP 2020. Often as a coordinator of South Club Co-Hub, I'm often asked this question by academicians, educators and students. What's the relevance? Why are we being subject to study these new courses which dilute the core strength of the honors course we have taken admission into? How many of you share this thought? How many of you share this thought? नहीं आंसर करना. चलो, let me narrate you a story. Story सबको सुनना है? चलो, good. This story, you know, I have taken it from कूटनीति, और ये एक संस्कृत की टेल है. स्टोरी ऐसे जाती है कि once upon a time there was a sage. He had a lone disciple. और वो जो उसका शिष्य था ना, वो बहुत उतावला रहता था. He didn't have any control on his speech and actions. He would jump to the conclusion, and the rishi would often tell him, थोड़ा रुक के, थोड़ा संभल के. एक दिन वो कहीं जा रहे थे in search of food and water. They went to a village. It was a sunny day. दिन का टाइम था. उन्होंने कहा चलो कहीं रुक जाते हैं, थोड़ा आराम करते हैं. तो they just sat under the thatched roof. अपोजिट हाट लगते हैं ना, जैसे गांव में हाट लगते हैं, तो वहाँ जाके वो बैठ जाते हैं, आराम कर रहे होते हैं, सुस्ती थोड़ी आ जाती है. तो जस्ट अपोजिट टू देयर thatched hut, they saw a shopkeeper. It was empty. He had nothing to do. There were no customers. So that shopkeeper started organizing the things in his shop. And accidentally he touched the honey jar. शहद का जो जार था, his fingers dipped into it. He took out the finger and he cleaned it with a pillar. वहीं पे जो था उससे clean कर दिया. The sage immediately said he shouldn't have done it. The disciple said, Guruji, what is wrong in that? It's such an innocent action. What's wrong? Guruji said, okay, let's wait for an hour then. Let's keep sitting here. 1 घंटे बाद जहां शहद होगा वहां कौन होगा? मक्खियां, चींटियां. क्योंकि खंबे पे था तो चींटी को थोड़ा टाइम लगता. मक्खियां, मधुमक्खियां वहां पर आके बैठ गईं. ऊपर से एक छिपकली जा रही थी. इट जस्ट वॉबल्ड अप. दिन के टाइम में आज खाना मिल गया. द लिजर्ड वॉबल्ड अप द फ्लाइज. देयर वॉज एन एक्शन. कुछ हरकत वहां पे हुई. द शॉपकीपर हैड अ पेट कैट. शी वॉज सीइंग इट. लिजर्ड. शी जस्ट पाउंस्ड ऑन द लिजर्ड. द लिजर्ड फेल. लिजर्ड आगे आगे, बिल्ली पीछे पीछे. देयर वॉज अ डॉग स्लीपिंग afternoon nap, and she stepped on him. The dog bit her and she shrieked in pain. Listening to the shriek sounds of the cat, the shopkeeper came, and when he saw the dog, he knew ये तो landlord का है. उसकी और landlord की लगती थी. They were from rival communities, and he took the brick and hit the dog. Now the dog groaned in pain. Hearing the dog's voice, the landlord came. और बस क्या था, पहले तो बहसबाजी हुई, फिर लड़ाई हुई, फिर गांव के और लोग इकट्ठे हुए. लड़ाई इतनी बढ़ गई कि शॉपकीपर की हट की शॉप को आग लगा दी गई. And it reduced into ashes by the evening. Any learning from this story? Any learning from this story? Disciple asked, गुरुजी इसने क्या करा था? एक लर्निंग जो बहुत कॉमन आती है कि क्या उसकी दुकान का जलना, उसके उंगली जो शहद में लगी थी और जो उसने इनोसेंटली बिना सोचे समझे वहाँ वाइप कर दी. कैन यू रिलेट ऑल दीज इंसिडेंट्स? वन एक्शन लीड टू अनदर एंड कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस इट लेड टू एट द एंड. तो ये वाला तो लर्निंग हम सबको समझ में आता है. यू ऑल विल एग्री विद मी कि इट लेड्स टू सीक्वेंस of actions and each action led to certain consequences which became an action for the another party. अब इस स्टोरी को थोड़ा सा हम अलग नजरिए से समझते हैं. Is it a possibility that the two parties came on the table together and talked with each other and resolved this conflict which arose out of the cat and dog? Yes or no? Is there a possibility that one party, perhaps shopkeeper, could have shown emotional maturity because his cat stepped on the neighbor's dog? What was the reason that such a group of people who had nothing to do with that incident became the party of the conflict and led it to a bigger, even I'm not saying riots, but a bigger situation which became difficult to handle? Are we not seeing all such kind of situations in our society, in our family and individual life? क्या दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी आपको सोशल इंटेलिजेंस का पेपर नहीं पढ़ा रही है? क्या आपको स्ट्रेस मैनेज करने के लिए आर्ट ऑफ बीइंग हैप्पी का पेपर इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं किया गया है? क्या आपको कॉन्फ्लिक्ट मैनेजमेंट नेगोशिएशन के पेपर को इंट्रोड्यूस करके बताया जा रहा है कि कैसे आप अपने इश्यूज को हैंडल कर सकते हैं? आर यू बीइंग टॉट, हैव यू बीन इंट्रोड्यूस्ड अबाउट द कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स? Yes or no? क्या 2 साल 3 साल पहले हमने इस तरह का पर्सपेक्टिव वाइडर सोचा था कि पॉलिटिकल साइंस का स्टूडेंट एक ऐसा पेपर डील कर रहा होगा जो एक्सक्लूसिवली हम एक साइकोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट के साथ रख देते हैं? हाउ टू रेगुलेट इमोशंस. दिस इज EI. We are living in an era where a child, a student is subject to a lot of anxieties. This is the relevance of teaching value addition courses and skill development courses to our students when we have introduced NEP in Delhi University. Can you see now, can you appreciate, can you see the relevance of it? इसको बहुत ज़्यादा ना लेके, बहुत टेक्निकल पैरामीटर्स भी मैंने करने थे. कुछ मैं आपको कीवर्ड्स देती हूँ. कीवर्ड है सेरिकल्चर. Somebody would tell me, सेरिकल्चर is learning the rearing of worms, silk, silk जैसे बनता है. पर्ल कल्चर, पर्ल कैसे आर्टिफिशियली ग्रो किया जाता है. डिजिटल मार्केटिंग, सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग, प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ मार्केटिंग, एडवर्टाइजिंग, negotiation. Can you build a story around it? Can you see for your own self? Can you build something for yourself? Even if you are political science student, mushroom culture. आपको ये सारे कोर्सेज पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं. आप अपना करियर डिजाइन कर सकते हैं by looking at the list of WAC, SEC and GE कोर्सेज. मैं हिस्ट्री ऑनर्स की स्टूडेंट हूँ, पर मैं एक ऐसे बैकग्राउंड से आती हूँ जहाँ पे खेती होती है. मुझे मशरूम कल्टीवेशन फैसिनेट करा, मैंने बॉटनी डिपार्टमेंट में जाके वो पेपर पढ़ा, उसको अब मार्केट कैसे करना है वो मैंने डिजिटल मार्केटिंग का पेपर पढ़ा, मुझे उसकी प्लानिंग कैसे करनी है फाइनेंशियल, मैंने फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग का पेपर पढ़ा, मुझे कैसे उसको प्रमोट करना है मैंने एडवर्टाइजिंग का पेपर पढ़ा, और साथ में अपनी डिग्री और कोर्स के साथ आपने अपनी एक स्किल डेवलप कर ली, आपने अपना माइंडसेट एक एंटरप्रेन्योर होने का या एक स्किल value you have added in addition to your degree courses. So that explains the relevance. क्या कभी ऐसे सोचा था किसी ने? Have you designed your selection of the courses like this? अब करोगे? अपने जूनियर्स को समझाओगे? This is how एक सेमेस्टर में एक वैक का पेपर है, सेक का है, जी का 3, 3, 6, 9, 12. आप अपने इन 12 पेपर्स को सेलेक्ट करके अपना कोर्स, अपना करियर 3 साल की डिग्री, 4 साल की डिग्री में डिज़ाइन कर सकते हैं. सो दैट इज़ द पर्सपेक्टिव आई वांटेड टू इंट्रोड्यूस टू माय स्टूडेंट्स, क्योंकि यूथ में ही पावर है और NEP का पूरा फोकस वोकेशनल इंटीग्रेशन और यूथ पावर में है. और एक मैं लास्ट में कुछ पढ़ना चाहूँगी. This is by youth poet laureate Amanda Gorman. There is always light if only we are brave enough to see it. There is always light if we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. So I invoke my dear students, be that light. Thank you so much. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Professor Seema, for your wonderful insights, and I think that will inspire our students. And now I take this opportunity to call upon Professor Preeti Lal Shah, Professor Preeti, for the next talk. Thank you so much.
A very good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank Gargi College for giving me this amazing opportunity. And I congratulate them for putting together such a brilliant conference to update all students towards the new education policy and how it's being implemented. To my mind, I feel it is to show you how lucky you are to be part of this historic event of the University of Delhi. So my topic today would be on value addition courses, which is basically, I'll talk about, let me show you the content. So I'll briefly try and connect the key points of the national education policy that have inspired the value addition courses. And then what are these courses all about? What are values? And why should we learn them? How many of you are really enjoying doing value addition courses? Very few. Okay, maybe after another year, we'll see many more hands. Okay. So why should we do these courses? Why should we teach them? Why are they so important? What will it do for us, right? We have it very clear. What do I get out of it, right, in the modern world? And then, so what are the key mandates of value addition courses and their expected outcome? So let me also start by quoting Albert Einstein. So there are a lot of science students here. Anybody here who doesn't know who Albert Einstein was? Okay, so this is a better response than how many of you like the value addition courses, right? So if, okay, how many of you then do know what his issues with the education system were? Anybody? Do you know he was dyslexic and thrown out, but then he self-learned and became such a great innovator. We wouldn't like many people to be like him, but let me tell you, the new education policy is truly inspired by events of history, and thanks, ma'am, for telling us that there's history in everything, right? They're truly inspired by such events, actually weeding out all the issues that people have seen in various education systems. So every system slowly evolves. And if you look at Indian history, initially we had our traditional system, and then we were colonized, so we kind of adapted, and today we have a new system. So the new education policy makers looked into what needs to be done for the globe today when they put together the new education policy. And so I congratulate each one of you that you're part of this historic move, right? The historic move that has shifted the idea of education from teaching for getting employment alone to teaching for holistic development, an overall holistic development. So we'll talk a little bit more about it. The guiding principles you've been hearing for 2 days, and so there are 5 major pillars, but basically, what is this policy trying to do? It is trying to prepare you to meet the diverse national as well as global challenges, not only of the present, but also of the future. How many of you know what the agenda, what the basic theme of G20 was? Amazing. Okay, fine. And how does sustainability fit into that agenda? Perfect. Right. And what is the major threat to sustainability today? Correct. Climate change. Why? Because how we are living our life. Each one of us, we think it is the government's problem. The government thinks it's another country's problem. They are taking away more power, this, whatever. Somebody else should clean their house. Mine is good for me. I'm comfortable. So these are the core values that we are living, and ultimately, over a century, now we are saying that the globe is under threat. Is the globe under threat? No, we don't know tomorrow if we'll have oxygen, if we'll have water to drink. We are under threat. And that basically, we have threatened the earth. Okay, the earth will give as much as it has. But if we grab, we have those values, the way we live, we are putting a threat to ourselves through the threat to the globe itself. And so the higher education as envisaged is not going to teach you how, not only going to teach you what you're going to do in your biology practical, but it is giving you a multidisciplinary approach so that you can connect with various other disciplines and promote our traditions. And we'll come at why we need to look at that also, and do some quality research so that we are equipped. We are responsible, contributing citizens of first our nation and then the globe. Okay? So basically, the key guiding principles which it has put together is that there is no hard separation. Tum arts ho, tum science ho, tum commerce ho, whatever. So there is a oneness to education, and that oneness is the curiosity to learn. If I am doing biology, why can I not do digital marketing? So now, for centuries, I could not. But now, I can within my university. It is multidisciplinary. It is planning to give you a choice so that you can make your own profession. I know it is very daunting right now. How can I choose what I need to do right now? I don't even know about these subjects. And so I have to pick the right things to ultimately do what I wanted, right? It can be very daunting. And most of all, value addition courses, I don't know my own diet, why should I learn Ayurveda? It is very confusing, but as you start understanding why it is being done, the way it is being done, you will slowly go step by step and be able, with guidance of your mentors, of your teachers, you will be there, right? And technology, quality research, all of these have been envisaged. So now, why is value education so important in the 21st century? There are just two key points. Anybody, or let me put it this way, how many of you have one or more family members abroad? Almost everyone. If I say extended family, cousins, okay, almost every family has members abroad. So there is such interconnectedness in the globe now. It is not in one silo that you're doing in education. The globe is interconnected and the education systems are also interconnected and they are similar, and there is intermingling of culture. Culture about what we wear, how we do things, how we have relationships, how we study, our method of studying, what we do in our extracurricular time, everything is now being inspired globally, right? Because there is an intermingling of cultures. And so it is, right now you just have 25 courses to choose from. Imagine your culture being influenced by the entire world. That can be daunting when people move out of their educational protected environment into the workforce. Your teams are diverse. There are people across the globe. You sit here at the click of the button, you are speaking in Asia, all continents, right? Asia Pacific and the US and everywhere, right? So there is a diversity of culture. So how, right now we are daunted about which course to choose. How do you choose how to live your life? How strong are you? Every situation demands a decision making on your part. Are you strong enough? Can you sustain change? How strong, confident are you? How wholesome are you to contribute towards a wholesome society and not get drifted away? So that is one of the main agendas of value education. So what are values? What are values? Can somebody just a long shot? What do you think values are? Making the right decisions. They are basically beliefs. Okay, they are beliefs that motivate people to do what they do, or they motivate your behavior. So honesty may be a value for somebody, it is a moral value, but then another person might say, honesty is overrated in the commercial world. So values are not the same for everyone, right? They are individual beliefs that motivate people one way or the other. And they don't just emerge. They have to be subtly learned. You learn it from your parents, you learn it from your society, you learn it from your teachers. Has anybody read Panchatantra? Yes? Right. So, do you know why Panchatantra was made? Yes, because a king's son was really spoilt. And in a story form, he wanted to teach his son some morality to be a king. So that is how Panchatantra came. That is how subtly they taught values. But these values are not just moral values. Of course, morality or ethics is one of the values. These are now global values of the digital world. They are skills that hold you in good stead in this world. So these are not moral or ethical. They are basically values that are globally required to help you become responsible citizens. Sustainability also emerges from a lot of values put together. It's an attitude of making the right choice today, of having sufficient and not being grabbing from here and there, and giving back to the environment and having a good way of life. So value addition today has been felt not only in India, but globally as the need of modern world, because the whole world is a village, and we learnt values only through only informally. You now have the opportunity to learn it more formally. So what values, as I said, are important? Ethical, yes. Moral, yes. But now the traditional values are meeting the modern values, and therefore lateral thinking, critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, functional fitness, the physical, mental, emotional integrity, art of being happy. And thanks to Amartya Sen for bringing out that materialism is just cannot give you happiness, and it's the happiness quotient that is also very important. And that is the crux of value addition courses. Right now we have 26 of them, and your college is offering at least more than 5 courses for you to choose from. And so the key mandate is to make you more holistic. Right? In my times, I could not, for example, learn about Ayurveda while I was studying my nutrition. But today I have an opportunity to see what why does my grandmother make that kadha and give it to me when there is corona, right? And should I have it? Because the doctor doesn't say we should have it. And so those conflicts are getting resolved. They have to come out of the table, be evaluated with the current logic on whether we need them or we can discard them. Till such time we do not view it with the current logic, if there is no evidence, it does not mean that it is wrong or it is a myth. So it worked for them. Why did it work? Let's look at it today with the current system of knowledge. So that is the key mandate, holistic education. Choose. You can do Vedic math. You can make your brain sharper. You can do languages. Your mother tongue, you can learn it well because your brain processes the information that you receive fastest in your mother tongue. I could not do it. I had only one extra language. And at that point in time, French and German were also there. And my little mind did not understand why we should be doing that. But today you have a whole lot of Indian languages, foreign languages. So the key characteristic of VAC is its interdisciplinarity, its novelty, its value addition, a holistic approach, and the way it is taught. We do not give you theoretical knowledge. Each value addition course makes you do things in class. Do you do things in class for value addition? At the end of the course, do you feel that you have added some value? If not, please get back to us. We will give another refresher, or we will kind of upgrade on our pedagogies, okay? And so credits and all you already know, and that is why we continuously evaluate you. For example, I teach Ayurveda and nutrition, and I've planned that course. What I start with is, what is on your plate today? What did you eat today? And this is the history of food. Now track back. How many centuries has this ingredient survived? Do you know what the first ann was, anaj? It was jaw. And what was the first sweet that was made in Indian homes? It was malpua. Okay? So all this kind of a thing, and we look at our plate and we see what are we eating today. Then we go a little bit into what the national recommendation is all about. Eat this much vegetable, this much fruit, this much that, whatever. And then we look at Ayurveda. Ayurveda says, you are a pitta, you are a vata. You don't eat rice and you don't eat wheat. Or you eat this and you don't eat that. So what does it say about us? And does it happen? Do you experience it? Right? So that's how we do it in class, and we make it a game, and we kind of have quizzes, and that's the pedagogy. So if you're not having fun, please get back to your teacher and your coordinator so that we can make it more fun in class. Okay, this is not really an academic subject. It is meant to add value to what you are studying. It is meant to be fun. It is meant to bust your stress. It is not your core subject. You learn something for holistic development. And why? Can somebody tell me? Why are we learning this? Why? To realize the vision of NEP so that you are deeply rooted in your culture. When you go out, if you're wearing Indian kolhapuris, you don't feel bad that you are not suited and booted anymore. You are proud that somebody handmade the kolhapuri. You know the culture. You appreciate the hands that made it for you. You appreciate its beauty. Right? Right? So you're rooted. You're proud of India. Unless you are proud of your own nation, believe me, you cannot contribute towards global development. So that is one of the mandates. You are deeply rooted, yet that doesn't mean that no, I know only Kolhapuri chappal, I cannot appreciate this branded shoe. You are globally aware. You have a choice. You are inclusive. You like both things, but you choose what you choose because of your convictions. You are positive all the time, and you are contributing towards the G20 agenda of the world being one large family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And with that, thank you so much.
I humbly thank our panel of experts for enlightening details about how this session, how these are going to benefit our students. I would say that I want to satiate my never-ending desire to learn. Learn that is relevant for today and tomorrow as well. What is needed for tomorrow? For tomorrow, we need our students which are ready to take challenges. And challenges are unseen. Like pandemic, we have already seen all the challenges have been very unseen, and that is going to happen in future also. So Professor has told us that how the history can be made interesting in his talk, in our talk, and how we can have its as a DSC course or a GE course, and how interesting facts can be imbibed into different streams. And value added in the skill courses are the things which can provide us holistic development of the students. And holistic would mean that there is a connect between different streams, and that different streams are basically the barriers are getting narrowed down, and we are going to have quality education and preparing our students for the future to take up challenges. So with this, I thank the chair, all the panelists for their enlightenment and illuminating talk. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for patient listening. Thanks. I would request Dr. Munish for the vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
So finally, we are at the end of this wonderful talk. Truly, everything is interdisciplinary. Truly, the world is interconnected. और जैसा मैडम ने कहा, everything is history. और अगर आप इस तरीके से इसको आप देखें कि जो अभी हो रहा है 1 मिनट के बाद ये भी हिस्ट्री है, तो दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एक्टिव सब्जेक्ट, मतलब हर पल में इसके अंदर कुछ ना कुछ एडिशन हो रहा है। इसी के साथ साथ अगर वही कुछ बातों को अगर हम स्टोरी के माध्यम से बताएं तो वही चीज़ें ज़्यादा अच्छे से समझ में आती है। जैसे मैडम ने कहा कि टू एवरी एक्शन देयर इज़ इक्वल एंड ऑपोजिट रिएक्शन, या एक्शन एंड रिएक्शन आर ऑलवेज इक्वल एंड ऑपोजिट। तो अगर आप एक लेवल तक पढ़ लेते हैं तो ये समझ में आता है। अदरवाइज़ यही इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी में अगर आप हिंदी में या गांव में सुनोगे तो आपको लगेगा कि हाँ भाई ठीक है, जैसा करोगे वैसा भरोगे। इसी के साथ साथ हमने आप लोगों से रिस्पॉन्स लिया कि भाई आपको वैक कैसा लगता है। सो वैल्यू एडेड कोर्सेज, स्किल इन्हेंसमेंट कोर्सेज कैसे लगते हैं। तो अगर आप इसको भी जोड़ना चाहें फिज़िक्स से, तो फिज़िक्स में एक कॉन्सेप्ट होता है इनर्शिया का, कि हर आदमी बदलाव से थोड़ा सा दूर भागना चाहता है। सो डैट इज़ इनर्शिया। सो वी आर होपफुल डैट ये पहला सेमेस्टर है, पहला बैच है, तो आपको थोड़ी सी दिक्कत हो रही है, बट श्योरली एज मैम सेड वी विल एक्सपेक्ट कि आप लोगों की तरफ से और फेवरेबल आउटकम आएगा इन द ईयर्स टू कम। उसके अलावा वो जो स्टोरी थी जिसमें कि लड़ाई तो थी सिर्फ डॉग की और कैट की, लेकिन उसके बाद जो उनके मालिक थे उन्होंने भी बहुत एग्रेसिव बिहेव किया। अगर आप इसको भी अगर थोड़ा सा मान लो साइंस या फिज़िक्स से जोड़ें तो आप कह सकते हो कि भाई ग्राउंड स्टेट इज़ द मोस्ट स्टेबल स्टेट। खास करके जो बच्चे फिज़िक्स के हैं, केमिस्ट्री के हैं, ये दुनिया ये सब कुछ सब इलेक्ट्रॉन से बना हुआ है। हिंदी से लोगे तो पेड़ की जड़ें हमेशा ज़मीन में ही अच्छी लगती हैं, इलेक्ट्रॉन हमेशा ग्राउंड स्टेट में ही अच्छा लगता है। तो इसी के साथ साथ we are at the end of this wonderful talk, wonderful session. So finally, I like to thank to Professor Vandana Luthra ji, the chairperson for this session on truly interdisciplinarity in NEP. I am also thankful to Professor Seema Bawa ji, Professor Seema Gupta ji, Professor Preeti Rishi Lal ji for their informative and more than that, very relevant and wonderfully delivered talks. I am also thankful to our students and colleagues for being patient listeners. And last but not the least, I would like to thank our principal ma'am, teaching and non-teaching staffs for making this event a grand success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now I request the speakers and the faculty members to proceed to the auditorium foyer for lunch. Students, please be seated in the auditorium. Please don't move from your seats. We will let you know when you all have to leave. Thank you.
वैसे भी मैं कुछ खा नहीं
है। फर्स्ट ईयर फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर में वो आएगा तो उसको हम एक बार पढ़ाएंगे, हम 2 बार नहीं पढ़ाएंगे। वो फेल हो गया, एग्ज़ाम नहीं दिया, फॉर्म नहीं भरा, हमारी कमिटमेंट नहीं है बच्चे की। हमने एक बार आपके लिए ऑफ़र की थी, तो यू हैव परचेज द टिकट, यू कैन यूज़ ओनली वंस, नॉन ट्रांसफरेबल। अब बच्चा फेल हो गया तो पहले कई बार हम बच्चे को कहते थे कोई बात नहीं, आप इनफॉर्मली मेरी क्लासें अटेंड कर लीजिए, मेरी कर लीजिए, और इट कुड बी होल ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट भी अपने लेवल पे मिलके ये डिसाइड कर लेता है चलो इस बच्चे की कोई प्रॉब्लम थी, क्लास दे देंगे। लेकिन अब इन NEP दिस सिस्टम हैज़ लॉट ऑफ अदर एडवांटेज विच वॉज ऑल टुगेदर मिसिंग। लेकिन रेगुलर आप एक बार बनते हैं और दूसरी बार आप एक्स स्टूडेंट बन जाते हैं। जो आपका क्वेश्चन था वो फेल हो गया तो हमने उसे पढ़ा दिया, रीज़न कुछ भी रहा, उसका पर्सनल था, एकेडमिकली था और एनीथिंग, वी हैव नो कमिटमेंट। आवर रूल क्लियरली सेज दैट द प्रिंसिपल हैज़ द वर्ड डिस्क्रिशन। नॉर्मली रूल्स में कहीं पे ये वर्ड लिखते नहीं है, लेकिन ये हमारे दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के रूल में लिखा हुआ है कि ये प्रिंसिपल का डिस्क्रिशन है, उसको अगले साल रीएडमिट कर सकता है, उसको रीएडमिट कर सकता है, लेकिन वो बच्चे का राइट नहीं है, क्योंकि उसका राइट था एक बार पढ़ाने का, हमने पढ़ा दिया, मैटर एंड्स. I mean, even earlier it is written, that is the discretion of the principal oblique the head. PG में डिपार्टमेंट में एडमिशन्स होते हैं, वहाँ हेड होता है, तो there is a discretion with the head of the principal, the student can be given a readmission. Once you are given a readmission, but your clock would start what is known as the span period. Span period आपका जब आपने पहली बार जिस कोर्स में एडमिशन लिया वहाँ से शुरू होगा. The span period is defined as N+2. N is the normal duration of your course. Undergraduate courses जो normally हैं वो 3 साल के हैं. अभी इस पे NEP पे हम इसको extension बाद में लाएंगे. So इसका मतलब है कि normally N is going to be 3, but we also have a 4-year course, BTech चलता है हमारे यहाँ, तो उसमें N4 हो जाएगा. This formula is also applicable to PG, where N is going to be 2. So N+2 यानी कि आपको अपने कोर्स को पढ़ने के लिए अंडरग्रेजुएट 3-year कोर्स को 5 साल मिलेंगे पढ़ने के लिए. इसका मतलब है कि अगर 3 साल का कोर्स है तो आप 5th ईयर में 3rd ईयर तक पहुंचे हुए होने चाहिए. ठीक है जी. और अगर आप 2nd ईयर में हो तो एट द बेस्ट 4th ईयर में आप 2nd ईयर में होगे. ठीक है. दिस इज व्हाट इज नोन एज द स्पैन पीरियड. द स्पैन पीरियड वुड स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द डे वंस यू हैव टेकन द एडमिशन फर्स्ट टाइम. तो N+2 +1. +1 is known as the extraordinary chance given to a student. The rule says that we must define the circumstances, but let me tell you that we have not defined circumstances Delhi University and gives this chance to everybody. यानी कि वो सिर्फ आपको एग्जाम देने के लिए चांस मिलता है, पढ़ाने के लिए नहीं. तो स्पैन पीरियड इज ऑलवेज N+2, बट अगर आपका N+2 में कुछ पेपर रह जाए तो +1 आपको सिर्फ वो एग्जाम देने के लिए बनता है. तो लेट अस बी वेरी क्लियर, द स्पैन पीरियड इज ऑलवेज गोइंग टू बी N+2. It is not going to be N+2 +1. Although to complete your degree, you may get a chance, the total chance is N+2 +1. यानी कि in a simple language, आपका कोर्स वर्क यानी कि हमारा कॉलेज का पढ़ाना और आपका पढ़ना वो N+2 में कंप्लीट हो जाना चाहिए. That is what is the meaning of what span period is. +1 is given for that. तो स्पैन पीरियड शुरू होता है जब आप पहले दिन अपना एडमिशन लेते हैं. And I also told you that you have no right to go and request another, I mean, it's not your right to ask for a readmission. Unlike in school, बच्चा फेल होता है, आप readmission मिल जाता है, colleges में नहीं है, लेकिन provision है, but that discretion lies with the head of the institution, okay, whether to give that or not. But if the student is given a additional chance, I mean, a fresh admission, it will not be like a fresh admission. The span period would be counted from the day, I mean, once he has taken the admission for the first time. Is that clear, your queries? Huh?
This came up last year. There was a student in my class who had a situation, health-related issue. Though she took the exams, regular exams, but I had thought of contacting the exam branch because the DS in the college and the principal included were not clear about how to go about her. She had some lung issues and it wasn't really possible for her to always come to the college and take the exam. So we were just wondering if there could be an extraordinary provision for such a student whose history and whose health issues are known. Can she be allowed for something like an online exam, if at all?
If you go back to 2020, when this first time we had to go for online teaching and ultimately go to the online exam. Let me tell you that this is how my journey started in the examination. I have basically from physics, and I have a learner colleague sitting here, Vandana Luthra. For some time I used to work with her. कभी-कभी आके काम करता था, लेकिन most of the time I was in administration. 2 साल मैं केशव महाविद्यालय का प्रिंसिपल रहा, 6 साल देशबंधु कॉलेज का प्रिंसिपल रहा. एग्ज़ाम का जो मेरा इंट्रैक्शन था वो just to have the conduct of the exam, जो कॉलेज में आप लोग करते हैं, और कुछ एक्सपीरियंस रहा, what we known as the evaluation center. We used to run evaluation center at केशव महाविद्यालय, and even we had one center in देशबंधु. 2020 में university formed a committee for the examination. I was part of that. I don't know why I was part of that. And ultimately, lot of court case was going on. And they decided to have a grievance officer. So I was made basically the grievance officer for the OB exam. And if you go back and try to read, students were not in a favor to have the exam in OB mode of. ठीक है, अब alternate नहीं था. We went for the first year student and the second year student went for the assignment based evaluation, and the final year were done through the open book examination. And after some time, when the situation improved, the COVID situation improved, we thought that we must go back. Let me tell you that I am a person of a different kind of a nature. कम सुन के भी ज़्यादा समझ जाता हूँ. समझा पाता हूँ कि नहीं पाता उसकी तो मुझे नहीं पता. My wife told me physical mode of, she's also a teacher. So when the student came back from online mode to the physical mode, she said that they actually forget to write. I mean, not that they forget how to write. The thing is that the speed with which you should write. I mean, you think you write. This question was going to take around 10 minutes or the 15 minutes. That is why how you decide a question paper is to be, designed. That the 6th question you are supposed to attempt 4, 2 घंटे में 4 करने या 6 घंटे. You know it. This is much time it's student going to take. It also includes the time of thinking and then reproducing. Everything is on a time scale. So during the class test, she said that even a very small theorem, they were not able to reproduce one, and they were slow in writing. It doesn't mean that they were not appearing in the OB book of examination. The OB book of examination was, आप दिमाग बंद कर लीजिए, अपनी सामने कॉपी किताब रखिए और उसको कॉपी कर लीजिए. You're going to be much faster. This was the fact. लेकिन वही चीज़ आप हटा के अपने दिमाग से सोच के लिखिए, so you are going to be naturally slow. So students really forget that. So that is why, and there was a student kind of a protest, okay, go for another OB, go for another OB. And this thing do happen. And ultimately I was told to go and face those students. So I decided how to face that. So we suggested that we'll have a half an hour addition, one optional thing, and so that student can come back to that. So no question of online. I didn't use the word OB. If you have the smaller institution, they also have an online exam. But they could afford to have a software where they can detect any motion in your body while attempting the exam. So you have to be always online. It was not possible for Delhi University to have, when you have a student in the magnitude of 5 lakh student appearing the exam, आप उनको कहिए कि आप online बैठिए, and then we have a software which can detect their emotions. So it's not possible. So it was certainly very difficult for us to come back from online mode to the physical. So we had to conduct even twice the exam, phase 1, phase 2, so that people can come back and come back to the physical mode. Unfortunately, there is another thing which must know. I don't know whether the colleges try to implement that or not. That is what is known as the Ordinance 7. बच्चों को बता दूं, हमारी एक rule book है. आम भाषा में टीचर्स को लाल किताब कहते हैं। पता नहीं है, वो बहुत कम लोगों को पता है, पढ़ना मुश्किल होता है, टीचर भी नहीं पढ़ते। तो आपको कहते हैं ना किताबें नहीं पढ़ते हैं, टीचर भी रेड बुक नहीं पढ़ते। उसमें ऑर्डिनेंस 7 है, वो कहता है कि आपकी ना 2/3 अटेंडेंस होनी चाहिए। दैट मेक्स यू एलिजिबल टू अपीयर इन द एग्जाम। एंड सब्सिक्वेंटली 2/3 का मतलब होता है 66.66। उससे जरा सा एक कदम आगे मीन नेक्स्ट इंटीजर इज 67। अगर आप 67 टच कर गए तो आपको 1% आईए में अटेंडेंस के मार्क्स मिल जाते हैं, और आप उसके बाद 70 पे 2 मार्क्स, 75 पे 3 मार्क्स एंड सो ऑन। इवन इफ यू लुक इनटू द रूल्स वेरी क्लियरली, अगर किसी बच्चे की शॉर्ट ऑफ अटेंडेंस है तो अगर आप उस रूल को इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहते हैं तो भी आपके पास बहुत लिमिटेशन है। आपको मेडिकल के बेसिस पे भी फर्स्ट ईयर में सिर्फ 26.6% का बेनिफिट दे सकते हैं, उसको 40% क्लास है फिर भी अटेंड करनी है। सेकेंड ईयर में इट बिकम्स सम 55 and 56%। ये सिंपल सी कैलकुलेशन है, हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि अगर फर्स्ट ईयर में कम है तो जितनी कम है वो सेकेंड ईयर और थर्ड ईयर में मिला के पूरी कर लेगा। अब वो सेकेंड ईयर में भी कम है तो हम मानते हैं थर्ड ईयर में पूरी कर लेगा। दैट्स वाई इज ए सिंपल कैलकुलेशन विच इज अवेलेबल, बट दीज आर द रूल्स। देयर आर रूल्स, and in order to implement the rules, it has to be from both the sides. अटेंडेंस के रूल को लगाना बहुत है। बच्चा जिस दिन अपनी क्लास में एब्सेंट है तो उसकी अटेंडेंस तो वहाँ 0 हो गई ना। मान लीजिए टीचर एक सेमेस्टर में 5 छुट्टी ले लेता है या 4 छुट्टी ले लेता है, तो फिर स्टूडेंट को 5 अटेंडेंस प्लस मिलनी चाहिए ना। बट इट डजंट हैपन, इट डजंट हैपन। It's up to you. I have not come prepared. I never go into my classroom with any fixed lecture in my pocket. I always goes like that. My questions are more like a question answer form. But okay, I'll start formally. Okay.
Formally, yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Ajay Kumar Arora, for an impromptu but very enlightening and informative Q&A doubt clearing session. With that, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to technical session 6 of the NAP 2020 conference organized by Gargi College. After an array of fabulous speakers and an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary diverse platter of topics in the preceding 5 technical sessions that have dwelt on the vision and the goals of the NAP as well as the challenges faced, we are now at the last leg, which is the session on the Academic Bank of Credit, Continuous Evaluation, Examination, SEC, VAC. Now, we all know that the National Education Policy 2020 proposes and in fact involves the rethinking and revising of all aspects of the Indian educational structure in order to create a new system that aims for a more flexible, enabling, inclusive and progressive system of education whereby students are not limited in choices nor opportunities. And therefore, NAP 2020 has introduced a slew of new papers and courses different from their core streams, namely the value addition courses known as VAC courses, skill enhancement courses, SEC, ability enhancement courses, AEC, and other new courses across colleges and universities that have brought in new dimensions of learning. This has opened up multiple disciplines to interdisciplinarity like never before, and along with it, many other major changes, even in the mode of evaluation and examination. One significant change is the start of the continuous evaluation or assessment system, where the process of assessment and evaluation starts from the get-go. Moreover, NAP 2020 has brought in the Academic Bank of Credits, ABCs, which is essentially a virtual storehouse that contains the information of the credits earned by the individual students through their learning journey. This further enables students to open their accounts and give multiple options for entering and leaving colleges or universities, called the Multiple Entry and Exit System, MEES, which will lead to the awarding of certificates, diplomas, degrees, and degrees with research. All these new ways of revamping education supports internationalization and digitization and looks forward to a wholesome development for the teaching learning process, making lifelong learning a reality. Now, while all these ABCs, CAs, and new courses are ideal and well-meaning, how successful are we in implementing it to full potential in our classrooms? With large class sizes, multiple courses and assessments, how do we maintain the balance and implement the NEP in the truest spirit and sense? What are the ways in which we can make the transition smoother for all the stakeholders? These are some of the few issues that I'm sure this session will throw light on, and also add many more insights to what we already knew of the new education policy 2020. That said, I must say we are privileged to have in our midst a distinguished chair and speakers who will focus on decoding the new modes and changes in the NEP 2020, empowering us with a better understanding of all the new transformative aspects of the NEP, which will promote a seamless and hassle-free educational experience for all the stakeholders, but particularly the learners. I would now like to take this time to felicitate our chair and esteemed guests. For that, I would like to call upon my colleague, Dr. Shweta, to please come forward and felicitate our chair, Professor Seema Gupta. Shweta will be assisted by two of the student volunteers, Monica and Anshika. Ma'am, we will start with the chair and we'll move on to the guests, yes, the esteemed guest. Thank you. I would like to request my colleague, Dr. Shweta, to please stay on and felicitate our distinguished guests and the first speaker for this session, Professor Ajay Kumar Arora. Shweta will be assisted by two of the student volunteers, Neha and Sejal. Thank you, sir. I would now like to call my colleague, Dr. Gunjit, to please come forward and felicitate our second distinguished guest and speaker, Dr. Amit Pundir. Dr. Gunjit will be assisted by two of the student volunteers, Kavya and Suhani. Thank you, sir. I would like to introduce now our chair for this session, Professor Seema Gupta, who was also a speaker in our last session. Special thanks to her for agreeing to spare some more of our valuable time for our conference. For those of you who were not in the last session, just a few words of introduction about Professor Gupta. Professor Seema Gupta has been teaching since 1996 to the BCom honors and postgraduate MBA students at Deshbandhu College, University of Delhi. She is a knowledge bank of various management courses and topics and has been coordinator of the refresher courses in management and economics and in contemporary issues to the world organized by CPTHE and FMS. There are much more, points to be introduced in her bio note, but she has asked me to cut it short. So I will move on now to introduce our first speaker, Professor Ajay Arora. Professor Ajay Kumar Arora has a postdoctoral from Queen's University, Kingston, Canada, 1990-91. He is currently the OSD examination, Delhi University, on deputation from Keshav Mahavidyalaya since 18 December 2020. He has held administrative responsibilities as the acting principal, Keshav Mahavidyalaya, for a year and 10 months, and as principal OSD Deshbandhu College for 6 years. He has served in many different capacities in Keshav Mahavidyalaya, as bursar, teacher in charge, as convener for admission committee, and many more. Additionally, he has been superintendent and deputy superintendent at various university exams during 1995 to 2007, and as additional coordinator and deputy coordinator, Central Evaluation Center, Delhi University, member working group to oversee examination-related matters 2020, Committee on Reservation Implementation in the University 2019, and many such more important responsibilities. He holds many accolades under his belt. One which I would like to mention is a Science Merit Award from the University of Delhi in 1984. He also developed the Physics, Electronics and Computer Lab of Keshav Mahavidyalaya and is founder member of Keshav Mahavidyalaya Society. Thank you, Professor Arora, for availing your time for our conference. Let me now introduce our second speaker, Dr. Amit Pundir. Dr. Amit Pundir is the Deputy Dean, Academics, University of Delhi. Dr. Pundir received his PhD in electronics from the University of Delhi South Campus. His doctorate was in semiconductor materials, fabrication, and characterization. He is currently a faculty member of the Department of Electronics, Maharaja Agrasen College, University of Delhi. He spearheaded and completed several research projects founded by various government agencies in India. He was at the Institute of Lifelong Learning, ILLL, University of Delhi, as a content writer for electronics. He has published more than 25 research papers in journal and conferences of international repute. His research interests include data analytics and visualization, machine learning, deep learning, and cyber physical systems. Thank you to all three of you for taking out time from your busy schedules for our conference. I will now hand over the rest of the session to our able chair, Professor Seema Gupta, to conduct the session.
A warm good afternoon to all. लंच के बाद I understand थोड़ा सा dizziness, थोड़ी सी और वैलिडिक्ट्री के बीच में जो ये सैंडविच टाइम है बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट टाइम है. जो टॉपिक चूज़ किया गया है एक्रेडिशन के ऊपर, where I envisage the questions coming from the students on continuous evaluation from both faculty and students, and examination which is an outcome of our year-long study. And since NEP has been implemented, so many changes already done. Believe me, kids, if it's new for you, it's also new for educators. A go-to person in the university regarding any query, any time, for me had been Professor Ajay Arora, sir. And Gargi College couldn't have invited better person to session the chair and attend all the queries related to continuous evaluation and examination. And that is what sir has already set the tone, content and contest by attending to impromptu sections before it formally began. I invite you, sir, for the session.
Namaskar, everybody. Thanks, Seema. I think by this time, you must have heard a lot about NEP. But I'm going to use a very simple explanation of NEP is design your own degree. The way you want to get some degree in subject or in papers which you feel are comfortable with you. When I was a student, I did what is known as the physics honors at that time. The structure was physics, and then you had to compulsory clear chemistry and mathematics. Then you also had two papers which you had to clear, otherwise was history of science and English. Chemistry मेरी बहुत अच्छी नहीं थी, but I wanted to do either mathematics or physics. अब सबसे clear करनी है. So it was compulsory. Somehow I managed it, but for you it is not. NEP you can design, and if I may be allowed to use word, anything. You can design your degree anything. But when we say anything, you always have restriction. Suppose you join a college where there is no geography, and you want to do a course in geography, you cannot do that. So, but you are not supposed to be restricted to your own college. You can move to some other places to get that. लेकिन हमारे दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम में ये नहीं है, other than the 2 credit course, your SEC, VAC and AEC, that you could do any GE or any DSC. I hope that people know, are aware of the word meaning of DSC, DSE. आसान तरीके से बता देता हूँ. डिसिप्लिन स्पेसिफिक कोर. जो कोर होती है ना किसी चीज़ की, वो एक तरह से समझ लो कोर कंपलसरी है. DSCE, डिसिप्लिन स्पेसिफिक इलेक्टिव. इलेक्टिव जो होता है वो थोड़ा सा ऊपर हो जाता है. सो पेड़ का सेंट्रल पार्ट, स्टेम, तना, और उसके बाद ब्रांचेस. You can move in any directions. Then comes what is known as GE. But the meaning of what GE is general elective. It has to be multidisciplinary. यानी कि अपने डिसिप्लिन DSC से आपको बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा. That is what is GE. दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी ने ये देखा कि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में कि if a student has to clear what is known as the ability enhancement course, which is basically a language course. No, it also have a compulsory component which is the environment science. But forget about the environment science, which is a compulsory course, 2 credit course in first year, and again another 2 credit course in second year for NEP. You can take any of these 28, as per the 28 schedule, any language. वहाँ पे Delhi University has given a flexibility that the student can attend classes under some cluster and also on online. You would be very surprised that there was a student who has done Kannada that was not being offered in his institution, and there was a student who has done Nepali, or there were other language that you could do if it is not being offered in your college. Then you had VAC, Value Added Courses. Again, it's a 2 credit course, and you have to take 4 of these during the first 2 years. Then you have a skill-based courses. But if you really see, ये तीनों courses में options हैं. DSC में तो option होती नहीं, core तो compulsory है. जहाँ option है, वो मैं अपने कॉलेज में या अपने कॉलेज के बाहर ले सकता हूँ. और सच में पूछा जाए तो even I can go outside the domain. यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ था ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. You must have seen that when you got admission, the first thing you got it from the Delhi University was your enrollment number, and then the students were told to get themselves registered on a smart portal for their examination. But the first compulsion was get yourself registered for ABC. ये बैंक में हम क्या डालेंगे? इस बैंक में आप अपने जो क्रेडिट है, कॉमर्स वाले बच्चे ये वर्ड यूज़ करते हैं क्रेडिट और डेबिट. क्रेडिट वहाँ डालेंगे. इसकी शेल्फ लाइफ भी है. ये शेल्फ लाइफ वहीं से पैदा हुई जो हम स्पैन पीरियड की बात करते हैं, N+2+1. इफ़ यू लुक इनटू दी NEP, it could lead to a 4-year course. So N could be larger as 4. तो 7 साल इस क्रेडिट की लाइफ होगी आपके बैंक में. 7 साल तक आप उसको यूज़ कर लीजिए, उसके बाद में उसकी शेल्फ लाइफ ख़त्म हो जाएगी. What are these credits are? I mean, for my learner colleagues, जब हम स्टूडेंट थे एनुअल मोड में एग्ज़ाम होता था. ऑन अ लाइटर साइड, एनुअल एग्ज़ाम में कुछ कॉलेजेस को भूल जाइए. मेरा 2 कॉलेजेस का तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर का एक्सपीरियंस है, वहीं का ही एक्सपीरियंस 180 डिग्री था. वहाँ पे ये कहा जाता था, not to be misquoted by my students, झंडे से झंडा। तो आपको पता है कॉलेज में 2 दिन पहले झंडा फहराया जाता था, अब तो द रूल हैज़ चेंज, यू कैन हैव योर नेशनल फ्लैग एवरी डे। तो पहले 2 दिन ही अलाउड होता था झंडा फहराना। वन वाज ऑन द ईव ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस एंड अदर वाज ऑन द गणतंत्र दिवस, रिपब्लिक डे पे। तो क्लासेस शुरू होती थी 15 अगस्त को और 26 जनवरी को ख़त्म हो जाती थी। दिस यूज्ड टू बी अवर एनुअल मोड। सो we went from 50 minutes to 55 minutes, and then we went from 1 year, 1 credit from annual to semester mode, and we have seen a lot of changes. Now the changes are too fast, that's very difficult for us to keep a track. ये CBCS क्या है, उससे पहले सेमेस्टर सिस्टम क्या है, बीच में FIUP आया, फिर वापस सेमेस्टर सिस्टम आया, फिर CBCS आ गया। जैसे CBCS आया तो हमने मार्क्स सिस्टम छोड़ दिए, लेकिन एग्ज़ाम अभी भी मार्क्स में होता है। आपका फॉर नॉन NEP जो CBCS में, उनका 100 मार्क्स का नॉर्मल स्केल होता है, जिसमें 25% इज़ दी IA, मीन 25 नंबर की IA है, उसका भी फॉर्मेट फिक्स है। 10% इज़ योर मेरी तरफ से भी बहन जी को नमस्कार। मुझे लगता है कि वी शुड स्ट्रेट अवे कम टू द क्वेश्चन आंसर फॉर्म, बिकॉज वी ऑल्सो हैव ए पुंडीर वेटिंग टू डिलीवर। सो आई विल स्ट्रेट अवे गो टू द क्वेश्चन आंसर फॉर्म, सो दैट if you have any queries, I think we started with the span period. मोनिका जी का दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय से और भी संबंध है कि वो हमारी एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल की मेंबर भी हैं, और अगर कुछ हमारे से त्रुटि हो जाएगी तो वो एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल में बदलाव भी देंगे हमारे रूल। I can assure you that the normally examination branch doesn't come with any proposal, but in this coming December EC meeting, we are going to get 2 student-centric proposal from the examination branch, and hope they will pass it so that our student would get benefit out of that. So I would leave it to my students if they have any queries, any questions. I think I will start first with my students, and then we'll come to the teaching colleagues later. देखिए, मैं आपको बता देता हूँ कुछ चीज़ें। NEP में आप अगर कहीं और से क्रेडिट लाते हैं, पहले आपको डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा व्हाट इज़ योर पेरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, यानी कि आपको डिग्री कहाँ से मिलेगी। जहाँ से डिग्री लेंगे वो अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट देगा, भैया इतने क्रेडिट तो आपको हमारे यहाँ से करने हैं। वो क्रेडिट मिनिमम हो गए जो आपके कोर के हैं। And if you really do the calculation well, out of the 22 credit, 12 credits are core. So roughly more than 50% credit you have to earn from, क्योंकि core तो हम बाहर से आना नहीं देंगे, core is the essential part. So virtue of this simple calculation, more than 50% or 55% credit has to be earned from your parent organization, जहाँ से degree मिलेगी. So theoretically you can earn the other credit from different organizations. Which one you have to also think. So there are few things you have to decide at your own end, whether you want to do some online courses or you want to take some courses from other than some other university. The system allow you to do that. NEP is flexible in that way. Any questions or?
If anybody has any question, please raise your hands.
You can come in the front. Continuous
You can come in front.
They are from third year.
हाँ, doesn't matter. See, even the CBCS and CBCS LOCF also have the provision to earn additional credit.
How?
How? I mean, see, for us, the how is very simple. Whenever we conduct the exam, the institution has to give in writing, point number 1, that student is eligible to appear in that exam. Second, the college has taught that course. अगर आप अपना एडमिट कार्ड जो आप पढ़ते नहीं है उसमें हम लिखते हैं और प्रिंसिपल से जो स्टैंप लगवाते हैं ना, लीगली लगवा लेते हैं कि उसको पढ़ाया है, उस बच्चे को पढ़ाया है, अब वो तैयार है, पढ़ के तैयार है, आप इसका एग्ज़ाम ले लीजिए. सो देयर आर in last 2-3 years there were 2 girls, in fact, किसी लड़के ने extra credit earn नहीं किए, but under CBCS 2 girls has done. I think there was one girl from this college itself. What she started with the GE in first semester of a different course, then she was told that if you do 4 GE of a same, you are eligible to become for PG. तो उसने second, third, fourth में 3 different एक सब्जेक्ट के ले लिए. जो फर्स्ट में था वो अलग सब्जेक्ट का था. Then she took another G in 5th semester and she became eligible for PG in the second course. So it was your college, and I still remember one girl from Gargi college. There was another girl from IP college.
Sir, वैसे इससे एक क्वेश्चन आया मेरे को. We are right now in 3rd year and this is our final year as we are in BA program course. So is there anything like that? हम लोगों को इसके बारे में information नहीं थी कि if we took same GEs then we are eligible to have another extra credits for.
See, it's not a question of extra credit. Even in CBCS LOCF, it is written that if you take 4 GE of a particular discipline, then you become eligible to do master in that particular discipline. That girl had the psychology, non-psychology paper in first semester, and ultimately she took 2nd and 3rd and the 4th semester in psychology, and then she took in the 5th and 6th semester.
Sir, our structure says that we get GEs only in 3rd year, like for BA program.
Okay.
Yes.
So it must be for the honors.
Oh, it must be for the honors.
Because you also already have an advantage when you're doing a BA program. You already have an advantage to sail in 4 different things, 2 languages and 2 disciplines.
Yes, sir.
4 के बाद में और कितना लोगे आप?
That's fair enough, sir. Okay, sir. That's all.
See, it's a very simple. If you really see our date sheet, which says in BA program you have to take 2 disciplines. उसका नाम हमने रखा A और B. और अगर मैं A और B अगर उसका टाइप डिफाइन करूं उस डिसिप्लिन का, दे आर नोन एज DSC, वो कोर हैं. और अगर मैं 3 साल की बात करूं तो मेरे 6 कोर बनते हैं. A के 6 कोर बनते हैं B के.
सर, आपने कहा कि जो एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट्स है उसकी शेल्फ लाइफ 7 इयर्स है, तो सर इसका रीज़न क्या है और क्या सिग्निफिकेंस है इसका?
देखिए, एक चीज़ है, देयर इज स्लाइटली डिफरेंस बिटवीन ABC. प्रोफेसर पुंडीर इज गोइंग टू डिस्कस इन डिटेल. बैंक में आपने एक चीज़ रखी, एक डिजिटल लॉकर में रखी. अगर आप इन 2 वर्ड को ही समझने की कोशिश करेंगे, लॉकर यानी कि मैंने उसमें एक चीज़ संभाल के रखी है. द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया स्टार्टेड द कंसेप्ट ऑफ डिजिटल लॉकर, यानी कि मेरे ये डॉक्यूमेंट इंक्लूडिंग आधार, योर पासपोर्ट, एवरीथिंग इज इन द डिजिटल फॉर्म, इज अवेलेबल इन दैट लॉकर. बट दैट लॉकर इज नॉट अ फिजिकल लॉकर, इट्स ए इलेक्ट्रॉनिक लॉकर. आपने उसी से मिलता जुलता ABC बना दिया, वो भी एक तरह का लॉकर है. उसके अंदर भी आपके डिजिटल इंफॉर्मेशन स्टोर्ड है, लेकिन वो डिजिटल इंफॉर्मेशन है इन टर्म्स ऑफ द क्रेडिट. ठीक है, उसको कहीं ना कहीं उस क्रेडिट को इन कैश करवाओगे, आप रिडीम कराओगे, तो उसको रिडीम आप 7 साल तक ही करा सकते हैं. यानी कि आज मैंने कुछ एक्स्ट्रा क्रेडिट अर्न कर लिए, उस बैंक में संभाल के रख लिए, और 2 साल के बाद मैं वापस आता हूँ, मैं कहता हूँ जी ये मेरे क्रेडिट और नए क्रेडिट, दिस बिकम्स मेक्स मी एलिजिबल फॉर ग्रांट ऑफ ए सर्टिफिकेट और ए डिप्लोमा और ए डिग्री। इसलिए आप अपनी स्पीड से, ये देखिए, अगर आप देखेंगे कोर्स भी वैसे ही है, सब्जेक्ट भी वैसे ही है, तो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में क्या नया आया? सिर्फ नाम के लिए न्यू एजुकेशन नहीं, इसके अंदर ये सिर्फ एडवांटेज स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक है। अगर बच्चा तेज से भागना चाहता है वो तेजी से भी भाग सकता है, उसको जरूरी नहीं है दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में 22 क्रेडिट हर सेमेस्टर में करने हैं, वो 26 सेमेस्टर कर सकता है, वो 18 सेमेस्टर भी 18 क्रेडिट कोर्स भी कर सकता है। अगर स्लो कर रहा है वो अपनी चॉइस के पेपर भी ले सकता है। मैं नहीं दे रहा यानी कि दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं दे रही, वो बाहर से ले लेगा, उसको ये एडवांटेज था। पहले फिक्स था, अब आपके पास ये फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है, विच इज द मेन, दैट इज वाई आई एम नॉट गॉन टू द एनईपी। मैं सिर्फ एनईपी की वो पहलू आपको बता रहा हूँ। द कॉन्फ्रेंस वाज ऑन एनईपी। माय आइडिया ऑफ एनईपी कि एग्जाम में आप इसका क्या एडवांटेज ले सकते हैं, ये आपने संभाल के रख लिए। ये नहीं है कि संभाल के रख के आप 10 साल के बाद कहे, हो सकता है तब तक सरकार वो नोट बदल दे, 2000 का नोट बदल दिया, तो इसकी शेल्फ लाइफ 7 साल ही है। 7 साल में, मतलब अब वो कह रहे हैं कि अगर आप डिग्री करने 7 साल में कर लीजिए, दो छोटे छोटे कदम में कर लीजिए। इट्स नॉट दैट यू आर एक्सपेक्टेड कि मैं सारा पास करूं। पहले हमारे टाइम में बच्चा पास या फेल होता था, अब कहते हैं एक पेपर फेल है कोई बात नहीं, एक पेपर को आगे कर देना। तो दिस हैज द मेन एडवांटेज टू मी इज दैट आई कैन गो द विश आई वांट टू गो। मेरे को अपने पड़ोसी को देखने की जरूरत नहीं, अपनी क्लास में जो नेक्स्ट डोर बेंच पे बैठा है वो कैसे चल रहा है, मेरी अपनी स्पीड है, मैं अपने हिसाब से करूंगा। मैं साउथ से आया हूँ, दिल्ली में हिंदी पढ़ाते थे, हिंदी विद ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट एंड रिगार्ड, उन्होंने कहा हिंदी ABC का खा गा, उसके बाद में कहते हैं कोई बात नहीं D1 D2 E तक चले गए हैं, H तक चले गए। लेकिन मेरे को कंफर्टेबल है जो मेरी मदर टंग थी, हो सकता है कॉलेज में ना हो, बट नाउ दिस सिस्टम अलाउ यू टू अटेम्प्ट दैट और टू एंजॉय दैट। देखिए, आप किसी भी चीज़ में एक्सेल तब करते हैं जब इंजॉय करते हैं। अगर आप रोते हुए कहा जाए किसी चित्रकार को तू एक तस्वीर बना, वो अच्छी नहीं बनेगी। बोलते हैं ना ये फोटो बोल रही है, आई मीन यू लाइक इट, वो तभी होती है कि व्हेन यू एंजॉय व्हाट यू आर डूइंग इट। ये चीज़ मिसिंग थी, कोर्स नहीं बदले हैं। ये हो सकता है कि कुछ मैडम यहाँ बैठी है कि हिस्ट्री हम बदली, गलत हिस्ट्री पढ़ा रहे तो हिस्ट्री बदलनी पड़ी। उन्होंने ये तो नहीं कहा कि न्यूटन लॉ बदल दीजिए, एक सरकार ने ये तो नहीं कहा कि न्यूटन लॉ बदल दीजिए, बिकॉज देयर वाज समथिंग अदरवाइज। द कंसेप्ट इज द वे यू वांट टू लर्न, और ये टोटली स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक है, ये कोई सरकार सेंट्रिक नहीं है, किसी पॉलिसी सेंट्रिक नहीं है। आई मीन फ्रॉम द एग्जामिनेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू हमारे से काम बढ़ गया, बट आप जो चीज़ चाहते हैं वो आपको मिलती है। और अगर दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं दे रही तो आप बाहर से भी ले सकते हैं। दैट इज द एडवांटेज ऑफ द एनईपी। I mean, to me, I'm not going to discuss about the NEP. To me, as a student, ये मेरे को एडवांटेज है। मैं केमिस्ट्री नहीं पढ़ना चाहता था, मेरे कोर्स में कंपलसरी थी, फिजिक्स ऑनर्स के साथ में केमिस्ट्री पढ़नी है। मैंने कहा था कि मैथ्स के 2 पढ़ा लो पेपर, मेरे को सब्सिडरी में भी मेरे 75 आउट ऑफ आ गए थे, फिजिक्स में नहीं आए थे, केमिस्ट्री बड़ी मुश्किल से पास हुई, कंपलसरी थी। आपके लिए कंपल्शन नहीं है, यू कैन टेक एनीथिंग विच यू वांटेड, इवन समथिंग इज नॉट अवेलेबल। दैट इज व्हाई आई से दैट इट इज 0 to infinity। कुछ भी ले लीजिए आप, लेकिन कुछ भी लेने में वो सिचुएशनल आप पे भी डिपेंड करता है। कोई आप कोर्स वर्क ले रहे हैं, मान लीजिए वो शाम को 7 बजे ऑनलाइन क्लासेस चल रही हैं, तो यू हैव टू अरेंज। समबडी आस्क्ड द क्वेश्चन वाज, अभी सबसे ज़्यादा जो क्वेश्चन हो रहा है कि जो बच्चा फर्स्ट ईयर में प्रमोट हो गया सेकेंड ईयर में एंड ही इज नॉट सेटिस्फाइड, वर्ड वहाँ सेटिस्फाइड लिखा है, जो जिसमें आप फेल हैं, यानी कि जिसमें आपकी असेंशियल रिपीट है, जिसको हम ER कहते हैं, वो तो एग्जामिनेशन ब्रांच ने इवेल्युएट करके कहा भैया आपको इसको दोबारा देना पड़ेगा। लेकिन अब की EC ने ये कहा इफ यू आर नॉट सेटिस्फाइड, इवन इफ आई गॉट सम ग्रेड, आई एम नॉट सेटिस्फाइड, आई एम नॉट सेटिस्फाइड विद माई इंटरनल। पहले इंटरनल नहीं बदल सकते थे, अब हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी कहती है आप बदल लीजिए। अब प्रॉब्लम क्या है, उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने में यू हैव टू बी मोर प्रैक्टिकल। तो दैट इज द सिस्टम अलाउ यू टू डू सो, जो पहले नहीं था। अभी एक चीज और बता देता हूं कि जो आईए होती है इसमें ऑर्डिनेंस है। मैंने बताया ना कि लाल किताब टीचरों को पढ़नी चाहिए, पढ़ते नहीं हैं। जो आप किताबें नहीं पढ़ते इसलिए प्रॉब्लम होती है। वो ऑर्डिनेंस बहुत क्लियर है, वो कहता है कि आपके जो आईए दिए जाएंगे कंसर्न डिपार्टमेंट उसको मॉडरेट करेगा। यानी कि जब हम मॉडरेट करते हैं किसी सब्जेक्ट को तो वो सब्जेक्ट के टीचर करते हैं। मॉडरेशन कमेटी इज वेल डिफाइंड। देन इन अ कॉलेज देयर इज अ कमेटी विच इज नोन एज द मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी विच इज headed by the principal. The structure is also fixed. Ex officio member है, उसको भी आप अप्रोच कर सकते हो कि डिपार्टमेंट में जो मेरे को नंबर दिए गए आपके इंटरनल असेसमेंट के नंबर, it is very much transparent. Whereas your marks which you obtain now in the exam because you get grade, तो आपको ये नहीं पता कि अरे मार्क्स कितने हैं, लेकिन आपके आईए ट्रांसपेरेंट हैं और the rules say that they should be shared with you. Not only they should be shared with you, you have to sign it, you have to own it कि मेरे ये नंबर जो दिए गए ये इतने ही थे। अगर कोई डिस्प्यूट है तो you have to approach your department for the moderation if it is not being done properly. Then you have a monitoring committee which is headed by the principal. अब हमारी ईसी ने इसके ऊपर एक और स्टेप रख दिया, अगर आप इन दोनों से सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है तो आप यूनिवर्सिटी को भी अपनी आईए के लिए अप्रोच कर सकते हैं। दिस इज ओनली मेंट फॉर एनईपी, नॉट टू द थर्ड ईयर, बट थर्ड ईयर के लिए पहले दो प्रोविजन अभी भी हैं। तो यू कैन अप्रोच वी हैव द ग्रेड सिस्टम। The advantage of the grade system of Delhi University, they are relative, they are not absolute. हमारा 10 point grade system होता है, यानी कि 1 से 0 से लेकर 10 तक, लेकिन हम वैल्यूज यूज़ करते हैं 10 से लेकर 4 तक नॉर्मली, और 4 से नीचे हम सीधा 0 लिखते हैं। देयर नथिंग लाइक 1 2 3। सो आवर ग्रेड्स आर रिलेटिव। हिस्ट्री में हो सकता है कि 80% हाईएस्ट आते हो, मैथमेटिक्स में तो 99% हाईएस्ट आएंगे, तो मैथमेटिक्स वाला तो हमेशा ओ ले जाएगा, हिस्ट्री वाले को तो ओ नहीं मिलेगा। बट वी गिव व्हाट इज नोन एज द रिलेटिव ग्रेडिंग। ठीक है,
थैंक यू सर।
सो आई थिंक द स्टूडेंट्स आर क्वाइट knowledgeable, they don't have anything, so with the permission of the chair I stop it.
डिप्लोमा डिग्री लेके वो एग्जिट हो गया, सो आफ्टर 1 या 2 साल के बाद वो दोबारा
देखिए
आना चाहता है।
I may be allowed to use this word that we are not giving the degree, you are earning it. आप एग्जाम देते हैं, हम आपको पास फेल नहीं करते। मेरे पास बच्चा आता है, वो कहते हैं, हिंदी में कहता है सर यू फेल्ड मी, और पास होता है आई पास। ना हम फेल करते हैं ना पास करते हैं, आप एग्जाम देते हैं, आप होते हैं। अगर आप फर्स्ट ईयर के बाद में एक सर्टिफिकेट लेके जाना चाहते हैं तो यू हैव टू एक्सरसाइज योर राइट बिफोर दैट। आप ये मत समझिएगा कि 2 साल के बाद, अगर 2 साल से पहले आपको कहना पड़ेगा कि आई वुड लाइक टू स्टॉप एंड move temporarily with a certification which is the diploma. दोनों नहीं मिलेंगे। ये नहीं है कि आपको 3 साल में अगर आपको डिग्री दे रहे हैं तो आपको 3 सर्टिफिकेशन मिलेंगे, नहीं। 2 साल के बाद एग्जिट किया तो एक ही उसका सर्टिफिकेशन मिलेगा। हाँ, आफ्टर ए गैप ही करेगा, अगर कंटिन्यूशन में करेगा तो फिर उसको वो सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं मिलेगा।
कॉलेज उसे अलाउ करेगा एडमिशन के
क्यों नहीं करेगा? उसका स्पैन पीरियड है। इवन अदरवाइज आज के दिन में अभी हम उसका सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं करते। सपोज आई हैव ए स्टूडेंट, आई हैव कंप्लीटेड माय सेकंड ईयर, कंप्लीट और पार्शली, आई टेक ए 1 year ब्रेक, स्टिल इट इज पॉसिबल एज फार एज माई स्पैन पीरियड इज कंसर्न, मैं वापस आके कर सकता हूँ। लोग ये मेरे पास, ऑल्दो एग्जामिनेशन डजंट डील विद द एडमिशन, दे डू राइट, मेरा री एडमिशन होगा एज लॉन्ग एज योर स्पैन पीरियड इज देयर। आपको हमें पढ़ाना है, और एक बार तो हमेशा पढ़ाना ही है। 2 बार पढ़ाने की हमारी आपके साथ कोई तय नहीं हुआ था। एक बार फाइन, you will be always treated once as a regular student and next time is going to be the ex student.
तो रेगुलर क्लासेस और प्रैक्टिकल अटेंड कर सकते हैं।
अब प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पे प्रैक्टिकली आती है। अभी हमारा सिस्टम बहुत डायनामिक हो गया। अर्लियर 25-25, 30 साल सिलेबस बदलते ही नहीं थे। बाय द टाइम यू कम बैक वी मस्ट हैव मूव्ड टू ए डिफरेंट प्लेस। नेचुरली जिस पॉइंट से आप स्टार्ट हुए थे उस वक्त जो सिलेबस था, हो सकता है कि जब व्हेन यू कम बैक वी आर नॉट ऑफरिंग दैट काइंड ऑफ सिलेबस, नेचुरली देन यू हैव टू टेक द न्यू ट्रेन. वो पुरानी वाली ट्रेन बंद हो चुकी है, वो नहीं होगा.
अगर कोई स्टूडेंट पूरे साल प्रैक्टिकल्स अटेंड नहीं करता, कंटिन्यूस इवैल्यूएशन एब्सेंट 0, तो बाद में जब वो रिपीट नेक्स्ट ईयर उस पेपर को दोबारा अटेंड करता है और वो सेकेंड ईयर में है, तो फर्स्ट ईयर का प्रैक्टिकल क्लासेस उसे अटेंड करनी पड़ेंगी या वो
देखिए,
वैसे
यू विल बी वेरी सरप्राइज्ड, बट दैट्स व्हाई आई सेड आई एम नॉट अ वेरी गुड पर्सन. दी लॉ के एक्सपर्ट बैठे हैं, इनके यहाँ एक मूट कोर्ट का पेपर होता है. मूट कोर्ट का पेपर का एवेल्यूएशन है कॉन्टिन्यूस मोड में. बच्चा नहीं आया और उसको फेल कर दिया गया. अब नेक्स्ट ईयर हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू allow him to clear that exam unless they come in that continuous mode, तभी तो उसका evaluation होगा. That same thing happened in chemistry. I mean, I would say it has only happened in last 2 years. We said that student has to be re-admitted only for that particular paper which he has to clear and was in the continuous mode. क्योंकि उसका एंड टर्म एग्जाम ही नहीं है. जब एंड टर्म एग्जाम नहीं है तो उसको पास कैसे करोगे? जो हम बहुत गलती करते रहे, हमारे जो सेक के पेपर थे, हम सेक के पेपर अंडर CBCS एंड CBCS LOCF was in the continuous evaluation mode and we were conducting the end term practical exam. I had a kind of a difference of opinion with the principal. I was taking 2 papers, one core paper and another DS SEC paper. I said that I'm not going to have an end term practical exam. This student has to come back, join this particular class and come under the continuous evaluation mode. अगर वो CE continuous evaluation mode में है तो उसको continuity में वापस आना पड़ेगा. सिंपल सा है. अगर आप कह रहे हैं कि एंड टर्म एग्जाम है, तो जब एंड टर्म एग्जाम होगा ही वुड कम एज ए एक्स स्टूडेंट. बट व्हेन ही हैज टू कम एज कंटिन्यूस वैल्यूएशन मोड, तो उसको बच्चे को क्लास अटेंड करनी पड़ेगी. एक्स स्टूडेंट को क्लास नहीं करनी पड़ती है. इसीलिए हमने ये लिखा कि अगर आपने कोई चीज़ वापस उसी मोड में जाना है तो यू हैव टू गेट योरसेल्फ रजिस्टर्ड फॉर दैट. That is why the registrar letter clearly says that if you're not satisfied, you have to go back for getting re-evaluated for your IA or TU or for the practical. See, practical, if it is a core or DSC, it may be end-term practical exam, you can still appear. But when it comes to continuous evaluation mode, he has to be attending as a regular student for that particular course.
Components, internal assessment and final, like 50% internal assessment और 50 बाद में. तो अगर internal assessment रेगुलर नहीं आया, एग्जाम वाले दिन आ गया.
देखिए, मैं आपसे इसका एक सिंपल सा आंसर में एक सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ. एक बच्चा प्रैक्टिकल में फेल हो गया. इस सिस्टम को भूल जाइए. पहले आप क्या करते थे? पहले देयर वाज ए अनरिटन रूल के 25% उसकी कॉपी के नंबर थे. आप उसको कहते हैं अपनी पुरानी कॉपी ला. ठीक है जी. एग्जामिनेशन इज आस्किंग यू ओनली टू गिव द ग्रांड टोटल आउट ऑफ आइदर 40, 80 डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द क्रेडिट, बट देयर इज ए ब्रेकअप ऑफ दैट. You can still use the earlier breakup and you can allow the student to appear under the end term exam. पुराने वाले तो रिटेन करने की पहले भी प्रथा थी और अभी भी प्रथा है. प्रॉब्लम यह है कि वो आप एग्जाम में देते नहीं हैं हमारे को. वी ओनली आस्क फॉर द ग्रांड टोटल आउट ऑफ द टोटल क्रेडिट. So that can be still used. पहले भी हम ऐसे ही करते थे. तो अगर बच्चा प्रैक्टिकल, that's why the reason is now if you see our mark sheet is now has changed. The earlier used to be the only grade for paper, then we had the practical, now you have a LTP. So you know what is the grade you have got it in your theory, what you have the grade you have got in your tutorial, and what the grade you have got in practical and the combined grade. एक बहुत एंड में छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल दे देता हूँ. Suppose I get 29.5 marks out of 50. So we'll rounding it and give you a first class. 29.5 out of 50. तो एक पेपर, एक पोर्शन में मेरे को 29.5 मार्क्स मिले 50 में से, लेकिन उसकी फर्स्ट क्लास बन गई. दूसरा पेपर भी वही 50 मार्क्स का है, उसमें भी मेरे को 29.5 मिले, फर्स्ट क्लास मिल गई. तो इंडिविजुअल ग्रेड इन दिस इज बोथ फर्स्ट क्लास and the combined is going to be 59 out of 100. So sometime you will find out that under one column you have A, other column A, but the combined is B. So it's a simple arithmetic, and I told you that's why I wanted to have it. We can meet again after the conference. It's a relative ranking. It's a relative ranking. It has the advantage, disadvantage भी है, लेकिन advantage ज़्यादा है कि कभी-कभी 100 वाले को O मिलेगा, कभी-कभी 85 वाले को भी O मिलेगा. Relatively हम grading करते हैं. Thank you for inviting me here. Namaste.
The questions related to exams can go on and on. I suggest organizers from Gargi College to have a webinar or Zoom meeting for this Q&A sessions with Professor Ajay Kumar Arora sir. असली कंधे जो ये NEP की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का भार उठा रहे हैं वो हैं डीन एकेडमिक्स एंड डेप्टी डीन एकेडमिक्स. And we have with us Professor Amit Punde sir to tell us in detail about this ABC system being implemented in Delhi University. I invite you, sir, on the dais.
Thank you, ma'am, and all the members of organizing members of this seminar for having me here. Most of the things have already been explained. Professor Ajay sir ने NEP को बहुत अच्छे से describe किया है. NEP is nothing but design your degrees, and the limit is 0 to infinity. So I will, but the question is how? 0 to infinity, such a big canvas, such a big playground. So let us see in the next few minutes, one of the things which facilitates this is Academic Bank of Credit. So let us just run through because I have been told to keep it very short. So, and most of the concept of bank ABC has already been described by Ajay, so we will not go into the conceptual level, but directly on the implementation level. Please, we can go ahead. So again, this is a second day of this conference. Lot has been said about NEP, so let's not go into the details of this. The only thing which I would like to highlight is that NEP focuses on two, three aspects, which next, this equality, the equity, and the inclusivity. And again, the question comes, how to ensure that this happens in NEP? So what is happening is, please, students' mobility is increasing. I am also part of Delhi University admission branch. I also look at these admissions and I have seen the trends. And you're also aware of the outbound and the inbound movement of the students which is happening these days. It is increasing. There may be many reasons. NEP has been recently introduced. Many changes are being, many changes are happening, not even in our university, but in the all the central state universities, they are implementing, NEP, lots of changes are taking place. That is one thing, and economy is also improving. So that is why students' mobility is increasing. Now, if we take our example, the expression of interest or the number of applications which we get in Delhi University, or if I talk about the rate of selection or other rate of rejection, is very, very high in few colleges and in few courses. All of us, they want to come here from all over India. So mobility is increasing for various regions. So this mobility, how to provide them a field which is, equitable to all. That is a challenge. So one of the instrument to ensure this is, please, is Academic Bank of Credit. But इसको Academic Bank of Credit को समझने के लिए just few seconds we can give the concept of DigiLocker and the NAD. Again, I will not go into detail because जो सर ने example लिया था इसका locker का, वो एकदम apt perfect है. एक लॉकर, एक डिजी लॉकर हम सब फैमिलियर है उससे. देयर इज अनदर थिंग दैट इज नेशनल एकेडमिक डिपोजिटरी. यहाँ पर आप ये एक ऑनलाइन फैसिलिटी है, प्लेटफॉर्म है इन विच यू कैन मेंटेन योर डिजिटल योर एकेडमिक रिकॉर्ड्स डिजिटली. जो फैसिलिटी आपको एक नॉर्मल बैंक देता है वही सारी फैसिलिटीज़ आप इमेजिन कर लीजिए, तो समझाने में बहुत आसानी होगी कि वो आपके बस वहाँ पर करेंसी नोट्स की बजाय आपके एकेडमिक डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं, बाकी सब चीज़ सिमिलर है. नाउ डिजीलॉकर, दिस NID सर्विसेज आर प्रोवाइडेड बाय डिजीलॉकर. So there is a repository where your documents are kept, and DigiLocker is a, you know, NID services are provided by DigiLocker. Somebody, आप बैंक जाते हैं तो कोई आपके लिए काम करता है, कोई फाइल निकाल के लाता है, कोई आपको स्ट्रॉन्ग रूम तक ले जाता है. ये सब आप सोच सकते हैं कि ये जो सेगमेंट है that is done by DigiLocker. Now another thing has been introduced, and that is now the bank. In NID you can keep your records for 10 years, 20 years, and for any amount of time you want to keep them. But now, here in this bank, credits will be maintained. So course-wise, program-wise, and this credits will be maintained, and you can redeem them to design your degree. So we come to the point, design your degree. You study at one point. अगेन सर ने जैसे एक पॉइंट हाईलाइट किया था कि पहले आप डिसाइड कर लीजिए कि आपका होस्ट इंस्टीट्यूशन क्या होगा. एंड देयर इज ए रेस्ट्रिक्शन ऑफ मिनिमम नंबर ऑफ क्रेडिट्स विच यू हैव टू अर्न फ्रॉम ए पर्टिकुलर यूनिवर्सिटी, देन ओनली यू विल गेट ए डिग्री फ्रॉम दैट यूनिवर्सिटी. इफ आई टेक अगेन आर यूनिवर्सिटी, देन if you want to take a degree from University of Delhi, you have to earn minimum 50% of credits from University of Delhi, something like that. Okay, so after this, you can earn the remaining credits from anywhere. Any means there are certain conditions, but higher education institutes all over India, if they qualify to be registered in ABC, then you can earn these credits from there. So how that will happen? Please move ahead. Please move ahead. Yeah. Another. Jump this. Yeah. Okay, so I give one example here. It will be very easy to understand. There can be a scenario like this. See, there is a student who has done, first year of his of our graduation from any institute, let's say Institute A, and he completes that with 40 credits. अब उसके 40 credits का जो breakup है, वो ये हो सकता है. मैंने assume एक hypothetical example लिया है. It can be any university, it can be any institutes. Now in the second year he wants to come to University of Delhi. Okay, वहाँ से वो सर्टिफिकेट के साथ कंप्लीट करके और वहाँ से सर्टिफिकेट के साथ निकल जाते हैं और फिर वो सेकेंड ईयर में दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में एडमिशन लेना चाहते हैं. सो इफ वी कंपेयर दिस सिनेरियो यूनिवर्सिटी टू यूनिवर्सिटी, आर UGCF requirement is that the candidate should have 44 credits in the first year. But this candidate has done 40 credits. So अगर हम program level पे mapping करें तो there is a difference of 4 credits. Now this student can earn, and if we compare on the course level, then we observe that in our university there the value addition courses are carrying 4 credits, but the candidate has only 2. So this candidate can earn these credits from anywhere, from India, from Institute B, and the remaining 2 credits from Institute C. He will have now 44 credits. These credits will be, which are from 3 different institutes, will be maintained at a central facility which is ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. Now from here, the student shows interest in University of Delhi second year. Now all universities are free to design their own filtration plant. They can have their own criteria, their own guidelines. They have their own programs, then papers, then learning outcomes, then assessment methods, different assessment methods. These vary, from university to university. So now Delhi University will see whether these credits are according to the guidelines followed in University of Delhi. If this program level mapping, if the course level mapping is satisfied, then the student can come into University of Delhi in the second year. So this is one scenario where there is a deficiency of credits. But there may be many various other scenarios where the students can earn more credit than what is required to earn the regular degree. The sir ने अभी mention किया, you can learn at your own pace. आप चाहें तो थोड़े कम credit भी ले लें, आप चाहें तो एक साल में थोड़े ज़्यादा credit भी ले सकते हैं. So let us move on to the other scenario where the candidate has more credits than what are required, or some other, not credits, some kind of experience which can be considered as credit. So this is another example. Yeah, same student completes 1 year certificate from any institute, and then he discontinues his study, and he goes to, let's say, I have taken 3 scenarios, but there can be many such scenarios. He goes and works in a company for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, or he joins Indian Army as Agniveer for 3 years, and then, but what I have written here is he joins Agniveer, and maybe there he is trained in handling electronic signals, or he undergoes some kind of training. In the company, the job profile is coder, and he learns Python over there. Let's say he learns Python over there. The third scenario can be within the university or inter-university, that I want to change my discipline. I was enrolled earlier, I did my physics honors, but then I discovered that I don't want to pursue it further. I want to do history honors. Okay, so there can be multiple such scenarios, right? So what will happen in this case? All this, there are multiple, you can see the third one, I want to change my discipline. So मैंने physics honors में किया, so there were core paper जो physics के थे, and obviously physics honors कर रहा हूँ तो मुझे physics पढ़ना पड़ेगा. But then there is another component, like which were generic in nature, the language courses, the value addition courses, which were, they can be considered as independent of the core discipline. So if I am changing my discipline, then I should repeat core papers. I should not be asked to repeat language and value addition courses. So I should be exempted from this. So this is also possible. So this can also happen. The other scenario is that I can apply through RPL, that is recognition of my prior learning. So I learned Python in a company, and I learned handling electronic signals as Agniveer in Indian Army. So I will apply through RPL. Then this bank will evaluate different assessment techniques. It will evaluate whether the experiences, the candidate has to go through an assessment thing. Now university can assign these experiences equivalent to credits. So this is how, if you have an prior experience, they can also be converted into credits, maintained in a bank, and then you can redeem it for your degree. Okay, so these are the benefits of a bank. वो वही हैं जो एक बैंक के होते हैं. But in this case, the entire thing that facilitates mobility of students within institute, inter-institution. Okay, we can jump. There are certain conditions. Not every institute can offer courses whose credits will be, recognized by the bank. ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूट या कोई भी कोर्स कर ले तो वो उसका क्रेडिट होगा. नहीं, उसकी बहुत सारी कंडीशंस हैं. वो कंडीशंस स्पेसिफाइड हैं उस गजेट में. आप वो टॉप 100 रैंक इंस्टीट्यूट होना चाहिए, NAC A ग्रेड होना चाहिए, इस तरह की बहुत सारी कंडीशंस हैं. सो उनके कोर्सेज को भी इवेल्युएट किया जाता है, और फिर वहाँ से आप जब कोर्स क्रेडिट अर्न करेंगे तो ओनली दीज क्रेडिट विल बी मेंटेन्ड इन द बैंक, और ओनली दीज विल बी रिडीमेबल, एंड वंस रिडीम्ड विदिन 7 years देन दे विल बी इररिवोकेबली रिमूव्ड फ्रॉम योर अकाउंट. एक बार उसको आपने रिडीम कर लिया तो फिर उसको नहीं कर सकते आप. ओके, सो आई एम running short of time, so I think we can jump all this thing. I just take just 1 minute more, what we are doing in University of Delhi. So please jump and come to University of Delhi. Again, next. This is the current status of Academic Bank of Credit. There are 1,633 universities or institutes, academic institutes already registered. So you can imagine the choice a candidate has today in India. So thousands of, and there are many that don't register. Please next. And you will be happy to know that the University of Delhi is at number 3 in this most active participants across India. This is just 2 days back screenshot. So we have already implemented it. Sir ने बता दिया है, repetition होगा कि जब आप एडमिशन लेते हैं तो एनुअल नंबर के साथ साथ आपसे एकेडमिक ABC ID भी मैंडेटरी है. सो जस्ट लास्ट पॉइंट, व्हाट वी हैव डन इज एट यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली, हमारे लिए जो काम करते हैं ना, आपने समर्थ पोर्टल का सुना होगा, तो देयर आर मेनी, वी हैव आइडेंटिफाइड मेनी कनेक्शन पॉइंट्स वेयर वी हैव connected ABC ID with the Samarth, which traces your student life cycle. आपको अपना डैशबोर्ड है, वो पूरा आपकी 3 years या 4 years की जो आपकी लाइफ साइकिल दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में होगी उसको ट्रेस करता है, उसको मेंटेन करता है. वहाँ पर मल्टीपल कनेक्शन पॉइंट्स हमने आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं. वन ऑफ देम इज एग्जामिनेशन, वी हैव ऑलरेडी कनेक्टेड इट. देयर विल बी मेनी मोर विच वी वुड बी कनेक्टिंग इन द फ्यूचर. वी आर वर्किंग ऑन इट. टेक्निकल लेवल पे इस पर वर्क हो रहा है. प्लीज 1 or 2 दिस इज जस्ट वांटेड टू शो कि कितना कॉम्प्लेक्स है ये बैकएंड पे हमें लगता है. दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी का एग्जांपल लें, थाउजेंड्स ऑफ पेपर्स, thousands of papers, each paper having 4-5 learning outcomes, और learning outcomes को मैच करना पड़ेगा तभी क्रेडिट का हम ट्रांसफर कर सकते हैं. सो बैक एंड पे थिंग्स आर रियली इतना आसान नहीं है जितना हम कह देते हैं कि बैंक गए और पैसा निकाला या ATM से निकाल लिया, रिडीम करा लिया. थिंग्स आर प्रेटी कॉम्प्लेक्स एट द बैक एंड, बट स्टिल वी आर इन द टॉप 3 बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स इन इंडिया. नेक्स्ट, 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 नेक्स्ट. Okay, so these are the connection points which we have identified through Samarth. So very soon we will be connecting ABC with these connection points. You can see that the alumni registration is also one of the points. So very soon ABC connection will continue and you will be with us not only for 4 years or 7 years, but throughout your life. So with this I come to an end because there were many things, but the time is not allowing me for that. Okay, so I have been told that question and answers तो हो चुके हैं काफ़ी सारे. So let us stop here. कुछ और चीज़ें I will keep this PPT here. You can ask me. I am in academic affairs department. Thank you very much.
Professor Amit sir, I apologize personally that I have to cut it short, such a detailed and informative presentation. But on the behalf of students and faculty members, I would request you, in case you have prepared any article or presentation in Word document, please do share with us, since it's going to be beneficial for the students and teachers equally. So with that, I thank the organizers for inviting all of us to give us an opportunity to interact. Over to organizers for the valedictory program. Thank you.
That was a very grounded, useful, extremely informative and insightful session. I would now like to request my colleague, Dr. Manpreet, to conclude the session with a vote of thanks.
बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग रहा थीम इस सेशन का, इसलिए काफ़ी लंबा चला सिलसिला सवाल और जवाब का. और हो भी क्यों ना, आखिर क्रेडिट्स का सवाल था, मार्क्स का बवाल था. I want to express my sincere thanks to Chairperson Professor Seema Gupta, our eminent speakers Professor Ajay Kumar Arora, OSD Examination, and Dr. Amit Pundir, Deputy Dean Academics, for their endless efforts to make us understand the concept of academic bank credits and grading system. clearing our doubts regarding multiple exit entry system in the form of certificates, diplomas, and degrees, how to do continuous evaluation and conduct examination. They also made us understand the importance of value addition course and skill enhancement course, ability enhancement course as new dimensions of learning for the holistic and global development of a child. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our principal, Professor Sangeeta Bhatia, for her continuous guidance and support in all ways. I would also like to mention the hard work of organizing committee, Dr. Shweta, Dr. Gunjit, and Professor Jasmine in organizing this session so well and efficiently. I thank technical staff for their all-time availability and support in conducting the session so smoothly. Lastly, and the most important, I feel deeply thankful to our audience for listening our speakers and gracing this session. Once again, I thank you all. आप सभी को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद और नमस्कार.
We will now start with our valedictory session. मैं श्रीनिवास त्यागी सर से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे आज के हमारे अतिथि एडवोकेट मोनिका अरोड़ा मैम को मंच पर लेकर आएं. प्रिंसिपल मैम से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि वो भी मंच पे आएं. Students, please be seated and silent. We are starting our valedictory session of this two-day national conference. I, Beena Negi, extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Advocate Monica Arora ma'am, respected Principal ma'am, participants, faculty members, staff members, and students to this valedictory session of the NEPA-sponsored two-day national conference on National Education Policy 2020, Perspectives, Challenges, and Way Forward. Under the aegis of IQAC and knowledge partner, Delhi School of Public Policy and Governance, Institution of Eminence, University of Delhi. This conference was a magnificent conclusion of months of planning, crammed into 2 days of technical sessions that provided us a direction to move forward. It is indeed a pleasure to have amongst us the guest of honor of this valedictory session, Advocate Monica Arora ma'am, to grace this occasion. May I now request Dr. Geeta Kishlu ma'am to present a token of gratitude to Advocate Monica Arora ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
To summarize, this conference was inaugurated with the gracious presence of our chief guest, Professor M. Jagdish Kumar, Chairman, UGC. Our keynote speaker were Professor Ram Singh Sir, Director, Delhi School of Economics, Director, Delhi School of Public Policy and Governance, Institution of Eminence. We had Professor Amit Singh Sir, Chairman, Governing Body, Gargi College, Professor Alok Sharma, GB member, Gargi College, to grace the inaugural session. These 2 days, we had 6 technical sessions on the themes. On day 1, we had session on Indian knowledge system, ethics and values, language, literature and culture, skill, startup and policy making. The second day of this conference, that is today, we again had 3 technical sessions. First one was on teaching, learning and research methodology. The next session was on interdisciplinarity in NEP. The last session which just concluded was on academic bank of credits, continuous evaluation and examination. We had eminent speakers across the nation who enlightened us with their views on NEP 2020 and gave deeper insights into several aspects of NEP. In line with the national education policy, the speakers emphasized on value of conceptual understanding, analytical skills, and critical thinking. The NEP promotes the use of more detailed evaluation framework that includes a range of assessment techniques, including group discussions, portfolios, project works, presentations, and practical demonstration. This multifaceted method enables students to demonstrate their abilities, originality, and range of capabilities outside the bounds of a written exam. I am pleased to introduce the guest of honor of this valedictory session, Advocate Monica Arora ma'am. Ma'am is an advocate in the Supreme Court and Delhi High Court. Ma'am is advocate for Government of India, JNU and Nalanda University. Ma'am also represents Army, Navy and Air Force. She represents all ministries including finance, home, education, external affairs. Ma'am was awarded various scholarships such as Sastri Indo-Canadian Research Fellowship. Ma'am was awarded Sahitya Shri Award for contribution to the field of Hindi, Sanskrit and education. She had filed PIL to remove the word terrorist for Shaheed Bhagat Singh Ji and freedom fighters. Ma'am filed case and got Cow Welfare Board made in Delhi. She is the best-selling author. With passion and dedication, she keeps on serving the society and nation. I may now take this opportunity to invite Advocate Monica Arora ma'am to deliver her keynote address for this valedictory session of the 2 days National Conference on National Education Policy 2020 Perspectives, Challenges and Way Forward.
Thank you so much. आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. Respected Principal Ma'am, Sir, मेरे सामने बैठे सभी फैकल्टी और स्टूडेंट्स. अब मेरे सामने 3 प्रॉब्लम्स हैं. पहली प्रॉब्लम तो ये कि मैं 2 दिन के फुल डे सेमिनार में लास्ट स्पीकर हूँ और मुझे अभी सर ने बताया कि इसके बाद कोई हाई टी का प्रोविज़न नहीं है. दूसरी जो ऑब्स्टेकल मेरे सामने हुई कि जो एनएपी का इतना सुंदर राग चल रहा था और उसका ऑर्केस्ट्रा चल रहा था, हमारा लॉ का राग तो एकदम डिफरेंट है. For us, NEP is national empowerment policy, which comes out of our courts and laws and constitution. और तीसरी और आखिरी और सबसे बड़ी ऑब्स्टेकल जो मैंने अभी मेरे से प्रीवियस 2 स्पीकर्स में देखी कि इंसान का समय कब समाप्त हुआ, ये 2 ही लोग बता सकते हैं, एक मंच संचालक और दूसरा यमराज। तो 2 पर्ची आ चुकी पंडित जी और इसलिए मुझे और हमारा लॉयर्स का एक और प्रॉब्लम है, जो समय दिया गया है वो पूरा समय यूज करते हैं हम, क्योंकि कोर्ट्स में टाइम नहीं मिलता बोलने का। कोर्ट में हमारे सामने जज रहते हैं और यहाँ ऑपोजिट काउंसिल रहते हैं। जज, मैं नई जब ईसी की मेंबर बनी मैम, लगभग 1.5 साल पहले मैं एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल की मेंबर बनी, मुझे कहा गया कुछ नहीं है, साल में आपकी 1-2 मीटिंग्स होंगी एंड दैट्स इट। तो मेरी जब पहली मीटिंग ईसी की शुरू हुई, मैंने देखा कि एक स्पीकर ने बोलना शुरू किया और मैंने कहा कि मैं लास्ट में बोलूँगी। मुझे लगा कि सब लोग बोल लें, मुझे ध्यान में आ जाएगा ईसी में होता क्या है स्टार्टिंग में, उसके बाद बोल लूँगी। अब जब बोलना शुरू किया तो 10 मिनट्स, 20 मिनट्स, 30 मिनट्स, 40 मिनट्स, मैम एक पीरियड 45 मिनट्स का होता है, 1 आवर का, तो 45 मिनट्स एंड अगेन द सेम स्पीकर स्टार्टेड 10 मिनट्स, 20 मिनट्स, 30 मिनट्स। इस बीच में ऑनलाइन मैंने 4 केसेस भी कर लिए। तो मुझे लगा कि मैं आ कहाँ गई हूँ यहाँ, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ सिंपल है। और जो मैं खड़ी होके मैंने पहले ईसी में, सर जानते हैं, वीसी साहब के सामने मैंने एक ही बात कही, मैंने कहा आई एम अ लॉयर, आई एम नॉट अ प्रोफेसर। सो हमारे जज हमें कहते हैं कि either you explain your case in 3 minutes and in 20 lines or get a date of 6 months. मैं कहा तो यहाँ मैं इतना लंबा बोलने की मुझे आदत नहीं है मैं तो अपनी बात को समराइज करके 4 पॉइंट्स एंड आई से दैट एंड आई सिट, तो ये रहता है। तो लॉयर्स में और प्रोफेसर्स में एक अंतर होता है। लॉयर्स जो हैं वो इमीडिएट प्रॉब्लम को एड्रेस करते हैं और जो प्रोफेसर्स हैं वो लॉन्ग टर्म में जनरेशन्स को बिल्ड करते हैं, बनाते हैं। तो इसलिए आई एम वेरी ऑनर्ड एंड वेरी फॉर्चुनेट टू कम टू गार्गी कॉलेज, जबकि वो अलग बात है, मुझे पहली बार यहाँ बुलाया गया है बोलने के लिए। मैं सर से भी यही कह रही थी, आई होप ये आखिरी बार ना हो। और तो जैसा अभी कहा ना सर ने, सर जब कहानी के रूप में आप बताए थे और पंडित जी बता रहे थे, तो मुझे ध्यान आई कि मुझे कहा गया है कि मैम कुछ बेसिक लॉज आप बता दें फैकल्टी के लिए भी और स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी, और खासकर लड़कियों के लिए भी, कि क्या कुछ बेसिक लॉज हैं जो लड़कियों को पता होने चाहिए। व्हाट कॉन्स्टिट्यूट्स सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट, व्हाट कॉन्स्टिट्यूट्स हैरेसमेंट, व्हाट इज प्रिवेसी, व्हाट इज नॉट प्रिवेसी, और जन्म से लेकर ओल्ड एज तक ऐसे कौन से कानून हैं जिससे हमें पता होना चाहिए, ताकि हम भी एम्पावर्ड फील करें और अपने आसपास वी कैन हैव अ स्फीयर ऑफ एम्पावरमेंट जहां जो आए वो हेल्पलेस फील ना करे। तो शुरू करते हैं सुनीता की कहानी से। सुनीता आप जैसी एक स्टूडेंट, एंड ऑल दीज आर रियल इंसिडेंट्स जो मैं बताऊंगी आपको, ऑल ऑफ देम आर रियल इंसिडेंट्स, कोई मन घड़त नहीं है इसमें। तो सुनीता एक लड़की जिसका हंसराज कॉलेज में एडमिशन हुआ, और जब आपका यूनिवर्सिटी के किसी कॉलेज में एडमिशन होता है ना, ऑब्वियसली यू हैव गुड मार्क्स। जब कॉलेज में आते हैं तो यू फील यू हैव राइट टू इक्वालिटी, राइट टू फ्रीडम, राइट टू डिग्निटी, यू हैव एवरीथिंग गोइंग ऑन राइट फॉर यू। There is no difference between girl and a boy. आपको लगता है कि सब कुछ है वो यही है, दुनिया हमारी यही वाली है। पर जब सुनीता और उसकी 2 सहेलियां कॉलेज से बाहर निकली और निकल के वो एक पहाड़ी की जगह है, अगर आपने देखी हो, रिज है वहां पर, देखा तो रिज के पास गई, वहां एक चाय वाला बैठता था, वहां एक अंधेरा कोना था। तो जब उस साइड से वो जा रही थी तो पीछे से 3 मनचलों लड़कों ने सीटी मारी और उन पर कुछ कमेंट्स पास किए। वो इग्नोर किया, लड़कियां पहले इग्नोर करती हैं, दे डोंट वांट टू गेट इनटू इट। और उनको बचपन से सिखाया जाता है, माँ क्या कहती है, भैया एक चुप 100 सुख, चुप रहियो, हर जगह पर उलझने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। वो चुपचाप अपने घर में वापस आ गई, उसके बाद उन्होंने किसी को कुछ नहीं कहा। नेक्स्ट डे फिर जब वहां पर गई, वही चाय की दुकान, क्योंकि रास्ता वही था, वही अंधेरी जगह, और वही 3 लड़कियां जब जा रही थी, वहीं पर 3 जो लड़के थे, इस बार उनमें से एक ने उस लड़की की, सुनीता की सहेली की चुन्नी, दुपट्टे को खींचा, उसके कपड़ों को हाथ लगाया। दे गॉट टेरिफाइड। वो किसी तरह अपने घर पहुंची। थर्ड डे वो डर रही थी कि अगर आज हम गए और वही लड़के वहाँ मिलें तो हमारा क्या होगा। अगेन दे वेंट, वेरी कॉशियसली दे वेंट, और जैसे ही उस अंधेरी जगह पर पहुंची, वन ऑफ देम जो पीछे छुपा हुआ था, ही केम एंड ही ग्रोब्ड अ गर्ल। अब सुनीता को लगा इनफ इज इनफ। माँ की सीख कहाँ गई वो भूल चुकी थी, उसको नहीं याद था माँ ने क्या कहा कि एक चुप 100 सुख। उसने कहा आई मस्ट डू समथिंग अबाउट इट, दिस कांट हैपन एवरी टाइम। उसने अपनी सहेली जो लॉयर है अपराजिता, उसको कॉल किया। उसने कहा अपराजिता ऐसा सा हुआ। अपराजिता ने कहा 100 नंबर पे कॉल कर। उसने कहा 100 नंबर से क्या होगा। अपराजिता ने कहा जो लॉयर है मैं बताती हूं क्या होगा। जब आप 100 नंबर पे कॉल करते हो तो पीसीआर वैन आती है, और पीसीआर वैन में पुलिस आती है। और एक चीज और इंपॉर्टेंट जो है और पता होना चाहिए, जब आप 100 नंबर पे कॉल करते हो, आप ये नहीं कहते यू नो क्या हुआ, ऐसा हुआ, मैं आपको बता नहीं सकती। नहीं, 100 नंबर पे आप जो भी बोलोगे आप डिटेल में बोलोगे। इस डेट को, इस समय, ऐसा ऐसा, ये हुलिया था, इस जगह पर ये किया, इन्होंने ऐसे ऐसा कहा, ऐसे ऐसे हाथ लगाया, ये किया, मेरी जान बचाइए, जल्दी आइए। क्योंकि जो भी आप 100 नंबर पे बोलेंगे वो वहां रिकॉर्ड होता है, वो वहां लिखा जाता है, और बाद में आप वो पर्चा ले सकते हैं पुलिस से कि क्या 100 नंबर की कंप्लेंट थी। वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट जो सुनीता के ध्यान में आया। नेक्स्ट टाइम सुनीता ने देखा वो लड़के थे वहां पर, उसने 100 नंबर पे कॉल किया। पुलिस की वैन जो सायरन बजाती हुई आती है वो आई और लड़के भाग गए। 1 बार, 2 बार, 3 बार ऐसा हुआ। लेकिन जब चौथी बार सुनीता ने टाइम चेंज किया कि हम थोड़ी जल्दी निकल जाएं या थोड़ी बाद में निकल जाएं, लड़के उस समय नहीं मिले, लेकिन लड़के घात लगाकर बैठे हुए थे। तो जैसे सुनीता वहां गई, उन तीनों पर लड़कों ने अटैक कर दिया। किसी तरह वहां से अपने कपड़े वपड़े छुड़वा कर वो वापस घर आई, और रास्ते में जब घर पहुंच रही थी, घर के बाहर से अपराजिता को कॉल किया। अपराजिता, दिस हैपेंड। उसने कहा गो टू द पुलिस स्टेशन एंड लॉज योर कंप्लेंट देयर। सुनीता ने कहा पुलिस स्टेशन मैं नहीं जाती, हमारे यहाँ कहते हैं कि अच्छी लड़कियां पुलिस स्टेशन नहीं जाती हैं, और अकेले अकेले पुलिस स्टेशन कैसे जाऊंगी, पुलिस कैसे रवैया होता है, आदमियों को नहीं छोड़ते, हमारा क्या हाल करेंगे। अपराजिता ने कहा ऐसा नहीं है, गो टू द पुलिस स्टेशन। वहां जाओगे तो एंटर करते ही पहले ड्यूटी ऑफिसर का रूम होता है, आप ड्यूटी ऑफिसर के रूम में जाइए, आप राइटिंग में पूरी कंप्लेंट दे दीजिए, इस डेट को, इस टाइम को ऐसा हुआ, फिर इस डेट को, इस टाइम को ऐसा हुआ, डिटेल में देखकर कहां हाथ लगाया, कौन सा कपड़ा फाड़ा, क्या मुंह से बोला, क्या गाली दी, एक एक शब्द लिखो। क्योंकि जो भी आप लिखोगे वो इंडियन पीनल कोड में अपराध है कि नहीं वो देखा जाएगा। हर चीज की डिटेल लिखो। सो सुनीता ने कहा ठीक है मैं FIR देकर आती हूं। अपराजिता ने कहा FIR नहीं होती, देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन कंप्लेंट एंड FIR। कंप्लेंट वो होगी सुनीता जो आप दोगे, अगर वो सीरियस ऑफेंस है। FIR वो होती है जो पुलिस लॉज करती है। हर कंप्लेंट पे FIR लॉज नहीं होती, और FIR अगर लॉज होती है तो उस पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना पुलिस की मजबूरी होती है, उसको इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना पड़ता है। इसलिए जब आप कंप्लेंट दें तो बोलना होगा ये कंप्लेंट है, ऐसे हाथ लगाया, ये अटैक किया, इस पर FIR लॉज कीजिए। सुनीता गई, उसे ड्यूटी ऑफिसर से कहा ये मेरी कंप्लेंट है, कंप्लेंट लो। और जैसा हमेशा पुलिस स्टेशन में होता है ना, मैडम कल आना, आज तो SHO साहब राउंड पर गए हैं। तो उसने फोन किया अपराजिता ये तो कंप्लेंट नहीं ले रहे। अपराजिता ने कहा कोई पुलिस वाला कंप्लेंट लेने से मना नहीं कर सकता, दे कैन नॉट रिफ्यूज। पुलिस स्टेशन इसीलिए है, एसएचओ हो एसएचओ नहीं हो, कंप्लेंट लेनी पड़ेगी। उसने कहा मैं क्या करूं, ये ले नहीं रहे कंप्लेंट। तो अपराजिता ने कहा 100 नंबर पे कॉल कर, पूछ इस पूरे एरिया का डीसीपी कौन है, डीसीपी को कॉल कर, उसका मोबाइल नंबर ले, मिलता है, 100 नंबर से ले और उसको बताओ कि इस पुलिस स्टेशन में एसएचओ कंप्लेंट नहीं ले रहा। सुनीता ने ऐसा ही किया, उसने कॉल किया, डीसीपी का मोबाइल नंबर लिया, डीसीपी साहब को बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे यहाँ पर कंप्लेंट नहीं ली जा रही है, छेड़छाड़ हुई है, अटैक हुआ है, बताइए क्या करें। डीसीपी कहता आप कहाँ खड़े हो, इसने कहा मैं पुलिस स्टेशन में खड़ी हूँ। उसने कहा वहीं के वहीं खड़े रहो, एसएचओ आपके पास आएगा। डीसीपी ने अपनी जो उनकी बहुत ही प्यारी पुलिस की भाषा होती है ना, उस पुलिस की भाषा में डीसीपी ने एसएचओ को समझाया होगा। तो एसएचओ साहब राउंड पे तो कहाँ गए थे, वो अंदर वाले कमरे में ही रेस्ट कर रहे थे, अपने बटन बंद करते हुए बाहर आए। ये मैडम सुनीता कौन है? तो कहा सुनीता जी आप हैं, लाइए लाइए। और कहा ड्यूटी ऑफिसर तुमने कंप्लेंट क्यों नहीं ली, तुम्हें लॉ नहीं पता कि कंप्लेंट लेना कंपलसरी है, कंप्लेंट लो। कंप्लेंट में अपराजिता ने कहा कैसे लेंगे, आप कंप्लेंट की 2 कॉपीज देंगे, एक कॉपी और एक फोटो कॉपी आप देंगे, वो उसी पर अपना स्टैंप लगाएंगे, दिल्ली डायरी में अपनी एंटर करेंगे कि हाँ ये कंप्लेंट रिसीव हुई है, एक कॉपी अपने पास रखेंगे और एक कॉपी आपको सुनीता वापस करेंगे। कंप्लेंट ले ली गई। एसएचओ साहब ने कहा आइए सुनीता जी चाय पीजिए। अब पुलिस वाला चाय पिला रहा है तो इससे तो एसएचओ के कमरे में चाय बिस्किट खाया। उसने कहा सुनीता जी आप मेरा ना डायरेक्ट नंबर लीजिए, कहीं कोई समस्या हो ना डायरेक्टली कॉल कीजिए एंड वील बी देयर, पुलिस इज ऑलवेज फॉर यू, ऑलवेज विद यू एंड ऑलवेज फॉर योर हेल्प। ये डीसीपी के फोन के बाद ही सब लाइन समझ आई थी उसको। खैर वहां पर नेक्स्ट डे वो लड़के एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहे थे कि सुनीता और लड़कियां वहां आएंगी। जैसे ही वो लड़के वहां आए, सुनीता ने इशारा किया, पुलिस वाले जो छुपे बैठे हुए थे उन्होंने धर दबोचा, उन लोगों को पकड़ लिया और 354 आईपीसी यानी 354 आईपीसी सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट के केस में उनको अरेस्ट कर लिया और कई दिन तक उनकी बेल भी नहीं हुई क्योंकि ये नॉन बेलेबल ऑफेंस है। अब सुनीता को हंसराज कॉलेज के या दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट्स यूनियन का इलेक्शन लड़ने की जरूरत तो नहीं थी। अब वो कॉलेज की हीरो नहीं बन गई, कॉलेज की स्टार बन गई। अब तो आसपास के जितने भी एरियाज थे, कहीं भी किसी लड़की के साथ छेड़छाड़ होती या किसी लड़के को भी आवश्यकता होती पुलिस स्टेशन जाने की, तो वो सुनीता जी कहाँ, हंसराज कॉलेज के गेट के ऊपर आता, गार्ड कहता किससे, हाँ सुनीता जी आइए आइए, गार्ड उनको क्लास तक लेके जाता और सुनीता जी बैठकर बकायदा लिखती, अच्छा क्या कंप्लेंट है, अच्छा ये है, ठीक है मैं बात करती हूँ। वो जैसे ही कॉल करती, सेकंड बेल नहीं बजती, एक बेल के ऊपर एसएचओ साहब खड़े होकर उसका फोन रिसीव करते क्योंकि उनको पता था अगर फोन रिसीव नहीं किया तो डीसीपी को फोन जाएगा। तो वो कहते हैं हाँ सुनीता जी क्या हो गया, वो कहते हैं वो हिंदू कॉलेज के आसपास ना वहां पर देखो कुछ लड़के ना वहां पर लड़कियों, हाँ मैं अभी मैं खुद जा रहा हूं। शी मेड द एरिया सेफर फॉर विमेन। जिसको शक्ति कहते हैं ना, शक्ति क्या होती है, जब आप स्वयं के लिए स्वयं की मदद कर सकते हैं। और यही नहीं, जो भी आपके स्फीयर ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस में आते हैं आप उन सब लोगों की भी मदद कर सकते हैं। असली एम्पावरमेंट, असली स्ट्रेंथ, असली शक्ति वही होती है। अब सुनीता के 3 साल अच्छे से बीते, सुनीता की सहेलियों के 3 साल अच्छे से बीते और जैसे ही 3 साल पूरे हुए उसको ऑफर आई जॉब की साउथ दिल्ली के कॉलेज में। अब वो कॉलेज का नाम मैं ऑब्वियस रीजन से नहीं बताऊंगी, पर वहाँ जॉब की ऑफर आई कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में जॉब अवेलेबल है। अब सुनीता के फादर रिटायर हो चुके थे उनकी मदर होम मेकर थी, छोटे भाई बहन थे, तो पैसे की ज़रूरत थी। सुनीता को लगा परमानेंट जॉब मिल जाएगी, अच्छा है अभी एडहॉक है, टेम्पररी फिर परमानेंट हो जाएगी। सुनीता ने वहाँ साउथ दिल्ली के कॉलेज में एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में जॉब ज्वाइन कर ली। अब जॉब उसने ज्वाइन की, पर वहां पर जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर था ना कॉलेज के अंदर, वो एक्सटेंशन पर चल रहा था, मतलब 63-64 इयर्स का था। वो उसे कहते, सुनीता तू मेकअप करके क्यों नहीं आती? तू लंच में बाकी आदमियों से बात क्यों करती है? तू मेरे साथ मूवी देखने क्यों नहीं चलती? ये सच्ची घटना है। और रात को 12 बजे वो उसको व्हाट्सएप करते, किशोर कुमार के और बाकी गाने, तू मेरी जोहरा ज़बीं, तुझे मालूम नहीं, तू अभी तक है हंसी और मैं जवान। अब सुनीता को लगा एक और मोर्चा खुल गया, मैं करूं तो क्या करूं? उसने कहा पराजिता क्या करूं? उसने कहा कुछ नहीं कर, पॉश एक्ट है। पॉश एक्ट क्या होता है? प्रिवेंशन ऑफ सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट ऑफ विमेन एक्ट। अब इसने कहा ये क्या बला है? उसने कहा कोई भी वर्क प्लेस होता है, वर्क प्लेस यानी जहां 10 या 10 से अधिक लोग काम करते हैं, वहां एक कमेटी बनाई जाती है, इंटरनल कंप्लेंट्स कमेटी। वो इंटरनल कंप्लेंट्स कमेटी कॉलेज में भी हो सकती है, कोर्ट में भी हो सकती है, स्पोर्ट्स ग्राउंड में हो सकती है, हॉस्पिटल में हो सकती है, डिस्पेंसरी में हो सकती है, ट्यूशन सेंटर में हो सकती है, स्कूल में हो सकती है। मतलब मैंडेटरी है, कंपल्सरी है। जहां भी 10 से अधिक लोग काम करते हैं वो वर्क प्लेस है, वहां इंटरनल कंप्लेंट्स कमेटी होती है, उनको कंप्लेंट कर। उसने कहा वहां तो सब आदमी होंगे, उनको क्या बताऊंगी? कहते नहीं, इंटरनल कंप्लेंट्स कमेटी अगर कॉलेजेस की भी होती है या कहीं की भी होती है, 4 लोग होते हैं, उसमें 2 या 2 से अधिक महिलाएं होती हैं, और एक व्यक्ति होता है जो लॉयर होता है या बाहर से एनजीओ आते हैं। तो आधी से ज्यादा तो महिलाएं होती है, चारों में आप कंप्लेंट करो। उसने पूछा उस कॉलेज में कि आईसीसी है, इंटरनल कंप्लेंट्स कमेटी है? प्रिंसिपल साहब को तो हालत खराब हो गई, रातों रात फटाफट आईसीसी बनी और नेक्स्ट डे उसकी कंप्लेंट ली गई। जब कंप्लेंट रिसीव हुई, कंप्लेंट के बाद उस आदमी को बुलाया गया, क्योंकि पहला जो होता है सेक्शन 11 होता है इस एक्ट का, वो कहता है कंसिलिएशन कराओ, सुलह कराओ। कई बार हमें लगता है शायद गलती से धक्का लग गया हो, शायद गलती से टच हो गया हो। लड़कियों को ये हमेशा रहता है शायद गलती हो गई हो, जान के किसी ने ना किया हो, शायद मुझे लग ही रहा हो ऐसा। तो पहले कंसिलिएशन कराते हैं, दोनों लोग बैठो, आपस में बात करो, हो सकता है आपको गलती लगी हो या वो सॉरी बोल दे, आपको एक्सेप्ट हो, तो कंप्लेंट खत्म कर दी जाती है। पर यहां तो वो आदमी आया, उसने कहा कुछ नहीं जी, मेरे को तो स्मार्टफोन यूज करना ही नहीं आता, और मैं तो दादा नाना की उम्र का हूं, मैं ये सब बात क्यों कहूंगा? तो उसका रिप्लाई लिया गया। फिर इस लड़की से, सुनीता से कहा गया लिस्ट ऑफ विटनेसेस और लिस्ट ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट्स दीजिए। उसने सब व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस और सारे वो व्हाट्सएप के जो गाने थे वो लगा दिए साथ में। तो अब उसके पास जवाब नहीं था, उसे जवाब लिया गया और अल्टीमेटली ध्यान में आया कि ही वॉज गिल्टी। उसको कहा गया कि आपका हम ट्रांसफ़र नहीं करेंगे, कहीं हो नहीं सकता, नहीं तो आपका हम ट्रांसफ़र भी कर सकते थे, आपकी प्रमोशन भी रोक सकते थे, आपका इंक्रीमेंट भी रोक सकते थे, और नहीं तो आपको टर्मिनेट भी कर सकते थे, आप रिज़ाइन करो। उसने रिज़ाइन किया और उसके बाद उस कॉलेज में कोई भी सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट का एक्ट की कोई कंप्लेंट कभी नहीं है। अब कहीं पर अगर 10 लोग नहीं है तो क्या करें? कहीं इंटरनल कंप्लेंट्स कमेटी नहीं है तो क्या करें? आप एसडीएम के पास जाइए, जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर होता है ना, वो आप टाइप कीजिए, आपको एड्रेस मिलेगा, अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट के कलेक्टर के पास जाइए, वहाँ लोकल कंप्लेंट्स कमेटी होती है, आप उसको कंप्लेंट दीजिए, सेम प्रोसीजर फॉलो किया जाएगा। या एम्प्लॉयर जिसने एम्प्लॉय किया है उसी के खिलाफ कंप्लेंट है तो कहाँ जाओगे आप? तो आप लोकल कंप्लेंट्स कमेटी के पास जाओगे। अब उसका आराम से नौकरी चल रही थी, सब ठीक ठाक चल रहा था। अब उसके बाद क्या हुआ? अब देखने में सुंदर थी वो सुनीता, होता है ना किसी का दिल आ गया। वो रहता था जोर बाग में, उसने प्रपोज किया। सुनीता ने कहा मेरी माँ से बात कर लो। लड़का अकेला था, ना कोई भाई ना कोई बहन, बस पापा मम्मी थे। तो यहाँ वो रिश्ता लेकर सुनीता के घर में गए। सुनीता की माँ ने कहा हमारे पास बहुत पैसे तो है नहीं। तो लड़के के पेरेंट्स ने कहा कि हमें आपसे कुछ नहीं चाहिए, पर बारातियों का स्वागत तो अच्छा होना चाहिए। तो शादी हो गई। सुनीता वॉज वेरी हैप्पी। जोरबाग में बहुत अच्छी उनकी कोठी थी। शी वॉज लिविंग ओवर देयर। वहां अच्छा ताने और टॉन्ट्स तो हल्के हल्के चलते रहते थे। अरे गाड़ी अपनी बेटी को ही दे देते, बड़ा सा हार नहीं तो छोटा सा हार दे देते, एफडी 2-4 लाख की तो दे देते, कुछ तो दे देते, हमें क्या चाहिए, हमें तो कुछ नहीं, बेटी को ही दे देते। बट शी टॉलरेटेड एवरीथिंग, reason being the husband was good, the husband was compassionate, he was sympathetic. तो वो सब करती गई। लेकिन फिर बेटी हो गई। बेटी हुई, उसको बेटी बड़ी हुई, पीछे डीपीएस में उसको एडमिट भी किया गया। ताने बढ़ गए, इसको संभाल रहे थे, इसको पाल रहे थे, इसकी बेटी को भी पालें। अब आज के समय में भी ये सब बातें रहती हैं। नौकरी वो छोड़ चुकी थी, क्योंकि सबने कहा कि नौकरी की क्या ज़रूरत है, जितना हमारा घर का बहादुर कमाता है उतना कमा के ला रही है एडहॉक पोस्टिंग में, नौकरी की ज़रूरत नहीं है तेरे को। नौकरी वो छोड़ चुकी थी, घर अच्छा था। पर एक दिन तो उसकी लाइफ में अर्थक्वेक ही आ गया, और अर्थक्वेक भी 6.7 मैग्नीट्यूड का नहीं आया, वो तो 10 से ऊपर का आ गया। जब उसके हस्बैंड ने क्या कहा, अरे घर बैठी रहती है, डल हो गई है, मोटी हो गई है, मेरे साथ हाई सोसाइटीज में जा नहीं सकती है, मैं तो प्रेरणा से प्यार करता हूं। ये सच्ची घटना है, मैं केवल नाम चेंज कर रही हूं। ये सब सच्चे केसेस हैं जो आपके आसपास हुए हैं और हो रहे हैं। उसी का मेरे घर से निकल, अपनी बेटी को भी लेकर निकल, 1 महीने का टाइम दे रहा हूं, मैं प्रेरणा से शादी करूंगा। उसने फोन किया, अपराजिता एक और मोर्चा खुल गया। अपराजिता ने कहा कोई बात नहीं, अगर प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं, चैलेंजेस आते हैं तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी होते हैं। तो कितनी स्ट्रांग बनती जा रही है। बट नाउ इज द टाइम टू गो टू कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ। अपराजिता ने कहा अब हम चलाएंगे त्रिशूल। उसने कहा त्रिशूल क्या होता है? उसने कहा त्रिशूल मतलब 3 लॉज जो महिलाओं के फेवर में हैं। पहला सेक्शन 498A इंडियन पिनल कोड, जो कहते हैं हस्बैंड और उसके अगर रिलेटिव्स हैं, कोई भी किसी प्रकार का तंग करते हैं लड़की को, उनको जेल हो सकती है, नॉन बेलेबल ऑफेंस है, सेक्शन 498A। त्रिशूल का दूसरा शूल है डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस एक्ट, यानी घरेलू हिंसा का कानून। आप अगर टॉन्ट भी करते हैं, अगर सासू जी ने अपनी बहू को देके है कल मुही इतना भी बोल दिया, वो ऑफेंस बनता है घरेलू हिंसा का। तो फाइनेंशियल हैरेसमेंट, मेंटल हैरेसमेंट, इकोनॉमिक हैरेसमेंट, इमोशनल हैरेसमेंट, फिजिकल हैरेसमेंट, सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट, ये सारा घरेलू हिंसा के कानून के अंतर्गत आता है। और तीसरा मेंटेनेंस का केस फाइल करेंगे सुनीता के लिए भी और उसकी बेटी के लिए भी। अपराजिता ने कहा कि जब ये त्रिशूल चलता है ना, तो आदमी उठता नहीं है। त्रिशूल चला। पहला केस फाइल हुआ साकेत कोर्ट में, जोरबाग था ना, साकेत कोर्ट में पहला केस फाइल हुआ। दूसरा केस भी साकेत कोर्ट में फाइल हुआ। तीसरा भी क्राइम अगेंस्ट विमेन सेल में फाइल हुआ। तीनों केस फाइल हुए और एक ही दिन में 5 ऑर्डर्स सुनीता के फेवर में आ गए। और वो 5 ऑर्डर्स क्या थे? पहला, राइट टू रेजिडेंस, इस घर से सुनीता को कोई बाहर नहीं निकाल सकता। दूसरा, राइट टू कस्टडी, बेटी सुनीता के पास ही रहेगी, इसको कोई छीन नहीं सकता। तीसरा, मेंटेनेंस, सुनीता को जिस लाइफस्टाइल से ये मेंटेन हो रही थी, हस्बैंड वही लाइफस्टाइल से मेंटेन करता रहेगा और बच्ची का भी सारा गुजारा भत्ता मेंटेनेंस देगा। चौथा, रेस्ट्रेंट, क्योंकि सास ने हाथ उठाया था सुनीता के ऊपर, तो जिस कमरे में सुनीता रह रही थी रेस्ट्रेंट ऑर्डर आ गया, वहां पति या घर का कोई भी व्यक्ति उस कमरे में बिना सुनीता की इजाजत के जा नहीं सकता। और पांचवा, प्रोटेक्शन ऑर्डर, 24 घंटे के लिए एक सब इंस्पेक्टर लेडी अपॉइंट हो गई कि सुनीता 24 घंटे में कभी भी फोन करके कह सकती है मुझे तंग कर रहे हैं, मुझे घर से बाहर निकाल रहे हैं, मुझे मार रहे हैं, मुझे टॉन्ट कर रहे हैं, मुझे जलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। 24 आवर्स दैट पुलिस वाली लेडी वॉज अवेलेबल टू सुनीता। प्रेरणा ने सुनीता के पति को छोड़ दिया क्योंकि उसको लगा कि यहां तो दाल नहीं गलने वाली। सुनीता अपने हक के लिए भी लड़ती है, अपनी बेटी के हक के लिए भी लड़ती है, इसको इंफॉर्मेशन भी है, उस इंफॉर्मेशन का यूज भी कर सकती है। अब क्या हुआ, रहते रहे, रिलेशनशिप ठीक हो गए, हस्बैंड के हार्मोन्स भी डाउन हो गए, बेटी की ओर ध्यान गया, बेटी का ध्यान करते रहे, दोनों की एक बेटी थी, डीपीएस में पढ़ती थी, दे वर हैविंग अ गुड लाइफ। बट होने को कौन टाल सकता है, विधि का विधान होता है ना। हम सोचते हैं लेफ्ट जाएंगे, गाड़ी अपने आप राइट मुड़ जाती है। हस्बैंड की कैंसर से 2 साल बाद डेथ हो गई। अब हस्बैंड की अगर डेथ हो गई तो वुमेन के पास जो राइट है, वो जो शेयर्ड हाउस होल्ड है घर, वहां पर शी हैज अ राइट टू रेजिडेंस। शी डज नॉट हैव राइट इन द प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ हस्बैंड और इन लॉज। ये आज का कानून है। वो रह तो सकती है जहां हस्बैंड रह रहा है, उसकी प्रॉपर्टी पे हक नहीं जता सकती है। तो वहां परेशानी होनी शुरू हो गई। तो माँ बाप ने कहा हमारे यहाँ आ जाना। माँ बाप तो लाइफ लॉन्ग बच्ची को देखते हैं ना, तो हमारे घर आ जा बेटा, हमारे यहाँ 2 फ्लोर्स हैं, तेरा एक भाई है, वो भाई ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे भाभी के साथ रहता है, तो हमारे साथ फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे रह लेगी। नौकरी तो छोड़ चुकी थी सुनीता। सुनीता मायके आ गई, मायके में रहना शुरू कर दिया। अपनी बेटी की ओर सारा ध्यान जाता, उसी को पालना शुरू कर दिया उसने। पाल रही थी, अच्छा पाल रही थी, नीचे भाई भाभी रह रहे थे, सब कुछ अच्छा था। पर फिर एक्सीडेंट में, रोड एक्सीडेंट में पापा मम्मी दोनों की डेथ हो गई। ससुराल से भी गई और मायके में भाई ने केस फाइल कर दिया भाभी के कहने पे कि ये एंसेस्ट्रल प्रॉपर्टी है। एंसेस्ट्रल प्रॉपर्टी में हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट के तहत सिर्फ और सिर्फ बेटे का अधिकार है, बेटी का यानी पोती का अधिकार नहीं होता। दादे की प्रॉपर्टी में पोते का अधिकार होता है, पोती का अधिकार नहीं होता। ऐसा केस फाइल कर दिया भाई ने। इसने फोन किया अपराजिता को, अपराजिता इवन यू कांट हेल्प मी नाउ, थैंक्स सो मच इतनी हेल्प की, पर मैं अपनी किस्मत से नहीं लड़ सकती ना। अपराजिता ने कहा वेट, एवरीथिंग इज नॉट येट ओवर। कहते फादर की डेथ हुई है 2005 के बाद, और 9 सितंबर 2005 में हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट को सेक्शन 6 को अमेंड किया गया है, जिसमें कहा गया है अगर 2005 के बाद फादर की डेथ होती है तो दादे की प्रॉपर्टी में पोता और पोती दोनों को इक्वल हक होता है। तो जैसे ही रिप्लाई फाइल किया कोर्ट में भाई की पिटिशन का, सुनीता ने रिप्लाई फाइल किया, कोर्ट ने सुनीता के फेवर में हक दिया कि 50% प्रॉपर्टी की हकदार सुनीता भी है। भाभी ने बात करनी बंद कर दी, पर भाई तो बात करता रहा, राखी टिक्का तो चलता रहा, और आपस में जो रिलेशनशिप थे, स्ट्रेन तो नहीं मैं कहूंगी, लेकिन काम चलाओ रिलेशनशिप थे और चलते रहे, धीरे धीरे ठीक भी होते गए। लेकिन अभी संघर्ष समाप्त नहीं हुआ था। सुनीता ने वहाँ एक एनजीओ खोली। एनजीओ खोल के वो अपने लोकेलिटी में जो पूरी एक सोसाइटी थी वहाँ आसपास की बच्चियों को पढ़ाती, बाकी काम करती, हेल्प करती, जो हेल्पलेस वुमेन थी उनको गाइड करती, एडवाइस करती। ये ध्यान नहीं आया कि बेटी तो बड़ी हो रही है। बेटी 11, 12, 13 साल की हुई। सामने वाले फ्लैट में एक भैया रहते थे जो इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई कर रहे थे, जो शाम को आते थे, बेटी के लिए चॉकलेट लेकर आते थे, गिफ्ट्स लेकर आते थे। बेटी उनकी गोदी में भी बैठती थी, उनके फ्लैट में भी जाती थी। शी वॉज हैप्पी कि भैया बहुत अच्छे हैं। पर धीरे धीरे जैसे ही शाम को भैया आते तो बेटी सुनीता की दुपट्टा जो होता है उसको पकड़ के उसके पीछे खड़ी हो जाती। सुनीता कहती, भैया आए हैं ना, मिलो। नहीं भैया गंदे हैं, मुझे भैया की चॉकलेट नहीं चाहिए। उसने कहा हुआ क्या? अब गुस्सा करते हैं पेरेंट्स तो बच्चे चुप कर जाते हैं। इसलिए भगवान कहता है आपको एक मुंह दिया है और 2 कान दिया है, बोलो कम सुनो ज्यादा। ये ध्यान था सुनीता को। सुनीता ऐसे घुमाने के लिए ले गई अपनी बेटी को। उसने वहाँ प्यार प्यार से पूछा कि बेटा भैया गंदे क्यों हैं, क्या हो गया? बेटी ने कहा भैया मुझे मोबाइल पे गंदी गंदी पिक्चर्स दिखाते हैं। सुनीता स्तब्ध रह गई। उसने कहा मैं दुनिया की मदद करी और मेरे घर में क्या हो रहा है। उसने अपराजिता को कॉल किया कि अपराजिता मे आई डिस्टर्ब यू? शी टोल्ड अपराजिता क्या हुआ। अपराजिता ने कहा पॉक्सो एक्ट, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ चिल्ड्रन फ्रॉम सेक्सुअल ऑफेंसेस एक्ट की धारा लगेगी, वो लड़का सीधा जेल में जाएगा। बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग एक्ट है। 18 साल से कम बच्चे को पोर्नोग्राफी दिखाना, अश्लील पिक्चरें दिखाना, मूवीज दिखाना, उनका यूज अश्लीलता के लिए करना, ये सब पोर्नोग्राफी एक्ट में आता है, पॉक्सो एक्ट में आता है। नॉन बेलेबल ऑफेंस है जिसमें इमीडिएटली बेल नहीं होती। 6-6 महीने, साल लग जाते हैं बेल होने पे। सुनीता को ध्यान आया, उसने इमीडिएटली कॉल किया 100 नंबर पर। जब आप पॉक्सो की कंप्लेंट करते हैं कि मेरी बेटी है 13 साल की और ऐसे ऐसे एक लड़के ने उसको ऐसी मूवीज दिखाई हैं, बच्चा ऐसा कह रहा है, आदमी इंस्पेक्टर नहीं आता, लेडी इंस्पेक्टर आती है। लेडी इंस्पेक्टर आती है, यूनिफॉर्म में नहीं आती है, वो प्लेन क्लोथ्स में आती है। जैसे घर की दीदी होती है, आंटी होती है, वो आती हैं, वो बच्चों को चॉकलेट देती हैं, टॉफ़ी देती हैं। बच्चे क्या हुआ? इतने स्ट्रेस फ्री माहौल में बच्चे की स्टेटमेंट उसके पेरेंट्स के सामने रिकॉर्ड की जाती है। बच्चे को पता भी नहीं चलता कि वो पुलिस वाली से बात कर रहे हैं। और उसके बाद उसकी कंप्लेंट ली जाती है, उस पर FIR लॉन्च होती है। लड़के को उसी रात को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया। अरेस्ट कर लिया गया और जब कोर्ट में केस आया, सुनीता ने कहा मेरी बच्ची कोर्ट में कैसे जाएगी? उसने कहा, प्रायता ने बच्चों की कोर्ट देखी है, पॉक्सो की कोर्ट, ऐसा लगा प्ले स्कूल में आ गए हैं, प्ले एरिया में आ गए हैं। वहाँ आसपास बलून्स लगे होंगे, वहाँ पे टॉयज पड़े होंगे, मैजिस्ट्रेट आराम से बैठा होगा, इनफैक्ट सेशंस जज बैठे होंगे और बच्चे से कहेंगे बच्चे क्या हुआ, उससे हल्की हल्की बात करेंगे। पर्दे के पीछे एक्यूज्ड होगा, एक्यूज से अलग बात करेंगे, लड़की से अलग बात करेंगे। एक्यूज को बच्ची के सामने लाया भी नहीं जाएगा और पूरी का पूरा जो प्रोसीडिंग्स है वो जल्द से जल्द समाप्त कर दी जाएगी और वहाँ पनिशमेंट दे दी जाएगी, बच्चे को पता भी नहीं चलेगा। सुनीता को ध्यान में आया, कितने ही परिवारों में होता है, हम शादियों में देखते हैं, हम फंक्शंस पे देखते हैं, कितने ही लोग होते हैं जो छोटी बच्चियों के साथ इनएप्रोप्रिएटली बिहेव कर रहे होते हैं, जो हमें ऑड लगता है, हमें समझ नहीं आता हम क्या करें। पॉक्सो के एक्ट में अगर आप देखते हैं कि ऐसा अपराध हो रहा है परिवारों में या बाहर हो रहा है, आप कंप्लेंट नहीं करते हैं, वो भी एक ऑफेंस है, वो भी एक अपराध है। यू मस्ट कंप्लेन। परिवारों में हो, इंस्टीट्यूशंस में हो, कहीं छोटे छोटे बच्चों के साथ अगर ऐसा हो रहा होता है, रिलेटिव्स करें या स्ट्रेंजर्स करें, प्लीज गिव अ कॉल एंड कंप्लेंट। आपकी कंप्लेंट को गुप्त रखा जाएगा, उस एक्यूज के खिलाफ एक्शन हो जाएगा और इन सब बच्चियों को बड़े होकर रात को सपने नहीं आएंगे कि उनके साथ बचपन में क्या हुआ था। सुनीता ने आज के समय में अपने एनजीओ के थ्रू अपराजिता के साथ सबकी मदद करनी शुरू कर दी है। उसने देखा है कि जो मेरे साथ कॉलेज से लेकर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में नौकरी से लेकर शादी के बाद 498 और सब मैट्रिमोनियल डिस्प्यूट से लेकर मेरे हस्बैंड की डेथ हुई या फादर की डेथ हुई, मदर की डेथ हुई, प्रॉपर्टी से लेकर पॉक्सो तक, अगर किसी को किसी भी चीज़ की आवश्यकता है तो उसको लगता है मैं हूं ना, अपराजिता को लगता है मैं हूं ना। और बिलीव मी, ऐसी सब सुनीताओं से, ऐसी सब अपराजिताओं से फर्क पड़ता है। मुझे भी पड़ता है, मंच को भी पड़ता है और आप सबको फर्क पड़ता है और इनकी एग्जिस्टेंस से फर्क पड़ना चाहिए। आपकी जिंदगी ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि फर्क पड़ना चाहिए। और एम्पावरमेंट केवल कपड़ों में या एजुकेशन में नहीं होगी। मैं प्रोफेसर बन गई, मैं वाइस चांसलर बन गई, मैं जज बन गई, इट्स ओके, आप बन गए ना, पर आपने कितने लोगों को एम्पावर किया है, इसलिए कितनी जिंदगियों में फर्क डाला है, वो फर्क पड़ना चाहिए। और आखिरी के 3 मिनट में मैं बस एक बात और कहूंगी। सुनीता ने अपराजिता से कहा कि अपराजिता, मेरे पास तो तुम थी, मेरे में हिम्मत तुमने दी, मुझे इंफॉर्मेशन भी थी, नॉलेज भी दी और शक्ति और कॉन्फिडेंस भी दिया, पर लोगों के पास तो कोई नहीं होता ना, तो क्या किया जाए? अपराजिता ने कहा कुछ नहीं, जितना टाइम ओटीटी पे देते हो ना, उससे आधा टाइम दो और अपने नॉलेज को अपडेट और अपग्रेड करते रहो। जाओ ओटीटी पे, जाओ नेटफ्लिक्स पर, जाओ प्राइम वीडियो पे, सब देखो, लेकिन कितना देखना है उसमें तो कर लो। 4 घंटे वहां दे रहे हो, 1 घंटा ऐसे काम में दो कि आप आज से बेहतर और नॉलेजेबल कल हो जाएं, ताकि किसी के जीवन में आपसे फर्क पड़े। उसने कहा और क्या कर सकती हूँ, कोई एक चीज बताओ ना, सिंपल बताओ। ओटीटी ठीक है, एक बार एपिसोड्स देखने शुरू कर जाए तो फिर मन नहीं करता छोड़ने का। तो उसने कहा पढ़ना है तो विवेकानंद जी को पढ़ो। और बिलीव मी, मैं एज अ लॉयर भी, जो इतने साल हो गए प्रैक्टिस करते हुए, मुझे याद है मैं एक केस कर रही थी, और शायद अलका जी को मालूम है उस केस के बारे में। मैं एक केस कर रही थी, तो जो जब उस समय के एक बहुत बड़े व्यक्ति के खिलाफ में केस था, मैं एक साइड खड़ी थी और मेरे साथ मेरे जूनियर्स, 3-4 जूनियर्स खड़े थे। वहाँ से 100 लॉयर्स आ गए अपोज करने के लिए। जज भी उनको देखकर थोड़ा सा ठिठका कि मोनिका जी इतने बड़े गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल के खिलाफ केस कर रहे हैं, यहाँ से 100 लोग आ गए हैं। तो मेरे जूनियर्स ने कहा मैम ये तो बहुत सारे लॉयर्स आ गए। मैंने कहा पर एक टाइम पे तो एक ही बोलेगा ना। तो आसपास की आईबी और सीआईडी जो जितने भी लोग रहते हैं, मैम यू आर अ ब्रेव लेडी, आपको डर नहीं लगता? मुझे लगा मुझे डर क्यों नहीं लग रहा, फ्रैंकली मुझे डर नहीं लग रहा था। नहीं लगता तो नहीं लगता, इट इज़ अ स्टेट ऑफ माइंड एंड हार्ट, नहीं लगता। तो उसके बाद मुझे लगा, जब मैं बोलने लगी, मेरे को लगा शायद मुझे डर लगना चाहिए, कि सब लोग कह रहे हैं लगना चाहिए तो लगना चाहिए। तभी मुझे विवेकानंद जी याद आए। और ये बात है केस की, और साकेत कोर्ट में केस था, सामने 100 लॉयर्स खड़े हैं। और मुझे याद आया विवेकानंद जी ने क्या कहा था, इतनी हिम्मत तुम में है कि चाहो तो चट्टान को हाथ मारकर तोड़ दो। इतनी हिम्मत तुम्हें है, चाहो तो पूरा का पूरा समुद्र पी जाओ, इतनी ताकत तुम में है, सोच के तो देखो। तो इसीलिए विवेकानंद जी को जब पढ़ना शुरू किया, अच्छा हिंदू कॉलेज की स्टूडेंट थी, 3rd ईयर तक तो कौन पढ़ता है, गार्गी में तो अच्छे बच्चे हैं, आप लोग पढ़ लेते हैं। सॉरी आज अटेंडेंस भी कम, आई एम सो सॉरी, बट अटेंडेंस कंपल्सरी हो गई है। हमारे यहाँ तो 20 बच्चे एक बार क्लास में घुसते थे तो टीचर आगे बढ़ जाता, तो उन्हें कहते थे वी आर वेटिंग फॉर यू, सो मेनी स्टूडेंट्स फॉर माई क्लास। ये सच्चाई है। तो हमें तो मिनी शॉप पता था कमला नगर की, ये कभी देखा ही नहीं कि साथ में एक बुक स्टोर भी है। तो 3rd, ये सब बात है 3 इडियट से पहले की बात है ना। तो माँ बाप कहते थे बड़े होकर क्या करोगे, कुछ नहीं करोगे, कुछ तो करो। तो 3rd ईयर में ध्यान आया कि राह कौन सी जाऊं मैं, कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा। तो देखा कि मिनी शॉप के साथ जहाँ पेस्ट्री मिलती थी वहाँ पास में बुक स्टोर भी था। तो वहाँ से हमने गए और पहली किताब पर हाथ गया और वो किताब खरीद ली। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी की किताब थी, उसमें 5 चैप्टर्स थे। पतली किताब खरीदते हैं हम सब लोग। तो 5 चैप्टर्स थे और 5 बातें थी, बस वो बात कह के अपनी बात खत्म करूंगी। वैलिडिक्टी का है और टाइम भी आपका हो रहा है। तो उसमें 5 बातें थी जो मैं शायद रोज याद करती हूँ। बिलीव मी, एज अ लॉयर, कोई भी सामने खड़ा हो, आई डोंट केयर। वाई आई डोंट केयर? क्योंकि मैं अपने को देखती हूँ और क्या फाइल मैंने प्रिपेयर की है कि नहीं है, इतना ही देखती हूँ। इफ आई हैव प्रिपेयर्ड माई फाइल वेल, कोई भी आ जाए फर्क नहीं पड़ता। तो पहला जो मैं विवेकानंद जी का फर्स्ट चैप्टर था वो था 1 लाइफ 1 मिशन। यानी अगर आप कुछ भी करना चाहते हो तो सोते उठते जागते खाते पीते उसी के बारे में सोचो। मैंने कहा उसी के बारे में कैसे सोचेंगे? तो मुझे ध्यान आया अरुणिमा सिन्हा। किस किसने नाम सुना है अरुणिमा सिन्हा का? ग्रेट, लेट्स क्लैप फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू। अरुणिमा सिन्हा 2011 में नेशनल वॉलीबॉल प्लेयर थी जो CISF का एग्जाम देने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश से दिल्ली आ रही थी। ट्रेन में आ रही थी, ट्रेन में डाकुओं ने हमला कर दिया, ये डाकुओं से भिड़ गई, डाकुओं ने इसको उठाया और ट्रेन से बाहर फेंक दिया, साथ की पटरी पर फेंक दिया। वहां से एक और ट्रेन इसके पैरों के ऊपर से गुजर गई, इसके दोनों पांव कट गए। नेशनल वॉलीबॉल प्लेयर। जब ये हॉस्पिटल बेड पर उठी तो इसने कहा डॉक्टर साहब मैं कब तक खड़ी हो सकती हूं? डॉक्टर ने कहा कभी खड़ी नहीं हो सकते। उसने कहा मुझे माउंट एवरेस्ट पर चढ़ना है। उसने कहा माउंट एवरेस्ट, यू कांट इवन गो टू योर वॉशरूम, माउंट एवरेस्ट चढ़ना है तुम्हें? उसने कहा चढ़ना है तो चढ़ना है। उसने नहीं देखा उसकी प्रेजेंट कंडीशन क्या थी। उसने ठीक होने के बाद जो आर्टिफिशियल लिम्स लगवाए, 5 साल तक ट्रेनिंग ली और माउंट एवरेस्ट पर चढ़कर तिरंगा झंडा लहरा लिया। दूसरा एग्जाम्पल तुलसी गौड़ा। किस किसने नाम सुना है तुलसी गौड़ा का? लेट्स नॉट क्लैप फॉर एनीबॉडी। 4 या 5 साल पहले उन्हें पद्मश्री का अवार्ड मिला। लगभग आई थिंक 79-80 ईयर्स की लेडी, कपड़ा बांध कर आई थी। एक ध्यान है? लेट्स क्लैप फॉर एवरीबॉडी। वो एक चादर लपेट कर आई थी, बिना ब्लाउज के, बिना चप्पल के। और जब उसको पद्मश्री लेने जा रही थी प्रेसिडेंट कोविंद जी से शायद, तो उसने जब यूं नमस्कार किया तो देश के प्रधानमंत्री और होम मिनिस्टर दोनों ने उनको झुककर नमस्कार किया था। क्या फोटो थी वो! और उनको किस लिए? उनके पास कोई PR एजेंसी हायर नहीं की थी। वो दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी की स्टूडेंट नहीं थी। वो तो एक गरीब परिवार में उड़ीसा में पैदा हुई थी। बहुत सारे बच्चे थे, ये भी पैदा हो गई। इसकी माँ वहीं पर फॉरेस्ट्री में, फॉरेस्ट की नर्सरी में काम करती थी, ये भी साथ साथ वहां काम करना शुरू कर दिया। एक बूढ़े आदमी के साथ शादी इसकी हो गई, बच्चे पैदा हो गए, आदमी मर गया, ये बच्चों को पालती रही, वहीं पेड़ पौधों की सेवा करती रही। इसको मजा आता था, पेड़ पौधों को बच्चे मानती थी उड़ीसा के गांव में। और धीरे धीरे वहीं फॉरेस्ट की नर्सरी ने देखा इसको इतनी इंफॉर्मेशन, इतनी नॉलेज है जितनी हमारे साइंटिस्ट को भी नहीं है, जितनी हमारे बोटानिस्ट को भी नहीं है। तो उन्होंने इसको वहीं नौकरी दे दी। ये वहीं नर्सरी में नौकरी करती गई और इसको कहा जाता था एनसाइक्लोपीडिया ऑफ फॉरेस्ट। मतलब उस पूरे फॉरेस्ट का मदर प्लांट कौन है, कहाँ है, ये आइडेंटिफाई कर सकती थी। इतना पैशनेटली इसको प्यार हो गया पेड़ पौधों के साथ। तो काम करो तो इतनी पैशनेटली करो कि दुनिया आपको देखे। रिसोर्सेज की जरूरत नहीं है, यूट्यूब है ना आपके पास। ऐसा कंटेंट डालो कि दुनिया आपको देखे। पर जो कंटेंट डालोगे उसके पीछे साधना जो होगी ना, वो सालों साल की साधना होगी। पहली स्टोरी। दूसरी, कितना डरते हैं हम। क्या है वो? सारी उम्र हम माँ बाप को क्या कहते हैं, अब तो हमें जी, वो क्या इमोशंस आ रही, जीने दो जीने दो। आप देखो, मुझे ध्यान है हमारे बेटे के 85% मार्क्स आए 12th में। आई वॉज वेरी हैप्पी। आई नेवर टोल्ड माई किड्स टू स्टडी। मैं खुद ही आज तक पढ़ रही हूँ, कहाँ बेचारे मरेंगे इतना पढ़ पढ़ के। तो मैंने कभी नहीं कहा 85, मैंने कहा 65 भी आते तभी आई वॉज हैप्पी विद यू। तो हम जाए थे कुछ स्नैक्स के लिए, सामान लेने के लिए, घर से बाहर निकले तो हमारे पड़ोस में एक लेडी, मुझे लगा डिप्रेशन में तो यही। मैंने कहा व्हाट हैपेंड टू यू? कहती यू नो माय डॉटर, मेरे को लगा फेल हो गई होगी, तो मैंने उसको स्टीव जॉब से लेकर बिल गेट्स तक सब एग्जाम्पल दे डाले। मैंने कहा वो तो ड्रॉप आउट थे। कहती नो नो शी हैज गॉट 95% मार्क्स। तो मैंने कहा रो क्यों रही है? कहती हर बेस्ट फ्रेंड हैज गॉट 96% मार्क्स। और हम 85 वाले पार्टी कर रहे थे, वो डिप्रेशन में मरे जा रहे थे। तो कितना डरते हैं, अरे 12th के बाद गार्गी में एडमिशन नहीं हुआ तो क्या होगा, एडमिशन हो गया तो नौकरी नहीं मिली तो क्या होगा, नौकरी के बाद जब शादी करेंगे तो हस्बैंड हमारे सपनों का राजकुमार मर्सिडीज में आएगा, मारुति 800 में आएगा या घोड़े पर आएगा तो क्या होगा। डरते ही रहते हैं, काहे को डरना और किस लिए डरना, फियरलेस रहो ना। अब तक अच्छा हुआ है, आगे भी अच्छा होगा। तीसरा, कैरेक्टर के बारे में मैं तो किसी को मॉरल ज्ञान नहीं देने वाली, पर मुझे इतना पता है कि बड़ी बड़ी एम्पायर्स आज हम देख रहे हैं, $1 million एम्पायर्स क्यों ध्वस्त हो जाती हैं? व्हेन कैरेक्टर इज लॉस्ट, एवरीथिंग इज लॉस्ट। एक बार विवेकानंद जी गए शिकागो, वहाँ पर हमसे भी गुम जाता है सामान, उनसे भी सब चिट्ठी विट्ठी सब गुम गई जहाँ जाना था। तो वहीं पर एक उस पे बेंच पर रात को सोए हुए थे, लगा इतनी ठंड है मैं तो सुबह शायद जिंदा उठ ना पाऊँ, तो सोए हुए थे। सुबह एक वहाँ पर अमेरिकन हस्बैंड वाइफ गए जॉगिंग के लिए, उस लेडी ने देखा विवेकानंद जी अपने वो ऑरेंज कपड़ों में वहाँ लेटे हुए हैं। उन्होंने कहा अपने हस्बैंड से, लुक एट दिस मैन हाउ अगली ही लुक्स। विवेकानंद जी खड़े हुए, उन्होंने कहा, सिस्टर, in your country, America, it is the tailor that makes a man, but in my country, India, it is the character that makes a man. चौथा, मैं हमेशा कहती हूं, जब भी खुश होना हो ना, ये मत कहो हे ईश्वर मेरे को तो पास करा दे पर मेरी बेस्ट फ्रेंड को फेल कर दे। याद है 3 इडियट्स का डायलॉग? हमें ये खुशी नहीं मिलती कि हम पास हुए, हमारा बेस्ट फ्रेंड टॉप कैसे कर गया, उसी के गम में मरे जाते हैं। तो इसलिए जब भी आपको सोचना हो तो सबका सोचो। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया। इस सर्वे भवन्तु में सब आ जाते हैं, मैं भी आती हूँ और आप भी आते हैं, ये सूरज भी आता है, चांद भी आता है, ग्रह भी आते हैं, धरती भी आता है, आकाश भी आता है। तभी तो हम कहते हैं, हमारा मोटो है वसुदेव कुटुंबकम। जब दुनिया लड़ रही थी ना लॉकडाउन उठाओ, तो हमारे यहाँ पे हम 100 देशों को वैक्सीन फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट बांट रहे थे। मोटो क्या है? वसुदेव कुटुंबकम। और आखिरी बात, सॉरी मैम आई टुक टाइम, आखिरी बात, किस किस के पास 7 इंच का ब्रह्मास्त्र है? आपका मोबाइल फोन, सब वेरी गुड। किसके पास नहीं है? तो अर्जुन का ब्रह्मास्त्र तो एक ही बार चल सकता था ना, उसके जीवन में एक बार चलाया और खत्म। आपका ब्रह्मास्त्र, सुबह आप कितने बजे अलका मैम उठी हैं और कितने बजे सोई हैं, दुनिया को मालूम चलता है आपके व्हाट्सएप के स्टेटस से। और फोन नहीं छूटता, फोन नहीं छूटता। बोलते हैं ई फास्टिंग करनी चाहिए, डाइनिंग पे खाना खा रहे हो एक बास्केट रखो, कौन रखता है फोन उसमें? हर 5 मिनट बाद लगता है अरे कोई व्हाट्सएप ना आ गया हो। और इसमें अगर आप देखो, कोविड के टाइम पे एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ था, बस आखिरी 30 सेकेंड्स, कोविड के टाइम पे एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ था जिसमें एक लेडी ऑटो पर आ रही है, उबर ऑटो पर, उसका 3 साल का बच्चा साथ बैठा हुआ है, और आते वो देख रही है, अपार्टमेंट में पहुंच गई, पेटीएम से पेमेंट हो गई, इंस्टा पे रील्स देखती देखती जा रही है, और वो ऑटो वाला कहता है मैडम अपना बच्चा तो ले जाओ। याद है आपको वो? तो इस टाइम में जब ये जो सोशल मीडिया है जिसके बिना हम रह नहीं सकते, क्रांतियां ले आए हैं, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन समाप्त कर दी हैं, रेवोल्यूशंस ले आए हैं, बड़ी बड़ी कंट्रीज बन रही हैं, लोग बन रहे हैं, 5 पेज रोज पढ़ो और 1 पेज रोज लिखो। अपने सब्जेक्ट के अलावा केवल 5 पेज में कह रही हूं, 5 पेज किसी भी अच्छे टॉपिक पे रोज पढ़ो, 1 पेज रोज लिखो। बिलीव, अच्छा कहाँ लिखें मैम? ट्विटर पे नंबर बढ़ गए ना, वहां लिखो। कुछ इंस्टा पे देखो, लिख सको तो। उस आपके व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स कितने हैं? मम्मी का फैमिली का, नानी का फैमिली का, मासी का फैमिली का, भाई की फैमिली का, बहू का फैमिली का। आप बताइए कितने हैं? स्कूल की स्कूल का, कॉलेज का, RWA का। अरे बाबा रे, हजारों लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। किसी एक टॉपिक को ले लो, ऐसा टॉपिक जो सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना की बात करे, सबको एम्पावर करे, सबको खुशी दे। इनफ ऑफ हेट स्पीच इन दिस वर्ल्ड, लेट्स स्प्रेड हैप्पीनेस। जादू की जफ्फी। तो आपको इलेक्शन लड़ने की जरूरत नहीं होगी। अपनी फैमिली में, अपने स्कूल, कॉलेज, हर जगह में आप भी सोशल थॉट लीडर बन जाएंगे। सफलता मिलेगी, असफलता मिलेगी। आप भी हल्दीराम के बाहर जाके वो नहीं करेंगे सेल्फी। नो, सेल्फी हर कोई देखता है, अपनी शक्ल को देखता है, आपको कोई नहीं देखेगा। आपकी तो क्रॉप कर दी जाएगी बीच में से। इसलिए कुछ लिखो उस पे। 5 पेज रोज लिखना और पढ़ना और 1 पेज रोज लिखना। मैं करती हूं इसलिए कह रही हूं। चीनी नहीं छोड़ सकती, इसलिए चीनी खाने की सलाह नहीं दे रही हूं, ना खाने की सलाह नहीं दे रही। तो सफलता आएगी, असफलता आएगी, गोल फिक्स करो। असफलता एक चुनौती है, स्वीकार करो। कहाँ कमी रह गई देखो और सुधार करो। जब तक न सफल हो नींद चैन को त्यागो तुम, संघर्ष का मैदान छोड़ मत भागो तुम। कुछ किए बिना ही जय जयकार नहीं होती, हम सब कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती। YOLO, you live only once। और इसीलिए अपने जीवन में इतनी खूबसूरती से निभाओ अपना किरदार कि पर्दा गिरने के बाद भी तालियां बजती रहें। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Thank you, ma'am, for your motivational words and making us aware of our legal rights. अब मैं इस 2 दिवसीय सम्मेलन के मुख्य संयोजक प्रोफेसर श्रीनिवास त्यागी सर से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए मंच पर आए।
वैसे मैडम के बोलने के बाद कुछ बचा नहीं है। मैडम ने वो सभी बातें बोल दी हैं जिनसे कि हम अपने जीवन को कैसे बेहतर बना सकते हैं। आज हम गार्गी कॉलेज के प्रांगण में परम आदरणीय डॉक्टर मोनिका अरोड़ा जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं। मैम, ये आज का पहला आगमन हमारी जो युवा पीढ़ी है, हमारी जो छात्राएं हैं, उनके जीवन में एक सकारात्मक ऊर्जा और सोच का निर्माण करेगा और उनके आज के अभी के जीवन से आगे का जीवन बेहतर होगा। इस बात का मुझे विश्वास है, भरोसा है, और ये अपने जीवन को बेहतर बनाएंगी आपकी प्रेरणा और आपके मार्गदर्शन से। आप केवल वकील नहीं हैं, कानून की ज्ञाता नहीं है। आपको सुन के लग रहा है कि आप एक बेहतर शिक्षक भी हैं, आप एक बेहतर समाज सेविका भी हैं, आप एक बेहतर मनुष्य भी हैं। इन सब चीजों के साथ साथ आपका जो व्यक्तित्व है वो नारी सशक्ति का जीवंत प्रमाण है। मैं आपको कई बार सुन चुका हूं, कई जगह सुन चुका हूं, आज गार्गी कॉलेज के प्रांगण में सुनकर के मैं गार्गी कॉलेज परिवार की ओर से, अपनी आयोजन समिति की ओर से और छात्राओं की ओर से आपको हृदय से साधुवाद देता हूं और आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने हम लोगों के निवेदन को सह स्वीकार किया। और अलका मैम की वजह से और मेरी भी इच्छा थी कि एक बार हम लोग आपको सुने, तो आप हम लोगों के मध्य आए। मैं समझता हूं कि हमने जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति पर जो 2 दिवसीय संगोष्ठी की है वह आज हमारी सफल हुई, क्योंकि अंततः शिक्षा का लक्ष्य ही है सशक्तिकरण। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर का विचार है, शिक्षा शेरनी का दूध है, जो पिएगा वो दहाड़ेगा। तो मैडम, मैं आपकी कितनी भी तारीफ करूं, मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है। मैं आपको सुन के आज निशब्द हूं, इसलिए मैं आपको सत सत प्रणाम करता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि आप हम पर और गार्गी कॉलेज पर आशीर्वाद बनाए रखेंगी, कृपा बनाए रखेंगी। आपने जिस प्रकार की लीगल अवेयरनेस एक कहानी के माध्यम से हम सबके बीच में रखी है, चाहे वो विद्यार्थी हो चाहे शिक्षक हो, बहुत सारे लोग जानते ही नहीं है। और दुनिया में मनुष्य की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है तो वो है अज्ञानता, अवेयर नहीं है। तो मैं समझता हूं निश्चित रूप से विद्यार्थी हमारे खुश नजर आ रहे हैं और हाई टीवी हमारे पास नहीं है, फिर भी वो आपके उद्बोधन को सुनते हुए आपसे इतने प्रेरित और प्रभावित हुए हैं कि आपके सभी विचारों को वो पूर्णतः सुने और अभी भी आपके मतलब भविष्य में भी आपके संपर्क में रहेंगे, ऐसी मैं बच्चों से भी अपेक्षा करता हूं। और हम ये पूरा जो आयोजन कर पाए हैं, उस पूरे आयोजन के पीछे हमारी परम आदरणीय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर संगीता भाटिया मैम का विशेष सहयोग और आशीर्वाद है, जो हमारे कॉलेज की प्राचार्याएं हैं और हम सब लोगों की अभिभावक हैं। अब मैं मूलतः अक्खड़ स्वभाव का व्यक्ति हूं। नारिकेले समाकारा दृश्यन्ते खलु सज्जना, अन्ये वैरेव बदरिकारा दृश्यन्ते मनोहरा। संस्कृत का एक शायद ममता जी अच्छा भाष्य करेंगी, मैं भाष्य नहीं करूंगा, समय नहीं है। लेकिन मैं कभी भी कोई भी कार्य सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना के भाव से ही करता हूं, अभी तक किया है। और मैं आपको आज इस मंच से पूरा आश्वासन देता हूं, भविष्य में भी करूंगा, चाहे मैं गार्गी कॉलेज की बाउंड्री के अंदर रहूं चाहे गार्गी कॉलेज की बाउंड्री के बाहर रहूं। तो मैं आपको प्रणाम करता हूं कि आपने हमको पूरा संबल दिया, साहस दिया, पीछे से हाथ रखा। और मेरा गार्गी कॉलेज में जो अनुभव है लगभग 16-17 साल का है। मुझे भी सब लोग अच्छे से जानते हैं, उस ज़्यादातर लोगों को मैं भी अच्छे से जानता हूं। ये मेरा एक संयोजक के रूप में हिंदी विभाग में तो हम कार्यक्रम करते ही रहते हैं, कभी कुछ, लेकिन गार्गी कॉलेज के संपूर्ण एक संगोष्ठी का मुझे समन्वयक बनाया, इसके लिए भी मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। क्योंकि उस समिति में मेरे से ज़्यादा वरिष्ठ, अनुभवी, ज्ञानी, योग्य और टैलेंटेड लोग थे। मैं तो हिंदी का विद्यार्थी, कुछ आता जाता है नहीं, भगवान की कृपा से, ईश्वर की प्रेरणा से यहां तक पहुंच गया, पता नहीं कहां जाऊंगा। लेकिन एक बात मेरे में है, मैं निडर था, निडर हूं, निडर रहूंगा, ये मैं दावे से कह सकता हूं। और हमारी टीम में प्रोफेसर गीता किचलू मैम, जितना काम मैम ने किया है मैंने नहीं किया, निश्चित रूप से मैं मैम आपको प्रणाम करता हूं। और वैसे भी बोलता हूं, मैं गार्जियन की तरह ही मानता हूं आपको, रियली मैं मानता हूं। प्रोफेसर रेखा नवनीत मैम, बहुत पूरी जो संगोष्ठी है, मैम ने कंटिन्यूअसली पूरा उसको ऑब्जर्व किया, जहां जो कमियां रहीं देखा और हमको आज इस स्तर तक पहुंचाया। मुझे लगता है कि हमारे जो भी 6 टेक्निकल सत्र रहे वो किसी भी प्रकार से असफल नहीं रहे, सभी अच्छे वक्ता आए, बहुत अच्छे तरीके से उन्होंने अपने विषय वस्तु को रखा। और साथ में जैस्मिन मैम भी थी हमारे साथ को कन्वीनर, उनको भी मैं हृदय से प्रणाम करता हूं। साथ में डॉक्टर बीना नेगी जी, निरंतर हमारी उस को कन्वीनर जो 4 लोगों की टीम थी, उनको भी मैं हृदय से प्रणाम करता हूं। मातृशक्ति को हमेशा प्रणाम करना चाहिए, तो मैं आप सभी को प्रणाम करता हूं। साथ साथ हमारे अन्य विभागों के भी सदस्य थे, अब मुझे नाम सबके याद नहीं है, मैं उनका भी हृदय से प्रणाम करते हुए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आप सब लोगों की वजह से ये आयोजन सफल रहा, उत्कृष्ट रहा, और जो कुछ भी उसमें त्रुटियां रहीं, कमियां रहीं, वो सब मेरी वजह से रहीं। इसलिए अगर मेरे से कहीं किसी प्रकार का कुछ गलत हो गया हो, जाने अनजाने हो सकता है, तो माफ कर देना, क्योंकि माफ नहीं करोगे तो वो आपको ही परेशान करेगा। इस भावना और सोच के साथ हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो हम अपने सभी शिक्षकों का, जो संगोष्ठी में निरंतर आए गए, सुने, विद्वानों को सुने, और वो खुद भी एक विद्वान हैं। बहुत सारे विद्यार्थी, लगभग 6 बजने वाले हैं, अभी बैठे हुए हैं। विद्यार्थियों का भी नॉन टीचिंग का हमारा पूरा सपोर्ट रहता है। उसमें चाहे हमारे प्रशासनिक अधिकारी का जिस प्रकार से डॉक्टर मोनिका अरोड़ा मैम ने चित्रण किया, मुझे तो डर लगने। संकट ये है आज की तारीख में, मेल होना, पुरुष होना बड़ा क्वेश्चन मार्क है। जब भी पुरुषों की बात आती है ना, और मैं सौभाग्य से कह लो या दुर्भाग्य से कह लो, मुझे नौकरी भी गार्गी महाविद्यालय में मिली, और मैंने जिस दौर में नौकरी की है वो बड़ा, लेकिन मैं निरंतर प्रयास करता हूं कि मैं अपने व्यवहार को, आचरण को, स्वभाव को, चरित्र को ठीक रखूं, और भगवान से यही प्रार्थना करता हूं और मांगता हूं कि प्रभु कुछ देना या मत देना, मेरे चरित्र को उज्जवल और ऐसा बनाए रखना कि भविष्य में कोई ऐसा अपराध न करूं जिससे कि समाज के सामने मैं संकट की तरह आऊं। शिक्षा हमको यही देती है, तो उन सभी विचारों को, वचनों को हम अपने व्यवहार में, जीवन में अपनाएं और एक बेहतर जीवन जिएं। तो हमारे जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी हैं, दीपक जी, उनका हृदय से धन्यवाद। सुनील कोहली जी निरंतर सहयोग करते हैं, फ्रांसिस भाई, उमेश जी, और जिन संस्थाओं ने हमको अनुदान दिया, उनमें सबसे बड़ी संस्था जिसने हमको अनुदान दिया, नीपा, और उसके पीछे मनीषा प्रियम मैम का मुझे लगता है बड़ा रोल रहा है, योगदान रहा है, उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और कई संस्थाओं ने हमको छोटी बड़ी मात्रा में धनराशि दी है, उनका भी हम हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। और पूरी मातृशक्ति को मैं प्रणाम करता हूं, मोनिका मैम को प्रणाम करता हूं, प्रिंसिपल मैम को प्रणाम करता हूं, इस सदन में उपस्थित सभी को प्रणाम करता हूं। और हम समझते हैं कि निकट भविष्य में किसी नई संगोष्ठी में कभी मौका मिलेगा तो फिर मोनिका मैम को सुनेंगे। इस कामना और आशा के साथ सभी को प्रणाम, नमस्कार।
मैं सभी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि अपने स्थान पे खड़े हो जाएं राष्ट्रीय गान के लिए।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
I request everyone